تكذبان ay فبأي آلاء ربك
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
تكذبان تبارك اسم ربك ذي الجلال والإكرام.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
ولا جان جان إذا جاء تبت يدا
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
قبلهم ولا جاء خير إنس ال- ويل لإيل أرأيت
the bottom now in terms of trying to preserve market share. So look, yes, it does feel, I'm going to be a broken record, like soft landing nirvana. However, and sort of the silver, the sort of fly in the ointment, if you would, is this question around what are we missing, and revisions have been lower. And that's the reason why that is going to be the ongoing focus, and we're not totally out of the woods. People can still pretend to worry until non-farm payrolls.
Your jobs report a week tomorrow. We are still vulnerable to one data point in this market. It goes the wrong way, this market turns.
Do you think we're getting less vulnerable, though, given all of the stimulus, sort of rate-cutting cycle from around the world? I mean, there is sort of a feeling of...
It certainly helps.
Yeah, I think that there is less fragility in some of the confidence that people have today than they did, say, even a week ago.
218 on jobless claims. We were looking for 223. Yields are up by 2 basis points on a 2-year, 358. Jay Bryson and Wells Fargo. Jay, thank you, sir. It's good to see you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Bit of news for you in the last few minutes. The number's 20.
Futures traders, don't miss this amazing limited time offer from Alpha Futures. Pay just 19 cents per micro and 49 cents per standard contract, plus earn
25 billion. Citigroup, Apollo joining forces in a $25 billion private credit push. With the latest, let's get across the Bloomberg. Shonali Basak. Hey, Shonali.
Hey, John. You have a landmark deal happening in the world of private credit, of course, a fast-booming industry, along with one of the top global investment banks in the world. What you'll have here is Citigroup teaming up with Apollo, which is the largest direct lender of its kind, as you know, in order to provide $25 billion worth of financing here. The idea here is that Citigroup would look to originate the deal flow, take a fee off of that flow, and Apollo and its partners would provide the capital. Among those partners is Abu Dhabi's Mubadala, of course, a very prominent sovereign wealth fund that has been taking a bigger role in the world of private credit. But of course, fundamentally, this brings together two teams that have had very close ties over time. You may remember Apollo's own co-president, Jim Zelter, used to run that team over at Citigroup that dealt with leverage finance and high yield financing. You now have Citigroup in a position where they are the #2 investment grade underwriter in the United States, but they have not met the top 5 this year. When you look at high yield and leverage loans, presumably this will help them reach more clients in order to do so, with giving Apollo many more deals to finance, and of course corporations as well. Zelter has told us that they expect to do about $5 billion worth of deals in the first year, and both teams are looking to keep the door open here to expand this beyond $25 billion.
Shonali, appreciate it. Thanks for the update. City up in early trading. Looking ahead to a big conversation around Apollo for next week, so watch this space. Our friend Jim Zelter over at Apollo saying this is where the industry is going. Citi goes from a very active M&A banker with a few tools, Lisa, to having the complete toolbox.
And it comes as a lot of the big banks have been questioning exactly how they can fit into the behemoth that is private credit, that's been expanding and continue to keep some of the business that used to be squarely in some of those large banks. This is a solution, I guess.
Watch this space. Plenty of discussions on this with Shonali at the top of the hour in about 20 minutes' time. I want to turn back to the price action, up 0.8% on the S&P 500. Moments ago, we had jobless claims data out of America. We were looking for that number because that number really separates right now the equity market bulls and the bears. Comes in weak. At the moment, the bears are going to jump on board and say, look, things are turning lower in the economy. Comes in strong. The bulls are justified to be long stocks. Came in strong, 218, Lisa, versus an estimate of 223.
And the response is everything is up. In particular, you've got the Russell 2000 up more than 1%. As you've got yields just creeping a little bit higher, you do wonder how high the bar is now to get the bears to reemerge from the woods, because they are kind of hiding at this point. And so there's a real question here of, would it now just take one bad non-farm payrolls to get people spooked once again about the idea of some sort of downturn?
Let's get to Kelsey Barrow of JP Morgan Asset Management. Kelsey, good morning to you.
Good morning.
How vulnerable are we to a soft print on payrolls 2 Fridays away?
Well, there's two things to consider. One is how vulnerable are we, and then, what is most likely to occur. So the initial jobless claims today suggest that the expansion should continue. The labor market is healthy. Now, if you were to ask me where the balance of risks is, I would say the balance of risks is to the downside. It is to the risk that payrolls growth slows more and the unemployment rate rises. I know there's this debate. If the Fed sees payrolls growth below 100,000, then that's the green light to do another 50. I think we forget that we already had a payrolls print below 100,000 2 months ago. So payrolls growth already is slowing. Now, this is the most new information that I feel like I've learned in the past few days in terms of Fed communication, is that actually, while the market is focused on the debate about 25 versus 50 being primarily about the labor market, some participants are actually opening up the door to additional 50 basis point rate cuts just on inflation alone. And that's why I think, you're not going to necessarily see materially higher yields just because the labor market stays around here. There are other reasons yields should remain low and should be biased lower because of the inflation backdrop alone.
Just to back up, was that Governor Waller that made you start thinking that way?
It was, although to be fair, we've been thinking about it this way for a while, which is that the Fed has justification to cut probably 100 to 150 basis points just on the improvement in inflation alone. And then you couple that with what we're seeing in terms of inflation expectations, inflation break-evens, the commodity complex, the global growth backdrop, and I think they can feel fairly confident that there is space for them to ease, and that's kind of agnostic to, does the labor market stabilize around here or does it continue to move lower?
One of the most controversial aspects of your whole case is that you see this as a reason to buy bonds across the entire yield spectrum. When people come on this show, they have increasingly said, I'm comfortable with it up until about 5 years, and then after that, forget it, because I have no idea what's going to happen, and potentially we could get even inflation being stickier because of a proactive Fed. How do you push back against that? Because I'm sure you hear that a lot.
Well, I mean, when you think about what we are recommending that clients do here, what we've found when we look at the client base is that despite the fact that the Fed has finally come in after 14 months of being on hold and cut rates 50 basis points, there are still many clients that are under-allocated to fixed income and over-allocated to cash. And so there is still a lot of room to move out in terms of duration. Now, in terms of how I think the term structure of the yield curve is going to evolve, I do think that the curve is biased steeper. So you are going to see front-end yields move lower than long-end yields as the Fed continues to deliver those rate cuts. But I do think that when you're thinking about building a portfolio that has diversification, you can think about a core or core plus fund with a 5 or 6 year duration, which is what you're going to get when you buy one of those full bond funds that invests across the whole maturity spectrum. And that's going to give you both the income and also the benefit of capital appreciation if the claims data is not the real signal, and in fact, the terminal rate for the Fed is not 3, but lower.
In this picture, there's a real question about if you're more biased to the potential for downside risk, why should you go into riskier assets?
So I think there's a couple reasons. First of all of this in terms of the timing and transmission of monetary policy is very uncertain. The lags are very unclear. So we do feel like we're getting closer to reaching an inflection point, but it's not clear which way the economy is going to break. So on one hand, the Fed cuts 50 basis points, and in 12 months, if they succeed in extending the cycle, we could be looking at reacceleration. In that case, spreads should remain very tight here. On the other hand, if this is like every other time in history, then the 50 basis point cut is actually not a proactive move that extends the cycle, but a signal that they're already too late. And to balance those things, I think you need both a combination of duration and high quality, but also some carry in your portfolio, because the outcomes, both tail risks are possible at this moment.
Kelsey, we've got to leave it there. It's always great to catch up. Thank you. Kelsey Barrow there of JP Morgan Asset Management. We count you down to the opening bell. 45 minutes away. Equities are still higher by 0.8% off the back of that better than expected jobless claims number. Yields just a little bit higher. Up next on the programme, we'll run you through the day ahead and we'll catch up with this man right here. A conversation you do not want to miss. The NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, right here in New York City. Up next.
I think one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Always on the heartbeat of the tech sector.
Spread across global markets.
The real-time data aspect is going to be important.
We're going to bring you expert analysis on that. Sure.
Don't miss Bloomberg's interview with the...
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
As we count you down to the opening bell, here's the trading diary. The week ahead, the day ahead looks like this. A slew of Fed speak on deck. We'll hear from Collins, Kugler-Bowman, Williams, Barr, Cook, Kashgari, and Fed Chair Jay Powell. Then Costco reporting after the closing bell, and the UN General Assembly still ongoing. This is President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, a meeting in D.C. this afternoon. Joining us now around this table, I'm really pleased to say the outgoing NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg departing the organisation after a decade. Sir, it's good to see you.
Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for sharing what I believe is your final interview in the job. Thank you, sir. You've been very kind to Bloomberg over the years, and every time we've spoken to you over the last decade, you've always been generous with your time. So thank you. Thank you for that. If I think back at your tenure over the last decade, I can think of two really big wake-up calls for the organisation. One was Trump being elected in 2016, and really putting the foot on the throat of some of the people who were part of this organisation to spend more on defence. The other was the invasion of Russia into Ukraine more recently in the last couple of years. As you step back and think about your tenure the last decade, what stood out for you?
The most, of course, decisive and as I say, important challenge we faced was the Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But we have to remember that the war in Ukraine didn't start in 2022. It started in 2014 when Russia went in and took Crimea. And since then, over the last decade, NATO has implemented the biggest reinforcement of collective defense because of Russia's annexation of Crimea. So when the full-scale invasion happened in 2022, we were prepared. We had more forces on higher readiness, for the first time battle groups in the eastern part of the alliance. So when it happened, the full-scale invasion, we were able to step up our support for Ukraine and increase our military presence in the eastern part of the alliance. So Ukraine has been there throughout my tenure, but it has gotten worse.
Let's talk about the potential path forward for Ukraine, especially given the fact that we have this U.S. election looming over the crisis. Donald Trump was talking yesterday about Zelensky, saying that he was making nasty aspersions about him. That had to do with this New Yorker article I'm sure you've seen, but what he said about J.D. Vance, also the fact that he went to Pennsylvania, which is a swing state in this country. Do you think Zelensky miscalculated this political situation right now in the United States?
I'm convinced that President Zelensky is ready to work with whoever is elected as president in the United States. And I also know that President Zelensky worked with President Trump when he was president of the United States. And also that during that time, actually, the United States increased its military support to Ukraine. It was during the Trump administration that the decision to provide lead-laid javelins to Ukraine was taken. So It's not for me, and it's not for President Zelensky to have any opinion about who the American people should elect, but we need to work with whoever is elected to ensure continued support for Ukraine.
I guess I'm confused because there's been a change of attitude from President Zelensky. He sat down with me in July and basically said he wanted to get into a room with Trump. He wanted to see the plan Trump had when he says, I have a path to victory. And now he comes here and he's kind of poking the bear. What he says about his running mate, and the fact of the matter is, Trump is not going to be meeting him along the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. And that probably goes back to what Zelensky has said about him.
But, you know, it's not for me as Secretary General of NATO to try to facilitate a meeting between President Zelensky and Donald Trump. What I can do is to convey to the United States, to all NATO allies, that it is important that we continue to support Ukraine, because this is not only about Ukraine, it's also about our own security. If we allow President Putin to win in Ukraine, it will be a tragedy for the Ukrainians, but also dangerous for us, because then the message to President Trump is that when he uses military force, he gets what he, to President Putin, is that when he uses military force, he gets what he wants. And that will also be followed very closely in China. So this is not only about Europe, but also about whether we should allow authoritarian leaders around the world to use military force to achieve what they want.
What I've been hearing from some of my sources in the Trump administration is that they want to do similar to what Trump did in the first round, which was push NATO alliance, push the alliance to have more of a collective defense spending. Basically, now they would push for 3%. How would you, your advice to the incoming Secretary General on how to deal with that?
Well, first of all, I think we need to recognize the enormous progress European allies have made, because back in 2014, only 3 allies met the guideline spending 2% of GDP on defense. This year, 23 allies are spending 2% or more. But we also made it clear that 2% is not enough. So the good news is that we have met the 2% target, but we need to do even more. Because we live in a more dangerous world, and therefore we agreed at our last summit that 2% is a minimum. It's not a ceiling, it's a floor. And we also have agreed in NATO new defense plans, which require specific capabilities, forces, readiness. And for allies to provide those forces we have agreed that they should provide, they have to spend significantly more than 2%. Whether that's 2.5 or 3, I will not give you a exact number, but it's significantly more than 2.
Do you think that NATO is significantly stronger or significantly weaker than it was when you took the office?
There's no doubt that NATO is significantly stronger. We are spending much more on defense. We have many more troops on high readiness. We have more high-end capabilities. We have battle-ready troops in the eastern part of the alliance. But the challenge is that the world is more dangerous. So the success of NATO is that when the world changes, we change, and that's exactly what we have seen.
The issue is that NATO members may not agree on where the dangers are and exactly how to deal with them. How do you see NATO facing off with certain economic and potential military threats from, say, China and other countries, where it's a little more complicated in terms of the members?
Well, we are 32 allies, and of course sometimes it takes time to make 32 allies representing 50% of the world's GDP, 50% of the world's military might to agree. But the good news is that on, for instance, China, we have come a very long way. Not so many years ago, NATO didn't have any unified policy on China. Now we have a very clear position that China matters for our security, that China cannot continue to enable Russia's war aggression against Ukraine without consequences for its interest and reputation. And allies have also agreed that we need to work more closely with our partners in the Pacific, Japan, and South Korea, Australia, as a response to what we see China is doing.
We could talk to you all day, but we're running out of time, so I have to squeeze this in. And it's rather selfish. Do you know a guy that might be able to help us set up the show, take it on the road to the Munich Security Conference anytime soon? Do you know someone we might be able to call?
But, you know, the Munich Security Conference is a very good platform to discuss security issues, but I will not give you a specific name for who can help with that.
I'll get in touch in a number of weeks' time, and hopefully maybe that will change. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for everything over the last decade. We appreciate it. We really do. Thank you. The NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg there. Coming up tomorrow, here's the lineup for you. We'll catch up with Sebastian Page of T. Rowe Price, the former World Bank president, David Malpass, Tom Steyer of Galvanize Climate Solutions, and Christina Campmany of Invesco. Bramo, this market ripping into the opening bell.
How many nodes of stimulus can you get from the U.S., from China, potentially the ECB, from Saudi Arabia? It seems to feel a little bit like something that rhymes with Moth Landing,
something
Nirvana.
Like that. Just need to end some wars.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
That would be perfect.
Please.
From New York City this morning, good morning. This was Bloomberg Surveillance.
This is Bloomberg News Now.
News when you want it at the touch of a button.
Another volatile day on Wall Street. We're seeing big moves.
All eyes on Capitol Hill as Democrats and Republicans prepare.
Today's job numbers casting doubt on the Fed's next move. Inflation remains front and center.
And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. Get it 24/7
on the Bloomberg Business app, Bloomberg.com, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
Bloomberg News Now. Context changes everything.
First of all, global trade, which had adverse consequences that we're learning about to this day, still unleashed an enormous amount of gain for humanity. And with the rise of global trade became the rise of information sharing around the world, which rapidly accelerated the trajectory of mankind. I mean, of note, the Chinese, for example, are leaders in solar. They're leaders in EVs. They're leaders in a number of emerging technologies. In a world which is more splintered, we'll see the gains that the Chinese have achieved in these important areas not shared by the Western countries. And conversely, the United States is a clear leader in AI, along with a number of the European countries. And those gains will not be shared with China and the countries in its sphere of influence. So it's a very clear-cut loss for all of humanity when we have the severing of ties between our countries.
On a practical level, is it getting harder to manage the risks you face?
I think that one has to be aware that there are more tail risks that are harder to ultimately manage.
Our role in the world, our role in NATO in supporting the Ukrainians in this war, the unprovoked war that Russia has instigated in Ukraine, our support for the Indo-Pacific, for providing a counterbalance to China, all of that is in our interest. And whoever's president, I'm sure, is going to do what's in the best interest of the United States.
It is not a time for America to back off of its commitment around the globe. And I think there's a justification for us making certain that we do the right things in a way that we share the burdens with our allies. But I don't expect America to walk away from the world in any administration. It's about American security, and it's about making certain our adversaries, present and future, know that when America's committed to something, they're there for the long haul.
Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We are getting amped up for another record high in stocks. 30 minutes until the start of the cash trade. I'm Matt Miller.
I'm Shonali Basak.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
And coming up, Micron serves up the latest serving of AI optimism. The chipmaker is delivering surprisingly strong sales and profit forecasts.
Meanwhile, a lot is in flux at OpenAI. We'll discuss the potential changes underway from rethinking its nonprofit status to Sam Altman's potential equity stake and another executive exit.
Plus, Citi and Apollo join forces to shake up the private credit market. We've got the details on one of the most ambitious tie-ups in the industry. All that and more coming up, but let's take a look at where markets are trading. 30 minutes to go until the bells ring, and as Matt said, right now we're looking at record territory. The S&P 500 recovering from that small decline that we saw yesterday, currently up about 0.8% pre-market. Big tech one better, of course. The Nasdaq 100 up about 1.6%. We got more stimulus out of China. We got Micron ripping. And, of course, we got some economic data that we'll discuss. You add it all together, pretty quiet in the bond market, all things considered, Matt. The 10-year yield only up about 1 basis point.
Yeah, the economic data is good news, and it looks like that's good news for stocks right now. Here you see in blue the economic surprise index. It's finally turning higher, and that's because in white you can see the U.S. economic surprise index really ripping up with the labor market impressing. Initial jobless claims remain low at 223,000 for the week.
All these records are almost getting boring, aren't they? But let's take a look under the hood here, because there is some more optimism when we take a look at stocks. Micron just soaring, helping lift the tech sector after reporting strong earnings and lifting its outlook, helped by demand for its AI products. You have Micron up now 17.7%. I've got to say, Micron's gains have been accelerating this morning. CarMax had reported net sales and revenue that beat this morning. However, the company added an extra $15 million to its loan loss projections. You have CarMax now down 5.4% pre-market. Citigroup up 0.6%. It had announced a landmark deal with Apollo for a $25 billion private credit push. You also have Apollo shares now up 1.2% pre-market. We'll talk about that later in the show, Matt.
Yeah, we will focus in on that big private credit scoop. Let's talk, though, about what's going on with these records. I mean, we had good news on the labor front, right?
We did.
We're not getting a lot of layoffs yet.
We aren't.
And we had good news on the GDP front.
We certainly
We're still seeing a lot of growth.
We are, yeah. The economic picture looks good right now. You also have more China stimulus. Again, not the all-at-once big bazooka, but the steady drip of stimulus coming out of China. And then you also have Micron ripping, and you add it all together, we're looking at records, and life is pretty good.
Life is pretty good. But the other thing about this that really gets me is you do have the government supporting economies around the globe still. I think that China story is so interesting. Your point about whether the Fed needs 50 after that strong data is also really interesting this morning, Matt, because market expectations have not changed by a whole lot. Why would the Fed go 50 with inflation where it is and the labor market where it is? We'll talk a lot about it in this show.
You could ask the same question when it relates to September, of course, and the Fed still did go 50. So who knows? Of course, as Shanali says, we will discuss it. But let's get back to the AI story, because Bloomberg sources say that OpenAI is weighing a 7% stake for CEO Sam Altman and restructuring as a public benefit corporation tasked with turning a profit and also helping society. Bloomberg Technology's Ed Ludlow co-wrote that story. He joins us now from San Francisco, and we heard from Sam Altman week, and he said that the executive departures are not related to a restructuring. Walk us through what we've learned and, of course, those latest comments.
Yeah, so Mira Murati, who's the Chief Technology Officer, made a public statement yesterday that she has resigned effectively. And what sources tell us is happening in the background is she's still at OpenAI and is negotiating an exit. Murati is important. She's part of the intellectual capital of the company. But this is a high-profile exit. At the same time, we report, according to sources, that they're looking at options, right? This has been discussed for a long period of time to reorient and reorganize the structure of OpenAI to a B Corp, which for those that have never heard of a B Corp is basically a company that is for profit but has its lofty or societal goals codified in its legal documents. You still make money, but you help the world doing it. And the 7% stake that Altman would get is a part of that negotiation, because what you need to know is that he currently does not have any equity in the firm. And I think it's really important to state that we actually don't know what that 7% would look like. And we've not done any back-of-the-napkin math on it either.
I have done some back-of-the-napkin math on it, and if they raise $6.5 billion and they're worth $150 billion, that means Altman's 7% stake would get him $10.5 billion. And that's always, I think, a good incentive for CEOs, Ed, when you give them $10 billion.
Yeah, I mean, I go back and say, well, we don't know if it's an equity grant or award, or is it in the form of options or a schedule of grants with a vesting schedule, something like that. That's why we don't know for certain. You know, Sam Altman has talked about this idea, well, I don't have any equity in OpenAI. And in interviews, he said, but I kind of wish I did, so you'd stop asking me about it.
And so I'd have $10.5 billion. That's why I wish I had equity in it.
First of all, I love it when Matt gets nerdy and does math on the back of an envelope. Also, Ed, how does this change incentives for OpenAI? I think that's really the important part of this. If you have him getting so much equity and moving more and more away from that nonprofit goal.
This is at the core of the story, right? So when OpenAI was founded in 2015, it was as a non-profit, a charitable organization with the idea of developing AI for the benefit of mankind, right? That the goal is more narrowly focused, that the technology you're building serves society. And if you are approaching it with the goal of making money, then that original pure vision is tainted or not as attainable because of your commercial goals. Now, to go back to the original question at the start of this conversation, and Mira Murati, Sam Altman came out to Katie's point this morning at this Italian Tech Week and said, Mira's departure has nothing to do with talks about a restructuring. And what we don't know is whether she disagrees with that philosophical principle, whether or not OpenAI should be pursuing purely commercial goals or not. That is the tension here. But Matt makes a valid point as well, which is OpenAI has commercialized now. It's growing incredibly quickly on both the consumer and enterprise arms of its business, and it is bringing in some revenue. So the valuation that the investors who are clamoring over it are discussing reflects that.
Ed, we could talk about OpenAI and all the C-suite drama that we're seeing at that company for the entire 2 hours, but I can't let you go before I ask about Micron because, of course, the company reported earnings last night. The shares are up 18% pre-market. Of course, it's been a rough ride for memory chip makers, so maybe expectations were low, but walk us through that. I mean, shareholders clearly psyched this morning.
Sure. The earnings and the equity story are now matching what is happening in the real world. Micron's up 18%. The guidance for the fiscal first quarter of $8.7 billion of revenue, boosted by AI sales, was ahead of expectations. And really simply put for our audience, if you walk into one of the data centers we've all been talking about, go up to one of the server racks, pull out one of the drawers that has an NVIDIA GPU in it, around the outside of that NVIDIA GPU will be about 8 Micron HBMs, high bandwidth memory chips. And so that's the logic here. If NVIDIA is seeing all this sales growth from AI, it's almost directly proportionate that Micron, that is making a successful high bandwidth memory chip, would also see demand because the NVIDIA systems that are being sold are also using that technology. We're talking about the latest generation of NVIDIA chip. And so that's now being reflected in earnings. And, you know, the history lesson is that Samsung used to be really good at high bandwidth memory. It's kind of fallen behind, and Micron has kind of jumped ahead in the technology race, and investors are rewarding that.
Well, they say they're the only ones who can actually produce it at scale reliably. I learned so much from Ed Ludlow.
I love that guy.
High bandwidth memory is just one form of dynamic random access memory chip. Ed, thank you so much for joining us. Bloomberg's host of the technology show, Ed Ludlow. You can catch his program at 11 o'clock. Now, let's talk about all this with Andrew Sliman. He's a senior portfolio manager at Morgan Stanley Investment Management. And Andrew, as far as I understand it, you still expect an S&P 500 at 6,000 at year end. Does that continue to be driven by this AI craze, by good news out of Micron and NVIDIA?
Well, yeah. Look, I mean, you guys framed it great at the open, which is you have a combination of good corporate fundamentals that continue to report good numbers overall. So estimates for next year, which is important, continue to go up. And you have incredibly accommodative central banks. So I think more liquidity induces higher risk, and corporate fundamentals that justify owning stocks, and that's pushing the market. What surprised me is kind of the typical presidential election schedule where the market gets anxious. That's been put on the back burner, at least for now.
If that's on the back burner for now, that kind of anxiety, then what do you expect the lead up into the election to really look like, Andrew? Because you're seeing so much exuberance. You have the market barreling towards another record high. Once again, you are seeing love outside of the tech sector, and then you're seeing more optimism in the tech sector once again as well. Where do you place your bets, and do you expect those bets to perhaps face some drawdown heading into the end of the year?
So look, and before I get to that, I would add one more thing to that question, which to your point is money market yields are coming down. So that's going to induce at the end, induce money to come out of money markets and go into risk assets. So that's another bullish argument. In terms of what I expect, I thought there would be more anxiety, even though the Fed was cutting about the election, because that's typically what happens when you have one of the candidates who has not been president, which is why the VIX really didn't spike in the first half of the year, because both candidates had been president. And then once President Biden dropped, the VIX did spike. And that's kind of the typical playbook. And now we're focused on other things. So the VIX has come way down. I still expect more volatility going into the election. But at the end of the day, I'm no political expert, but as long as we have a divided election, I think the market's going to power into year end, and it's going to be led by the things that have led all year, which is AI, GLP-1, industrials, financials. I think those will still be the stocks to play. And I know that's hard because people go, oh boy, they're up a lot. I want something contrarian.
And we own them already.
Usually, yeah.
Exactly. So, but those are the themes, of course, once we get through the election. And to your point, it sounds like you're saying a divided government would be the best case here. I want to talk about the other news of the week, though, and that's what's coming out of China. All of these stimulus measures that we're seeing, I think, for the past 2 or 3 days. It was interesting. You heard David Tepper actually speaking on CNBC this morning saying that this is a buy everything moment in China. When you take a look across the sea, when you take a look at what the Chinese government is doing to support the economy and particularly the property sector, how are you reading that and how does it flow into the U.S.?
I mean, from a Chinese standpoint, I agree with them. You have a cheap market and you have decent fundamentals and you have big stock buybacks in China. So I think he's right in terms of the liquidity is flowing back into the markets. You always have the uncertainty of the government and pronouncements, but I think that makes sense. And that will flow through to the rest of the markets around the world, especially Europe, where you have a big part of the index, the luxury stocks that are so geared towards what's going on in China, and they've been hurt by that the last couple of years. Those stocks could see a recovery as well. And I think it's good for the U.S. The drawback for the U.S. is you have a dramatically higher priced market than you have in China and Europe. Doesn't mean there aren't good ideas, as I've already listed. But I think what's key here is you have to own companies that have the ability to beat and revise up their numbers, because on a standalone basis, I think stocks in general are expensive for their growth rates unless the denominator is low, and that's what we are seeing today, and that's what we've seen, say, in the AI stocks. So when I say denominator, I mean the E of the PE.
Andrew, what do you do if, you're already fully allocated to NVIDIA and Novo Nordisk? Let's say you have enough risk on an AI and GLP-1s. What else can you buy out there, or are those the only two themes that really matter in this market?
No, I think there's other themes, and so they seem to. What I like about those two ideas is they don't zig and zag together. They're two very different themes, but there's other themes. I think the industrial play in the United States in terms of the infrastructure is very significant. We keep hearing this from companies. I keep getting questions from investors saying, oh, but it's all going to run out in 2024. I think that is massively misunderstood. There's a long tail to these projects. So I think industrial plays on that are huge. And then I think the financials and specifically the asset and wealth management industry is going to benefit as money comes out of money markets and chases into higher risk assets. You tell me, Matt, is it at 4% when people say, my money market, big bloated yields,
that's a good point.
Bloated assets aren't good? Is it 3%? I don't know the number. I just know directionally money is going to chase into, it's not going to all be equities, but higher risk assets, and that's good for financial industry.
All right. It's a great point, Katie.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people are saying, like, I'm no longer getting 5% on my Marcus, so got to get rid of that cash.
4%, though, it sounds pretty good. We'll see. There's $6.3 trillion sitting in money markets. And, Andrew, as you say, the direction of travel is clear. Unfortunately, we have to leave it there. Hope to have you back soon. That is Andrew Sliman of Morgan Stanley Investment Management. Now, coming up, Citi and Apollo enter a $25 billion pact to take a bite out of the private credit market. We'll take a look at the deal's impact on the market next. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The challenge for us now is not very much on the product, it's on the ramp-up of the production system.
We turned the industry down to almost zero during the pandemic. And what we're trying to do now is turn it all the way back on. And that's hard. We lost not only people during the pandemic, we lost a tremendous amount of experience.
A lot of skilled people have left the industry. We have to hire new people. The supply chain has to hire new resources and train the people, educate them.
And because those roles are filled now not by a 58-year-old, but perhaps by a 28-year-old, there's a lot we have to do in terms of not only adding capacity, but capability to meet the ramp that we all are embarked upon.
We have thousands of suppliers, and when you have just a couple of them, few of them that are late on the ramp-up, well, that's slowing down everybody, and that's what we've been facing earlier this year.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Let's get to high interest now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. New York City Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted following a federal corruption investigation. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Mayor Adams vows to remain in office and fight the charges. He spoke last night after the news of his indictment was made public and accused the federal government of lies. On U.S. Steel, Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris made it clear keeping domestic control of steel production is important. More important than the possible job losses if Nippon's proposed takeover of U.S. Steel falls through. The U.S. Steel CEO said earlier this month it would have to close plants and move its headquarters from Pittsburgh if the $14 billion deal doesn't go through. And Hurricane Helene is pushing deeper into the Gulf of Mexico. It is forecast to make landfall in Florida this evening as a full-blown Category 4 storm with winds at 90 miles per hour. The U.S. National Hurricane Center warned that preparations to protect life and property should be rushed to completion. Shanali.
And Matt, we're going to talk about that story that is just lighting up the terminal this morning. Wall Street heavyweight Citigroup and Apollo decide to get into the ring together. The two are teaming up in a 5-year, $25 billion push into the world of private credit. Mubadala and Athene will also be part of this venture, and it's going to focus first on North America. Here's the interesting thing, and we spoke to Jim Zelter about this. Jim Zelter is the co-president of Apollo. Remember, Zelter used to work at Citigroup. He ran the business, guys, that did a lot of these debt deals. This was a business where you had the banks and the private credit firms and a fierce rivalry until, say, last year. You saw Wells Fargo do a deal with Centerbridge. You saw JP Morgan try to start their own venture of sorts. You have Goldman raising money in their private asset management arm. And now you're seeing a landmark deal. You have Apollo and Citigroup really striking one of the largest deals, maybe the largest deal as we know it in this world.
So something I've been wondering, and obviously $25 billion, that's huge. And Chanel, you can mention you broke the story.
That's PSUS.
That's exact. Well, it's what PSUS wanted to be. We'll see if that does come to the public markets. But I'm wondering how much of this private credit enthusiasm that we've seen is a higher rate phenomenon. There was a really interesting sort of sign of the times story on the terminal the other week that Algius actually refinanced a private loan that it got from Vista in the public markets, that basically they saved about $75 million in interest by doing that. So as rates come down, I mean, does some of the steam come out of the private credit market?
It's a really good question, and we've been seeing that all year. It's been certainly already happening because you see so much demand in the broadly syndicated market. You are seeing companies really go to public markets at a pretty low rate. So yes, that push-pull is very real. For the sake of Citigroup, right? You have Citigroup here as the #2 underwriter on investment-grade deals, so massive debt underwriter here, but in high yield, in leverage finance, they have dropped out of the top 5 more recently. And the hope is working with Apollo here will help them push back into that top 5 and work with those kind of riskier companies and private equity buyouts as they come.
But wait a second. So they're not doing well in high yield, and they don't have a strong enough private credit arm to do it on their own.
They don't have a private credit arm to do it on their own.
So they have to link up with Apollo because they can't do this. They have, how many 100,000 employees do they have? Can't they do it in-house?
This is such an if you can't beat them, join them story. So Apollo keeps saying, hey, Citigroup has 1,700 employees that work on these types of deals. That's corporate and commercial bankers that scour the globe here to make this done. This is North America, but they could here expand this globally as well. $5 billion, guys, is expected in the first year. Remember, $5 billion is what we've reported that Apollo could be investing with Intel alone.
Right.
So you can get there pretty quick.
Sorry, I have to correct that. 200, at least according to the terminal from June, 238,000 employees at Citi.
Appreciate that correction. It is noted. Fascinating story, of course. A lot of money that we're talking about when it comes to that Citi Apollo venture for private credit. Meanwhile, let's take a check on the public markets right now. About, I don't know, a few minutes until the bells ring. You can see we are looking at a big, strong rally. The S&P 500 up 0.8% pre-market. The NASDAQ 100 1.6%. That's your leader, but small caps putting up a fight as well. The Russell 2000 currently up more than 1% before the bell. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show. Weekdays around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
And Fed Chair Jerome Powell, he just gave pre-recorded opening remarks at the 10th annual U.S. Treasury Market Conference. He didn't comment on monetary policy in the speech, but of course, he did talk about the importance of the Treasury markets. It would have been pretty amazing if he said that they weren't important.
Yeah.
The, biggest, most deepest.
Guess what?
You guys
the Treasury market matters.
All these bond traders that are at that conference, Powell thinks you're very important. Meanwhile, let's take a look at futures right now. Of course, minutes before the bells ring, and as we've been talking about, boy, are we back. You take a look at the S&P 500, currently up 0.8%. You have big tech out in front, of course, helped in a big way by what we learned from Micron last night, that revival in memory chips and that AI demand clearly helping Micron and clearly helping the NASDAQ 100 today. And your small caps, of course, they're putting up a fight as well. The Russell 2000 up 1.2%, outpacing the broader market. We'll continue to keep an eye on that, of course, as we push to the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
The biggest risk in property and casualty, is that now climate change?
Yeah, so absolutely. When you look at natural catastrophes, the number of events has significantly increased, and not only the very big events like hurricanes, but also what we call secondary perils, so wildfires, floodings, and drought. And this leads to the fact that you have far more events and therefore a much higher cost of all of the natural catastrophes.
How do you really assess the risk of climate change? Because how can you possibly know whether there's going to be a hurricane or a flood? Is it just based on the past or the projection of the future? Or what? How do you do that?
Since the dynamic has changed, we need to also look forward. And what we do a lot, we work a lot with scientists who understand what the warming of the Earth and climate change will mean for the question of taking risk. And secondly, we take much less risk than we used to take because we have to be careful.
So let's suppose there are a lot of hurricanes. Is that good for property and casualty insurers or not? Good because people say, well, there's going to be more hurricanes, I should buy more insurance. Good because you got to pay a lot of claims.
It depends. I would say it's good because it creates the awareness to do more prevention. What we see today is that, as I said earlier, there is more events. It becomes more and more difficult to insure, and therefore we work a lot with our customers around prevention.
DOJ or other authorities.
Could face bigger challenges next.
Fed was going to keep rating World Cup. This is a three.
As the economic picture.
Covering the intersections of Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and beyond. Bringing you up-to-the-minute financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at the Federal Reserve, and this is Bloomberg.
We are moments away from the start of trading, set up for a 42nd record high on the S&P 500. This is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. You can see futures up 0.8% on the S&P. NASDAQ futures up double that right now after Micron beat on both earnings and its forecast for sales and revenue, saying that customers want their high bandwidth memory chips, which are so useful apparently in artificial intelligence. On the New York Stock Exchange, BKV celebrating its IPO, and on the NASDAQ market site you have BioAge. It's going to help us, I guess, age better. I'm really looking forward to that. In terms of the markets here, as long as we stay on track today, the good news of the labor market, we got low initial jobless claims and growth. We got high GDP. Looks like it's going to be good news for stocks. Katie Greifeld, what are you seeing?
Well, you're right. We've had 41 record highs so far in 2024. Will we see 42? Remains to be seen. Stay tuned. But at least for right now, we have a big rally on our hands. The S&P 500 currently up about 0.7%, but all the action is in big tech right now. The NASDAQ 100, of course, up 1.4%, helped in a big way by Micron, which we'll get to in just a second. But I do want to highlight those small caps. That Russell 2000 also roaring back here, up 1.2%. Let's focus in on Micron, though, because it's absolutely surging this morning after reporting strong demand for its products that help train AI models. Of course, yesterday it boosted its forecast, and that's helping to lift shares for the sector overall. You can see Micron currently up about 19%, Shanali.
Katie, I'm also watching shares of Citigroup and Apollo. They have agreed to work together on a $25 billion worth of private credit deals over the next 5 years. Interesting to see how the market reacts to this, and it is higher. 1% for Apollo. Remember, $25 billion is roughly 5% of their credit assets. Citigroup also up 0.8% on the prospect of working on more deals, Matt.
All right, CarMax is also lower despite reporting earnings that topped expectations. However, the company added an extra $50 million to its loan loss projections. So that's definitely something that people are concerned about, right? Consumer defaults. Also noting shares of Southwest Airlines, they're going the other direction, up 10% on a $2.5 billion buyback. As part of its turnaround plan, it's certainly working for the shares. Let's get back to the semiconductor sector, though, right now. Let's get Bloomberg's Abigail Doolittle in here to take a look at some of the charts for us. Micron absolutely soaring.
Absolutely soaring, Matt, and it makes that 10% gain for Southwest Airlines, which under normal circumstances would look robust, look somewhat paltry because these shares up 19%, the best day since 2011. So a big leap here, having to do with the fact that, yes, the company did beat estimates top and bottom, but it really has to do with the guide. So what we're taking a look at here relative to the guide is much more robust than expected. The first quarter revenue now expected to come in at $8.7 billion. That's 5% better than where the street had been. Earnings of $1.72 per share. That's 15% better than where the street had been, having everything to do with AI and a lucrative new chip called the high bandwidth memory. Now let's put this into the context of the stocks and, in fact, Micron on the year. This is really pretty interesting. So Micron earlier this year in blue had been up as much as 80%, but then after we had NVIDIA and some of these other AI stocks fall as investors wondered whether or not the AI craze was worth it, you can see that it was basically underperforming both the stocks and the S&P 500. But now we have Micron above both of those estimates, up 32% on the year, again, outperforming the stocks, but the stocks juiced in a big way, too. Katie, we have that stocks now up on the day over the last 3 days, higher by, I think it's like 5 or 7%. Actually, I think it's closer to more than 10%. So these chips really on fire.
Yeah, it's wild. Of course, Micron up 20% at one point already this morning. That is the biggest one-day gain since 2011. So some fantastic size and scope there. As Matt points out, though, of course, it cratered this summer. That was the word you used. Southwest, I just want to hit one more time. Of course, that big gain that we're seeing, that is the biggest one-day gain so far since November 2020. You'll remember that's when we got the announcement of Pfizer's COVID vaccine news. So really tells you just how jazzed investors are about that story right now, currently up about 11%. Let's broaden out this conversation, though, with Kestra Investment CIO Kara Murphy joining us now. And Kara, I want to go to the first line in your notes. You say that policymakers should continue to be vigilant about inflation. And that caught my eye, since it seems like policymakers and investors are happy to say inflation's over, declaring victory. How much of an upset would it be then if we got a surprise to the upside on some of these inflation readings?
Well, I think even just to remember how much expectations have changed over the course of the last 9 months. So as of end of 2023, Fed fund futures markets were anticipating below 3.5% on the Fed funds rate. It peaked at 5%, now we're at 4%. So even in the most recent Fed rate cut, it was only the few days before that cut that the market coalesced around a 50 bip rate point cut. So I just say that to highlight how much change there's been in this viewpoint about where the Fed is going to go. And I think in this cutting cycle, there's been an unusual amount of uncertainty about how quickly the Fed is able to put on the brakes or the gas, depending on which way they're going. And I think the question is, it's still very much a question. And use Europe, for instance, which started a little bit earlier in its rate cutting cycle. There are still signs that, the economy is starting to slow. And then there are signs that inflation is reigniting a little bit, not a lot. But again, you still have these two dueling forces, and I don't think the battle is won quite yet.
I'm waiting for someone, Kara, to say that the Fed is cutting too soon or too much. I mean, 3% growth, 4% unemployment, right? Initial jobless claims are at 220. Earnings are up 12% and expected to be up 18% next year. Why do they feel that their rates are restrictive? Where do you see that?
I think all those numbers that you just listed suggest that we have a very healthy economy and that inflation is okay. It's a little higher than where we'd like it to be. What policymakers are looking at is where that trend takes us 6-12 months from now. So with the sort of weakening in the job market that we've had, job market really rarely sort of makes a move and stays there, right? So you genuinely have to be concerned about this continuing, fewer number of jobs being created, harder for people to find new jobs. And if that kind of continues for another 12 months, it's a while before the Fed can really correct that. So, that's a really genuine concern. And that's why it's a little bit of art in terms of determining where the policy rate really should be.
It's interesting, Kara. You take a look at even places in the market where there could have been concern. You had CarMax, for example, where there were worries about loan losses, down pre-market, back up into the opening trades. And you have investors all over the place shaking off any concerns about the consumer. You could see why when you see data as strong as it is right now. But is that prudent, given how the consumer seems to be weakening, particularly when you look at lower and middle income consumers?
I think you highlighted the areas where there are real, genuine concerns. So if you look, for instance, at mortgage delinquencies, they're very, very low. Credit card delinquencies, though, are really creeping up. And that's because credit card rates are among the highest that we've seen in decades and decades. So we are starting to see some weakness sort of filter in, particularly to those low and middle income workers, who are also seeing now slower wage gains than what we've had. And so you're starting to see it creep into certain areas of the market. And from the Fed's perspective, what they're going to worry about is that starting to deepen within that segment and then to widen out to other consumers as well.
Okay, so something to keep an eye on there, of course, when it comes to delinquencies and the consumers. But I want to broaden out and I want to talk about politics. I believe we're under 40 days to go until we get that U.S. presidential election. And we were having the conversation with Andrew Sliman at the top of the hour that you think about what the best outcome would be. And it's not necessarily who wins the top ticket, but it's about the down ballot races and whether or not we get a clean sweep or a divided government. His thinking was that basically division would be the best case here. How are you thinking?
Well, I would actually say the best case scenario is that we have certainty, because what the market dislikes more than anything is uncertainty. So if we're able to come out of that election in early November and actually know who's going to be not just in the White House, but in these other seats, that's going to be a good thing, because then we can sort of plot out the policy path a little bit more. And I think in generally, the market has really spoken, not so much whether they prefer a Democrat or Republican House or White House, but they have spoken in terms of liking a divided government. And so that's been a sort of consistent theme over, 100 years worth of data. So I don't think that's a terrible place to be if we do end up with a divided Congress.
What if we have a red sweep? I mean, what if we have Trump winning, the Republicans taking the Senate, tax cuts deepened, corporate taxes lowered, tariffs raised, mass deportations? What does that do to the inflation picture, the economy, the markets?
So it's all about sort of squaring that circle between what a candidate says they're going to do once they're in office and what they can actually do. In the scenario that you've painted, right, with a red sweep across, the assumption is that all of that would actually get passed. I actually think that even that's going to be a real stretch. It's going to be really hard to pass really aggressive tax rate cuts when you still have a lot of Republicans who are very fiscally minded, watching the deficit. So it's still going to be a give and take, even in a red sweep.
Kestra Investment CIO Kara Murphy, thank you so very much for your time today. Of course, very interesting moves in the market right now. Want to look at two things going on here. Of course, the S&P 500 hitting an intraday record in the U.S. Open. And remember, we have hit multiple records this year. You saw that strong data this morning. And we want to take a look at just what's moving the market as well. But it's not just the United States, as though Matt has been talking all week about the exuberance that has been here in the U.S. relative to everything else. Also taking a look at, of course, the NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index. You have seen it over 4 days jump up to the tune of almost 20%. 11% of those gains come today alone. Of course, this is a way that many U.S. investors as well gain access to Chinese equities here, particularly ADRs. And so the exuberance is coming all around.
You know Carol Master is going to be touting the Golden Dragon Index at the close. She's always so focused on those Chinese stocks. And obviously, it's a huge tailwind for stocks today. Plus, you have Micron coming back. Plus, you have Southwest coming back. They cratered also earlier this year. Those two, by the way, not nearly back to their all-time highs.
No, it's a good point that when you think about levels, not quite there. The direction of travel is interesting. Interesting, too, that China is a tailwind today when the rest of the week really hasn't been.
But still a lot of dispersion in the market. We're going to talk about some of that next, Katie. In Top Calls, coming up, Hershey's gets kissed with the downgrade from Jefferies. One of the few sadder stories in the market today that's full of exuberance. In Top Calls next, this is Bloomberg.
I think this will probably go down in history as one of, if not the largest financial crime ever.
I cannot imagine a scenario where $8 billion just disappears.
Bankman-Fried has pled not guilty to multiple fraud charges.
Sam was just too important in the crypto community.
When someone says, I'm going to give $1 billion in the next 2 years, like that catches everybody's attention.
As time went on, their ideas got like weirder and weirder.
I don't think he even had almost a conception at some points that it was wrong or right. I think he just had the mentality that he has to win.
This committee will not stop until we uncover the full truth behind the collapse of FTX.
Sue, Mark.
Are you in? I'm in.
I'm in.
We're in.
Will this be the last of its kind? No. This is the nature of capitalism. Get over it.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
This is the Asia Trade.
You're watching the close. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Bloomberg Open Interest. You're taking a look at the stock market right now, and the S&P 500 hit an intraday record, of course, giving back a little bit of its gains, but still up 0.6%. You can see across the board, we're looking at green today, from big tech to the small caps. We'll continue to keep an eye on that, but it's time now for our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning, and first up, Jefferies, not so sweet on Hershey's, downgrading the candy company to a sell. The firm says that chocolate sales, they've been weaker than other snacking categories in recent years. Next up, we have Bernstein raising Starbucks to a buy, also increasing its price target on the coffee giant. The firm cites market optimism since the appointment of new CEO Brian Niccol. And this is interesting because remember, 2 days ago, Starbucks was hit with a rare sell rating at Jefferies on caution that, quote, the CEO shakeup rally was overdone. And finally, we have Morgan Stanley double downgrading Sonos to a sell. The firm is highlighting backlash from users after Sonos redesigned its app. Shonali.
Another stock we're watching, of course, is Southwest, authorizing a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program and detailing plans to revamp customer-facing policies. It's trying to fend off an activist investor, and remember, it's been trying to do so for a while. Here with more details is Sid Phillip, who leads Bloomberg's global aviation team. Sid, you know, Katie made this great point before. You saw Southwest soaring to levels or at a margin here that you haven't seen since 2020, when you saw really like a vaccine here, a way to get us out of this global pandemic that had sent the stock plunging. The reaction you're seeing to a $2.5 billion buyback, does the exuberance justify what you saw back in 2020?
They have not just a buyback. I mean, they've announced a whole bunch of measures, including measures that could potentially raise revenue, and they've also upgraded their forecast for revenue for the third quarter. So they've sort of put out a bunch of good news for the company, and that could potentially sort of show that they're looking at ways to shore up revenue and essentially increase profitability and sort of fend off the threat from the activist investor Elliott.
And I mean, how much of this, putting it into context, is just a case of very low expectations for Southwest? Because you look prior to today, through yesterday's close, the stock was basically flat on the year. The overall industry is up, what, 18% or so. So, I mean, how much of this is just, this is a stock that really needed some good news?
And there is a large portion of that because, I mean, Southwest Airlines has underperformed its rivals, and that's in part because of the sort of struggle that the low-cost carriers in the U.S. have faced, as well as Southwest's own policies. I mean, they've been working on trying to upgrade their systems. They've talked about how they're going to move to assigned seating. They've also talked about how they're going to start increasing premium seating, and that's going to sort of bring in more revenue because, I mean, the other airlines have seen surging demand for their premium cabins, especially first and business class, and Southwest Airlines is a low-cost carrier, and so they don't have that available to them. So that's why they've sort of lagged the industry, and at the moment they're looking at ways that they can shore up profitability.
When you look back, Sid, at the biggest move they've made in March of this year, they cut capacity, absolutely destroyed the stock. In fact, the drawdown was more than 30% from its high to its low this year. Does that turn out to be a move that others are going to have to make as well, or is this company, does it have its own particular problems?
I mean, we've seen a lot of airlines pulling back on capacity, I mean, especially on the ultra low-cost carriers. We've seen a lot of them sort of try and pivot their business models. We've seen other CEOs talking about how the low-cost model in the U.S. isn't quite working. So there's a lot of industry issues at the moment, especially in the low-cost sector. We also, I mean, Southwest does have its own quirks as well, and so that's also been on display, especially as they fend off the activist who's demanded management change. They demanded the ouster of Bob Jordan, the CEO, as well as their chairman. So there's a lot of things going on with Southwest Airlines, and this could potentially be something that sort of takes the stock up because everyone's talking about how they have a plan to actually get their revenue going and profitability back on track.
All right, Sid, always appreciate your reporting. That is Sid Phillip talking about Southwest. Of course, shares currently up about 10% intraday. That is the biggest one-day gain since November 2020. Now, coming up, we'll speak about another stock that is absolutely soaring right now, Micron, up by nearly the most in nearly 13 years after giving a surprisingly strong sales forecast. Details next. This is Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street.
We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
With a surge in Bitcoin, you have crypto stocks also surging.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
This is a political attack, and we must hold our elected officials accountable.
the transactions,
Really a record-breaking moment.
Bitcoin is the exit strategy.
and the technology.
Awareness is going to grow, and these things grow the overall industry.
Crypto as an asset class is here to stay.
Bloomberg Crypto, only on Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Let's get back to Micron, which is soaring after boosting its forecast on strong AI demand for its high bandwidth memory chips. Bloomberg Intelligence senior analyst Mandeep Singh is with us, and very good news. I keep looking at this and thinking, but this stock has gotten crushed this year. I mean, the drawdown from the high to the low is more than 40%. So it's kind of a bounce back, right?
It is, and look, 90 days back, the management didn't sound very confident about their opportunity, and this time around, they quantified HBM growing from $4 billion in 2023 to $25 billion in 2 years, 2025. And so just the confidence in terms of the end market exposures they have around PCs and smartphones rebounding and the HBM, that's what made the difference. And look, CapEx, they increased slightly, but that's all going towards adding HBM capacity, which is what the street wants to see.
So I am no expert in high bandwidth memory, to be fair, but what I do find fascinating is that they're sold out of this product, not through this year, but also through next year.
And locked in, so they can't really raise prices, right? They've already agreed prices.
Totally, which also, while that's great, to Matt's point, what would move the stock even further higher from here if they're already sold through next year?
I mean, look, they are exposed to different end markets. So HBM is one part of it. The traditional DRAM that goes into servers is also an add-on, and that's still the bulk of the business. The good part is they're not seeing any pricing pressure anywhere. I mean, look, last year, 2023, their gross margins were negative. So clearly there is that risk, pricing risk with memory. That's always the case. It's a cyclical industry, and you will see, supply catching up to demand. And when that happens, pricing comes down. They're saying it's not going to happen at least for the next 4 quarters.
And switching gears here, you were wearing some very cool glasses yesterday when we saw you. A special pair of Ray-Bans. Of course, we're talking about the Meta glasses that you had on. It's interesting. I mean, you have a note out saying that basically Meta's position in wearables, it's aided by these glasses. But then you think about Reality Labs, which, of course, the glasses fall under. Even though these glasses are very cool, and I think you can attest to that, that category is losing so much money.
It is, but now they have given us a proof point that all that investment has resulted in a product which consumers like. Actually, Ray-Bans, we think you will see a meaningful upside to unit shipments in Ray-Bans. And we're already seeing that. They keep saying they are supply constrained. So even if the monetization part is not that clear, they have a category-leading product that consumers like.
Let's say the number out loud, because look, we're so breathless about Ford Motor Company losing $4.5 billion on EVs. Facebook is going to lose $18 billion on Reality Labs, and they have less revenue than Ford. So
yeah, but then they called out Meta AI having 500 million active users. Now, where that's coming from, a lot of that is coming from...
these are the Orion glasses, by the way. We're showing the picture. These are the ones that won't be available for years. They've already been working on them for a decade, and they're going to cost more than a laptop.
These are a complete smartphone substitute. What we're talking about is Ray-Ban glasses, which you can use AI with, their own AI. We think that's a big advantage. You know, the fact that they can deploy their own large language model on their own hardware. That's a seamless integration that Apple wants. Apple Intelligence doesn't involve using their own model.
Right.
They're using OpenAI's model. So that's where I think Meta really has a very strong case that they have that end-to-end integration when it comes to these Ray-Ban glasses.
So you'll go from losing your phone to losing your glasses, basically.
Exactly. Well, who doesn't lose glasses?
Also one step away from chips in your brain.
Well, although we can find them, right? If there's a chip in them.
That's true.
Then find
you can just think about them.
Yeah. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst Mandeep Singh, thank you so much for joining us. A lot of stuff to talk about in tech. Coming up next, Rock Creek's Alifia Doriwala explains why she's expecting a turning point for active management. This is Bloomberg.
Saturday mornings, I understand you have off.
Yeah, Saturday is always a day where I power down. So I run at a relative high pace throughout the week, try to wrap things up, and Saturday is a quiet day for me in terms of work. And I start typically by playing tennis with my wife. We go for a swim all year round. After that, have a nice lunch, and then I'm onto a good trajectory for the weekend. And then Sunday, I try to prepare for the coming weeks. But through a weekend, I would send either no emails or very few emails, because I want to drive a culture where all get an opportunity to spend the weekend as they fancy. I think what we do is so difficult, and it takes so much creative thinking to succeed, that if you're always on, always busy, the bandwidth of your reflection is just too narrow. And I generally believe that Monday mornings I'm a better leader than I am, say, Friday afternoon. I also take all my vacations. I generally believe I'm a much better CEO right after a vacation than I am before vacation.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race,
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Thursday, everyone. We almost made it. It is Friday Eve, and we got a market rally underway for you. The S&P up 0.6%. This would be the 42nd record high, in case we're all keeping track. Paul Sweeney is off today. Bailey Lipschultz is sitting in for him. We have a busy show. Lots of news coming up over the next couple hours. Joining us from Bloomberg Economics on the latest moves out of China. Plus, Scott Stringer, former New York City comptroller, will be joining us on New York City Mayor Eric Adams, indicted after federal corruption probe. We'll be all over that story. Then you got OpenAI and Micron. We're going to head to Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence senior tech analyst, to break that down. And Greg Jackson, CEO of Octopus Energy. This is a treat for you, Bailey. Every time I co-host with you, Alex, we talk about energy or minerals or something that I don't understand. None of this is surprising, but this is cool. They do energy stuff. They have a technology platform called Kraken. I mean, how can you not think that's cool? We'll break that down for you over the next hour. Let's kick it all off with John Tucker and a Bloomberg Business Flash. John.
All right, Alex and Bailey, we are being brought to you by IBKR. With the Interactive Brokers Forecast Trader, you can trade your views on key economic and climate indicators. Visit ibkr.com/forecast and get started today. Yeah, S&P 500 powering through its record close. The U.S. economy emerging from the pandemic in better shape than initially thought. The comprehensive annual update from the Bureau of Economic Analysis showing a 5.5% average inflation-adjusted increase in GDP from the second quarter of 2020 through 2023. So that's kind of cheering investors today. Best performing stock in the S&P 500 right now, Micron Technology. They reported after close yesterday, delivering a strong sales and profit forecast. Demand for artificial intelligence giving them a boost. Micron Technology shares right now, they are up 17%. Meantime, Evan Brown at UBS says we can expect another jumbo rate cut from the Federal Reserve.
More broadly from the Fed, I'm really looking for how concerned are they about the dynamics in the labor market? I don't think it's about inflation that much for them anymore.
Right.
We think that the labor market's going to continue to weaken. They're going to have to go 50 again.
And applications for unemployment benefits falling to a 4-month low. The other piece of data we got today. S&P 500 right now 35 points higher, 57.57 on the index. Dow Jones Industrial average up 226 points. The NASDAQ 100 is up 219 points. That is a rise of 1.1%. 2-year yield right now up 4 basis points. Right now at 360. The 10-year yield is unchanged at 379. This is one of those emails I got earlier today about a Bloomberg story I should do. It's a legitimate story. JustEatTakeaway.com has partnered with sex toy maker Love Honey, the latest move by the online delivery company to expand into non-food categories.
I sent him this article earlier in the day.
You didn't have to admit to that.
I
I'm
didn't
like, what do you want me to do with
know he
this?
was going to do it.
That's a publicly traded company.
Yeah, it's real. And you want to, move on from food. You could think maybe the margins are a bit better. I don't know. Actually,
for some people,
there are
there's
a lot
an
of things
overlap
this makes a lot
there,
of sense
but
for. That's true too. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to go with this conversation, but we're going to leave it there. But in some ways, this makes a lot of sense. All right, John T. Thanks very much. John Tucker joining us there. All right, let's get more of the market. Bailey doesn't know what to say, so we'll let that go.
Again,
let's get more in the market reaction here for you. Natalia Knežević joins us, Bloomberg Equities reporter. There is a lot on the move today. This is definitely more interesting than yesterday. What are you watching?
So first, let's talk about CarMax. The stock reversed earlier losses, but it was under pressure earlier today after it reported a 14.4% year-over-year decline in income for its auto finance unit. And the company blamed an increase in provision for loan losses. And also it highlighted that inventories are down 11%. For some analysts, this is an indication that the company is being more conservative. Overall, report was good. And again, some analysts are saying that now funding costs are moving down. This will be positive for consumers, and maybe there will be more demand for cars.
Yeah, CarMax, ticker KMX, up 3.5%. But Natalia, the story of the day, Micron, up 17% right now at one point, up the most since November 2011. What's going on?
Right. So it's a big relief, I think, for everyone who is watching this huge AI trade. Overall, the key takeaway, demand is outpacing supply. That allowed Micron to kind of be confident about pricing. It secured contracts not just for 2024, but for 2025 as well. And on top of that, we know that there are so many worries about personal computer segment, but this report shows that demand is picking up, and as a result, we see this more demand for chips. Overall, again, stock is up 30% year to date, and of course it outperforms the Nasdaq 100.
All right, and Natalia, last up, what are you watching?
Chinese stocks, of course, and all this excitement. So we heard from Chinese government again today. And in terms of things that we are watching, yes, of course, Chinese, US listed Chinese stocks. Of course, Alex, this is also your area, mining, metals. We see companies like Freeport, McMoran are up today. And I will just give you some numbers, guys, in terms of flows that we saw in Chinese stocks. So hedge funds bought Chinese stocks by the most since March 2021. That was on Tuesday. In the options space, we saw that Goldman data shows that FXI, this is a Chinese ETF, saw an increase in open interest that we last saw more than a decade ago. And finally, in the ETF space, we also saw huge inflow in ETF called X Trackers, and that was the most since June 2024, almost 200 million of flows into those ETFs. So, and maybe it's not the end of the story.
No, I highly doubt that it is the end of the story. We're going to continue this conversation. Natalia, thanks a lot, Natalia Knežević, joining us, Bloomberg Equities reporter. So let's continue this story. Tom Orlik is Bloomberg Economics chief economist, and he joins us now. Now, Tom had lived in Beijing for a very long time. He was the chief China economics correspondent over at the Wall Street Journal. He also headed Bloomberg Economics coverage in China, Japan, and Korea. And now he joins us from DC, but he has a long history of looking at these kind of interventions from the government as well as monetary authority. Hey, Tom, is this the end?
So I think we need to break it down into sort of two different problems. So the first problem is the cycle. And if we think about the cycle, well, growth was very weak, deflation was coming, markets were slumping, and this intervention by China's central bank and now the Politburo, well, it looks pretty decisive. The equity market has roared back higher. The Chinese yuan has strengthened. Bond yields have ticked up. And expectations for growth out to the end of 2024 and into 2025, well, they're a little bit stronger. So on the cycle, this is certainly a positive moment, maybe a decisive moment. The second set of issues, though, is around structure, right? And that's where we have to worry about the massive overhang of property supply, the shrinking workforce, the increasingly fractious relations with the United States. These are the factors which are going to be weighing on China's growth, not just in 2024 or 2025, but out into the next decade. And on those, well, nothing we've seen in the last few days really changes the picture.
Yeah, Tom, with that in mind, we're seeing a tremendous rally across assets, especially in China. Just looking at the Shanghai Composite, up more than 9% in the last 3 days. Does this have sticking power? It feels like in the past we've seen these moments where stimulus is kind of drummed up and China talks about injecting money into the economy, and then those moments are relatively fleeting.
So the last couple of years has seen what you might call a kind of steady drip of micro policy moves. The PBOC cuts interest rates by 10 basis points or 20 basis points. The PBOC frees up a bit more funds for China's banks to lend. The Ministry of Finance puts a bit more money in the pockets of local governments. What we've seen in the last few days is a kind of a package of more powerful measures rolled out at the same moment, and the Politburo, the 24 men who kind of call the shots on China's economy, coming out with some pretty sort of firm statements about how they want to turn the cycle round, halt the decline in property, give equities a boost, right? So if we think about markets, if we think about growth for the next few months, maybe even into early 2025, this is a pretty important move. If we think about those bigger structural problems, if we think about the millions and millions of empty homes in China, we think about the shrinking working age population, no, nothing which has happened so far is going to move the dial on those big structural problems.
And here's the question we've all been waiting for, right? When is China going to cut checks to people? I mean, they already mentioned that they were going to do it for their low incomes, just a one-off. But that's literally what needs to happen, no? So, like, when are they going to do that?
So it's a great question, Alex. I'm sure we're all familiar with the term pushing on a piece of string, right? At some point, there's just too much debt in the economy. And when you cut interest rates, well, because debt is already so high, no one rushes to borrow more, no one rushes to invest more, right? And I think that's almost where China is, right? Debt's really high. So rate cuts, they help a little bit, but there's certainly that pushing on a piece of string aspect to it. So if you really want to accelerate China's growth, what do you have to do? Well, the government has to open its checkbook and put money in households' pockets. Now, we've seen the Politburo say they're going to amp up fiscal stimulus. So it seems like the checkbook, the government wallet is starting to creak open. The question is, well, how much money are they going to put to work, and where are they going to put it to work? Is it going to be a kind of traditional infrastructure-style stimulus, let's build some more bridges, or is it going to be the consumer stimulus, let's put money in households' pockets so they can upgrade their home electronics, maybe switch to an electric vehicle?
All right, Tom, we appreciate that. Thank you very much. Tom Orlik, Bloomberg Economics chief economist, joining us on the China latest. It was a bombshell that happened in the last 24 hours, and that is New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted after federal corruption probe. There's video and pictures of officers raiding Gracie Mansion, where the mayor lives. It's something. It is definitely a moment here in New York political history. So we wanted to talk to Scott Stringer, former New York City comptroller, on all of this. Scott, the latest that we've heard is that Mayor Adams is going to fight this. He definitely doesn't look like he's resigning. What is your take on that?
Well, look, I think he should and must fight it. This is his life, and he has to have full focus on a very serious federal indictment. But that is what he has to do for himself. Unfortunately, you can't govern the city and fight the indictment, and that is why he should step aside for the good of the city. I presume no guilt or no innocence. That's for the courts to decide. But I do think we have to be laser focused on the city. Look, the business community in particular has invested billions of dollars in the financial capital of the world called New York City. We have citizens, middle-class people who are struggling to pay their rent, struggling to get their kids through school. The job of mayor is to be that person who works every single day laser focused. That cannot happen anymore in an administration where not only is the mayor indicted, but almost the entire leadership team is under some indictment or federal investigation. So with great respect to the mayor, recognizing innocent until proven guilty, it is time to step aside. We've got to govern this town in a way that's never been governed before. And I think he's got to just step back.
And Scott, if he doesn't do that, what's your view on the timeline of how these events can unfold? Because I just think back to last November when the FBI agents raided the home of an Adams campaign fundraiser. That's really what kickstarted that, and that's 10 months in the rearview mirror.
Well, look, at the end of the day, that's what investigations are for. I mean, the federal government has obviously taken time to look at all of this. They're announcing charges probably as we speak. And my concern as a citizen, as a public school parent, as somebody who's managed the finances of the city for 8 years, this is a tender moment for New York. We have to send a signal internationally that we are open and ready for business. We cannot play the political game back and forth. We need strong leadership now. We need leadership in finance. We need leadership to actually get things done. Look, I love this city. This is a sad day for me, but I've seen corruption scandals over the years. I've fought corruption my entire life, and it's a very sad moment at this point that we have to be going through this.
So there's a couple of things to unpack to that with me. So as a parent of a child in public school, I totally hear you on that. In terms of a business or a CEO making an investment in New York City, I'm struggling to see how this really moves the needle, in that a lot of us are now desensitized to these kind of indictments and scandals, rightly or wrongly. When you have a former president also accused and convicted of crimes, everyone here is like, yeah, okay, and then let's move on. So is it really going to impact it in the way that maybe 20 years ago we would or should have?
Well, I'm not going to give up on the sensibilities of both the American public and certainly New York City residents. First of all, we New Yorkers, we get this stuff. We are savvy. We've seen it all. So I don't think this is going to sit well with the public. I don't think people are going to shrug their shoulders walking to work today saying, it doesn't matter. I don't think Trump's getting reelected, in part because he's had criminal conduct. I think people want stable leadership. I mean, let's talk about the public schools. We have kids who are still struggling with COVID. I see the difference between parents who have some resources and parents that don't. The whole public housing developments are collapsing. We're not building affordable housing fast enough. And look, the job of mayor is to reach out and get to those entrepreneurs, the tech entrepreneurs, the communities that we rely on to jumpstart and pump up our economy. We want business leaders to say, you know what? We want that old New York City compact back. We will attract the best and the brightest to our workforce, but the job of mayor is to provide open space, public space, safety in the streets, safety in the subways, a real mental health initiative to help with homelessness. But also, we got to make sure that rather than tout a robot called K5 to do policing, we actually need a policing strategy that's fair but strong, and we have to meet these challenges. This mayor cannot focus on it because rightfully he's got to focus on a major federal indictment, and I don't blame him for doing that at all.
All right, Scott, we appreciate it. Thank you very much for that insight. Scott Stringer, former New York City comptroller, joining us there. Again, we will keep you updated on any headlines as they cross, but New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted after federal corruption probe. He has already said that he's been facing these lies for months, and some Democrats, as you just heard, also urging him to resign as he is seeking re-election next year. All right, in the market, we are still a rally underway. We're looking at the S&P up by a full half percentage point. Bailey, this could be number 42. Do you have like streamers and balloons ready?
Yeah, I have a box that I check every time, so I'm excited to hit 42.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, there are more record highs this year than how many years you've been alive.
Yeah, by 12. Like, but my birthday's tomorrow, though, so we get closer.
This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. S&P 500 on track for another record close. You have 6 of the 11 major industry groups in the index higher right now. Materials and information technology, they're leading the way. And, of course, the best performing individual stock of the index, that belongs to Micron Technology after they delivered a bang-up earnings report last night. Those shares right now, Micron shares are up 17.6%. You also have Southwest Airlines shares. They're surging after the carrier unveiled a stock buyback plan. They also detailed some major policy changes. This is all part of a plan to revitalize the operations. They're also trying to fend off an activist investor. Southwest shares there are up about 10%. S&P 500, 29 points higher, up 0.5%, 57.51 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up 170 points. That's a rise of 0.4%. NASDAQ 100 up 191 points. That is a rise of just about 1%. Surge in 2-year yield, the more policy reactive yield, 5 basis points higher. That's at 361. The 10-year yield right now, 1 basis point higher, and that is at 379. We check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. You know, I have a pair of sneakers that are older than Bailey.
There's a lot to unpack
As we
with
get
that.
ready.
Are they your
For his
lawn mowing
birthday?
shoes?
Wait, this is a birthday tomorrow, right?
yeah.
Are we saying how old we're turning or no?
31.
Oh, 31.
Yeah.
So you have 31-year-old sneakers.
Yeah.
I don't
a
understand.
31-year-old pair of jeans, too.
Are they Chucks? What kind of?
I mean, jeans, fine.
No,
but
they're
literally sneakers. fall
Rod
apart.
Lavers. The green, tennis shoes.
You know Rod Lavers?
No.
Sounds like a guy my dad played high school basketball with. You know Rod
That's
Lavers?
amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say to that. I mean, you know, eventually they fall apart. My daughter's lifespan of sneakers is literally like 10 days.
He's just such
He's
a
so
young pup.
Yes,
Look
young
at him.
pup. But we're all excited for him because he's got a house, he's got a wife, he's turning 31. It's very exciting. Okay, I'm Alex Steele alongside Bailey Lipschultz and John Tucker.
His whole life ahead of him.
Is Bloomberg
Let's see if we can ruin it for him.
We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies in 130 industries worldwide. The news that broke yesterday is that OpenAI is going to transition from being a nonprofit organization to a for-profit company. I have no idea what that means, but the goal of the company was supposed to, quote, benefit humanity as a whole, unconstrained by a need to generate financial return. If that changes, what does that do to the actual company? Joining us now is Mandeep Singh, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Tech Industry Analyst, joins us now. Okay, I don't get it. What does it mean?
Well, I mean, they've been looking to do that for a while in terms of becoming, a profitable company similar to other tech companies that are out there. And I guess we had hints all along because they never open sourced their model. You know, they are the leaders when it comes to generative AI. And there are two approaches right now with companies keeping their model proprietary versus open source. And they are one of those who have kept it proprietary. So it's not a surprise that they wanted to convert to a profit structure, given all this has happened. I think the bigger thing here is the CTO, Mira Murati, leaving, and pretty much all the co-founders of the company leaving at this point, with Sam Altman being the only one there. So that's, to me, is the bigger news.
Capitalism strikes again. But real question, though. If it's valued around $150 billion, and you mentioned CTO Mira Murati resigning, does she keep her stock? Like, is she leaving the company with a nest egg worth a few $1 billion?
Well, again, I think once the entity changes, there are a lot more things that will happen subsequently in terms of, the new profitable structure, what sort of equity Sam Altman would have. So in terms of the prior structure, they already had a subsidiary which was profitable. So it's a pretty convoluted structure. So when the November thing happened, November 2023, when Sam Altman was asked to leave and then he came back, at that time they changed the board composition and they created a profitable subsidiary. Now this is like converting the full company to a profitable entity, and there will be changes that will come along. So Hard to say exactly who keeps what at this point of time, but suffice to say that, the Microsoft relationship would come into play as well. I mean, they are one of the biggest stakeholders in the company, and all the signs are they want more investors in the company. So Sam Altman is trying to raise more money, and it will be at a higher valuation, $150 billion that's expected. And at some point, I think they will go public as well.
When you brought up the CTO leaving, well, wasn't that also expected? Hasn't she stayed on longer than everyone had anticipated? Because she covered for Sam Altman when he was out, so it was understood that she was leaving once he came back.
Well, I mean, I look at it this way. Again, it's from the outside. I obviously am not privy to anything that's going on inside the company, but there is clearly some tension, whether it's tied to the, the profitable or non-profitable aspect, or any other risks related to large language models, whether it's come down to safety issues or copyright issues. We don't know that level of transparency. And I think the fact that all the co-founders have left, clearly there is disagreement and tension, and we can only speculate from the outside, but it's never a good sign when, the core team that started the company, and these are the technical guys who have left. So Sam Altman is the face of the company, he's the CEO, but these are the real technical guys who built the product. So, I mean, look, they have a big bench, and the company is much bigger now. The fact that we haven't heard a lot about GPT-5, that worries me a little bit, because when you are a company like OpenAI who's leading the charge, you want that product roadmap to be out there. You want to set expectations. When is the next version of the large language model coming out? And I think that's where there could be delays.
All right, Mandeep, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Mandeep Singh joining us, Bloomberg Technology Senior Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. A couple breaking headlines here for you. Let's cover oil first. Chevron has agreed that Hess's CEO, John Hess, won't join the board in order to get a merger approval of Chevron and Hess. Remember, this is as Chevron's awaiting for FTC approval for this deal. Now, the kink in all of this armor, though, is still going to be Exxon. So a big part of this is Chevron buying Hess's stake in Guyana. They're buying the whole company, but they really want that stake in Guyana. It's worth a lot. That stake that Hess has is with Exxon and CNOOC, a Chinese national oil company. Exxon's looking to block that deal, saying they have right of first refusal for that Guyana asset. Chevron says, nope, you don't, because we're buying the whole company, not just the asset. So that's still in arbitration, and that's really been a thorn around Chevron's neck. But it looks like in terms of FTC approval, Chevron agrees that John Hess will not be joining the board to get that merger approval. In other news, Wells Fargo is said to send some Fed crucial review for lifting cap. Shares rise by about 2% to a session high. This is like the deal. It's like consistent things that Wells Fargo has to do, Bailey, in order to get that asset cap lifted so they can really start to grow again.
Exactly. And when you look at kind of some of these updates, so it's a big step in trying to kind of right the ship, if you will, for Wells Fargo. As you mentioned, stock right now up more than 4%. So when you see these sharp, immediate reactions, it's Wall Street obviously applauding those deals. And the big thing going forward is how can Wells Fargo kind of, again, reemerge from some of those issues that they had a number of years ago, and the kind of reworking of the company that's been taking, I believe it's just over 5 years, 6 years at this point, and trying to get over some of these regulatory sanctions. And obviously the stock, again, up 4%. I want to say it's been underperforming relative to some comps, but I'm waiting on my terminal to load right now.
And also the idea is that, you'd like to say that they do this one thing and the asset cap is lifted, but in actuality, it's going to be chipping away at compliance, transparency, getting all their ducks in a row, and that it takes a lot of time. Not to be bested, there is other breaking news here. Fed Vice Chair for Supervision Michael Barr delivers in a speech that he says that the Fed is exploring liquidity rule tied to uninsured deposit. Now, that rule would address those constraints on hold-to-maturity assets, part of the issue that brought down SVB at the end of the day. You have an asset on your books, you're holding for safety, you're going to hold them till the end of the term, yet when rates move violently up or down, it really creates a disparity then in that asset price. You also have potential requirements that could complement some of the existing rules, exploring some large bank requirement on minimum liquidity. So many things happening. It's so exciting. Good thing Allison Williams is here. Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Banks Asset Manager person. She covers all of these things. Just in terms of Wells Fargo moving forward to lifting the cap, in your estimate, like how close is Wells Fargo to actually being able to lift their cap, their asset cap?
You know, it's it's tough to say. You know, certainly this has been unprecedented, right? I mean, this began with a fine in 2016. I think Wells Fargo initially thought it would be a few months. It's been several years. You know, one of the biggest things I think, one of the biggest changes I thought was, you know, they changed over the board. They brought in all new management. Charlie Scharf as the CEO. He was sort of the third CEO in a short time period, but almost fully turned over the board, brought in a lot of ex-JP Morgan people. And then it's just been sort of blocking and tackling since. And we've seen a number of the consent orders get resolved, but there still are a few more out there that they need to take care of.
Yeah, just looking at the Bloomberg News story, stands out the cap's lifespan so far. JP Morgan has swelled 64% to more than $4 trillion of assets, meaning they've added almost an entire Wells Fargo to the balance sheet. What's the timeline for Wells Fargo to potentially catch up? Is that possible? How would that work out?
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, there was, you know, a lost opportunity, right? So I think the biggest, you know, the biggest hurt from the asset cap was during COVID when JP Morgan and Bank of America were able to add all these retail deposits, right? And Wells Fargo really could not participate because they did, but it was a lot more work, right? Because it wasn't the loan side of the balance sheet. It was really the deposit side of the balance sheet that was a constraint because they were growing so rapidly. And they did do things to try to manage their balance sheet in the most profitable way, you know, getting rid of things like non-operational deposits that are, you know, less profitable and less valuable long-term than core deposits. They have sold off businesses over time. So, I mean, but for banks such as Bank of America and JP Morgan, granted, some of those balances did go away over time. But they were able to retain at least, you know, some of those customers. And so I would say that's where sort of the big harm from the asset cap has come from. You know, if you fast forward to today, the balance sheet constraint is not as significant. They have started investing in businesses like card and trading where they're under index, so they are growing their businesses. So you know, if the cap was removed, that would certainly give them more flexibility in those businesses. But on the deposit point, that's really sort of a lost opportunity.
Yeah, Allison, thank you. You weren't booked on this, but you came in exactly the right time. So thanks so much. We really appreciate you, Allison Williams, Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Analyst for Global Banks and Asset Managers. Also, we are looking at New York City Mayor Eric Adams. His indictment is unsealed in court. We will bring you all the information as that crosses. This is Bloomberg.
This is Breaking News from Bloomberg.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. The breaking news that we just received, Mayor Adams' federal indictment has been unsealed in federal court in Lower Manhattan. Again, Mayor Adams learned of his indictment last night. He had a pretty defiant statement released via video saying that he has no intention at this point of resigning, but that may change, and it should make for some interesting reading. Alex and Bailey.
Yes,
the
it
federal
will.
indictment, including charges of bribery and fraud, and this all seems to relate to the corruption charges that we initially found out about, or at least the allegations involving the campaign for Mayor Adams.
Yes, the indictment was reported yesterday, unsealed though this morning. He's accused of accepting illegal campaign contributions to his 2021 mayoral campaign from foreign nationals. The charges were filed by the Office of Damian Williams, the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan. The indictment of Adams is just an incredible change and a turn for a former police captain who beat a very crowded field back in 2021, running on a law and order platform, considering that he is a former police captain.
And some unenviable distinctions. He is the first sitting mayor of New York City in New York City's history to be indicted while in office.
Ah, okay.
Worth noting, though, he did say he plans to remain in office and to fight the case.
He may not have a choice because, as we're learning, among other things, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, she has the right, after he makes some defense, to just essentially fire the mayor. In that case, the public advocate of the city of New York would take over the mayor's office, running the day-to-day duties of the city, and then he would have to set a special election to replace Adams.
And remember, this is just sort of one part of a huge investigation that became public when FBI agents raided the home of an Adams campaign fundraiser, but that happened last November. The probes accelerated in recent weeks and prompted the mayor's chief counsel and police commissioner to quit this month. In the meantime, 2 former fire department officials were charged with bribery. That is quite a spider web to have to unravel.
It shouldn't necessarily come as a big surprise. You'll recall that federal agents, they seized his electronic devices. That was, it'll be a year ago, coming November. We didn't know exactly what the investigation surrounded at that time, but it appeared to involve the government of Turkey and some straw donations. At least that's the allegation with respect to the campaign.
Yeah, certainly going to be unprecedented times here, Alex. As you live in the city, I live in New Jersey, so this is not quite
Brooklyn,
my
maybe.
backyard. But
Yeah, I used to live like 2 blocks from de Blasio. I lived 2 blocks from Schumer, actually. I used to, when he is here. Anyway, in defense, Adams' lawyer is Alex Spiro. He lashed out at these federal agents, said they searched the mayor's official residence hours before those charges were announced. He said the federal agents appeared this morning at Gracie Mansion in an effort to create a spectacle again and take Mayor Adams' phone again. So obviously sort of trying to weigh that down in essence. But we do know that the indictment has now been made public. It's been unsealed, I should say. And present New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges. Really stunning video and pictures capturing this moment earlier this morning. David Gura is joining us here. He's Bloomberg Big Take host. He's also been covering this all morning with Tom Keene in studio. David, do we have any specifics on these bribery and fraud charges now?
No, not yet, and I think we'll get more here in the next few minutes, but you mentioned those photos and video that we saw this morning, and it was pretty dramatic. The Times breaking this story last night and then breaking the story this morning that over the course of the evening, there were agents who had gathered at Gracie Mansion and had gone in to search the premises, and just the extraordinariness of that shouldn't go without saying. So we know that they were there for many hours this morning. We'll see sort of what's in this indictment. I did note that Alex Spiro is representing the mayor. He, of course, represented Elon Musk in the Twitter matter, so he has kind of made a name for himself. He have Quinn Emanuel as a big defense attorney, one of the largest now on the scene. So it's clear that the mayor is taking this seriously. He said in that statement last night, that brief video statement from from City Hall that he intends to fight this, so from the Gracie Mansion rather, that he intends to fight this, and so we'll see sort of how that shakes out here, I think, in the next few hours.
We're being told 5 counts, including wire fraud and bribery. My question to you, can the city of New York continue to function effectively with the mayor fighting charges and devoting, I would guess, much of his time to fighting this?
Well, there are plenty of people who are skeptical of that. Chief among them, I think, the Democrats who are vying for the nomination in the primary coming up here for the next election. But what was interesting in that statement last night, I think, is how adamant he was that he would be able to do it because he's been fighting these charges, or the specter of these charges, for most of his mayoralty. So that's kind of the argument that he's making, that these are ginned up and unfair. He's had to battle them, maybe not since day one, but shortly thereafter. He's adamant he's going to be able to do it. But I think that what we're going to be looking for today is some sense from other Democrats in particular of their appetite for that. We got a very short statement from the press secretary to Governor Kathy Hochul last night. Not a ringing endorsement and not a direct endorsement from her. We haven't heard from Hakeem Jeffries, another Brooklynite, like the mayor himself, who's the ranking member in the House. Certainly, if we start to see an erosion of support in people like that, I think that would indicate that there's more wider skepticism about his ability to keep doing the job. Can we read some parts
of the indictment here? Number 1, illegal campaign contributions. The mayor sought and accepted illegal campaign contributions in the form of nominee or straw contributions. Among the allegations, the indictment goes on to allege the contributions helped Adams evade federal laws preventing foreign influence on U.S. elections. It continues defrauding New York City, improper personal benefits, bribery and favorable treatment, concealment and false reporting, and it continues. It's a long indictment, and those are some of the major charges.
Yeah, and speaking of continues, it goes to foreign national contributions as well, and travel hospitality benefits, and also some pressure on the FDNY. Just going back to that bribery and favorable treatment, in the indictment it says that Adams provided favorable treatment in exchange for benefits like pressuring the FDNY to approve the opening of a new Turkish consular building without a proper fire inspection, which would have otherwise failed. That was sort of trickling out in reporting over the last 24 hours as well. In terms of false reporting, Adams concealed his activities by not reporting the luxury benefits on financial disclosure forms and creating fake paper trails to suggest he had paid for travel and other benefits. So quite interesting. David Gura, what are you going to be focused on and watching over the next 24 hours?
Well, as John mentioned, it's a long indictment, so I'm going to dig into that. And as you said, Alex, this kind of is in keeping with what we thought might be the circumstances surrounding this. I mean, there's been a swirl of scandal and allegations surrounding the administration, and this is one investigation of many, but this involving the relationship between him and Turkey, the administration in Turkey, is one that's garnered a lot of attention, really dating back months now. And there was this kind of extraordinary moment when one of his advisors, a kind of chief fundraiser, had her phones and electronic devices seized, and then really in broad daylight on the streets of Greenwich Village, the mayor's electronic devices were seized as well. So I don't want to say that this was expected, but I don't think it was entirely unexpected what we're seeing here today. And I think that, as you said rightly, the broad contours of this story are pretty well known. The mayor has made several trips to Turkey, so I think what we're seeing in that indictment is more color and more information on the illegality that the government says was conducted on those trips and in the relationship with that country. I should say it's just an astonishing moment to be happening, of course, with the UN General Assembly, leader of Turkey here in New York as this is unfolding. So really kind of a wild set of circumstances happening at once.
And presumably he's in court at some point today and will, enter a plea before the judge?
Yeah, he's been summoned to go to court. That's on Pearl Street in Lower Manhattan. And then we know that Damian Williams, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, is scheduled to hold a press conference at 11:30 this morning, Wall Street time, where we'll get, I think, more detail on the indictment, more detail on the case itself, and some sense of what the timeline, what the timetable might be for this going forward.
All right, David, we got to let you go there. You got other stuff to do now. David Gura, thank you so much for joining us. He is Bloomberg Big Take host. Thank you very much. Again, New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation. That indictment unsealed. We're looking at about 9 counts, ranging from illegal campaign contributions as well as defrauding New York City. I just want to also update you on some other breaking news. This comes from the Wall Street Journal. The Justice Department is now probing Supermicro. That stock is now down about 5%. It also triggered a halt in trading shares. There is a probe into Supermicro alleged accounting violations. Apparently, this probe is in early stages. This comes from the Wall Street Journal. Supermicro shares dropping as well. All right, going back to the drama surrounding New York City Mayor Eric Adams, again indicted on bribery and fraud charges. The indictment now unsealed. Let's unpack this a little bit more. Naha Katan is Bloomberg national reporter and joins us. So you're looking at, I mean, if I just go through real quick, 9 counts, anywhere from pressure on the FDNY, false certification, defrauding New York City. I mean, you can think it, you can name it. Put this in the broader national context for us.
Sure. Well, the other thing is that this apparently goes back almost 10 years, where he was flying to different countries, and you know, it's not just a one-time deal. It also, you know, it's historic. It's the first indicted mayor in the history of New York City since its incorporation in 1898, you know, according to historians. And
the first serving mayor.
First, yes.
In office, yeah.
That's right. Since the incorporation of all 5 boroughs. You know, the second black mayor in 400 years of New York City history. So this is very big. As you all said, not totally unexpected, but still very surprising.
Yeah, and they range. So I'm just looking again, Alex, you hit on it. The defrauding New York City, he used illegal contributions to defraud New York City's public matching funds program, obtaining more than $10 million in public funds for his 2021 campaign. Improper personal benefits, traveling to Turkey, bribery, and favorable treatment. Naha, are there charges that stand out as kind of unexpected or more notable?
Well, we all had heard about the Turkish connections and, you know, possibly using the FDNY to help build, allegedly build, you know, a building that didn't have all the safety standards. I think just how long it's been going on, or how long they've been looking into it, that is surprising.
So since it goes back that far, it doesn't necessarily have to do with campaign financing.
I mean, I think these are things we still need to understand a little better.
Yeah. All right, let's get you recapped on that news. So the latest, New York City Mayor Eric Adams was indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation. This calls into future the question of a man in charge of running the biggest U.S. city. That indictment has now been unsealed. Let's go through some of the things here. 1, illegal campaign contributions. The accusation is that he accepted illegal campaign contributions in the form of nominee or straw contributions. You're also looking at defrauding New York City. Adams using the illegal contributions to defraud New York City's public matching funds program. We're also looking at improper personal benefits, bribery, and favorable treatment, and this relates to a new Turkish consular building. Also concealment and false reporting. We're also looking at foreign national contributions, travel and hospitality benefits, and false certifications. It is quite a list. This was reported last night. We have now gotten all the details as of this morning. The indictment of Adams is truly a remarkable turn for a former police captain who beat and won in 2021, running on a law and order platform. Naha, when you're a Bloomberg national reporter, right? We're looking at a national election that is already so polarized. Can you just put that into context for us in terms of where this might leave us?
Well, I think you know, it's a Democrat mayor, a Democratic mayor. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about you know, indictments on the Republican side, and so I think, you know, this could be used by Republican candidates to sort of finger point, you know, on the question of law and order in a national race that's become, you know, very polarized, obviously, and also where the question of legality has become a major issue.
Have we heard from Governor Kathy Hochul's office with respect to this? Because my understanding is, as governor, she has the ability to fire any mayor in the state of New York under her purview, essentially.
Right. As of earlier this morning, we hadn't had anything from her. Apparently, his lawyer, Adam's lawyer, has already said, you know, this is this is just an attack against the mayor. We'll see also whether he chooses to resign or chooses to fight. Obviously, that's a big question.
We put this question earlier to David, but in terms of running a city as complex as the New York city and the 5 boroughs of New York, can somebody who's under indictment fighting charges like these effectively govern?
Well, he's seen so many vacancies, resignations over the last just few weeks, from the commissioner to the chancellor, the school's chancellor. So there is a lot of question. And, Ocasio-Cortez yesterday, the congresswoman, said that he should resign just on the vacancies alone. This was before the indictment. So there is a big question: what happens with the largest city, and how do permits get filed, and all of these things that have to happen?
How do streets get paved, like 57th Street?
Yeah, well, this is personal for you on that point, John Tucker. His tires get upset. It's not a pretty thing. All right, Nahad Kahatan, thank you very much, Bloomberg national reporter, joining us. All right, let's recap it once more, people. We got New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges. That's following a federal corruption investigation calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest U.S. city. I also wanted to touch on other news as well. Supermicro, this is according to the Wall Street Journal, is being probed by the Justice Department. The Justice Department is looking into alleged accounting violations. I should also point out that NVIDIA is turning negative. They're not related, but just the whole chip sector.
No, exactly. And SMCI down about 10% right now. That was a target and kind of the thesis behind a Hindenburg short report earlier in the summer that did hit the shares. So certainly keeping an eye on that. Alex, just looking at the indictment, 57 pages right now. Starts back in 2014 when Eric Adams became Brooklyn Borough president, and basically laying out that for nearly a decade he sought and accepted improper valuable benefits such as luxury international travel to Turkey.
And a podium has been set up with the Great Seal of the City of New York, so we are anticipating to hear something from Mayor Adams, now indicted Mayor Adams of the City of New York. Not sure of the timing of that, though.
But we will definitely keep you updated as all of that winds up crossing. Again, New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest U.S. city. This was reported Wednesday night, but unsealed Thursday morning. Adams is accused of accepting illegal campaign contributions to his 2021 mayoral campaign from foreign nationals. These charges were filed by the Office of Damian Williams, the U.S. Attorney General in Manhattan. We are also watching what is going to be happening next in terms of the defense, how long this takes, what the TikTok will look like as well, but we're looking at 9 charges there. Now, this all dates back to when Adams served as Brooklyn Borough president. He accepted improper benefits such as luxury international travel, including from wealthy foreign business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. Joining us now in studio is June. No, she's not ready. All right, never mind.
She's always ready.
We're good.
She's always on the clock.
We are still, this is a huge moment in New York political history. I do want to go to June Grasso, though.
June has actually hot off the, it's actually still hot.
But I haven't read it yet.
I
haven't had a chance to read it yet.
And it's a long one.
It's a long one, yeah.
It's a long one. But I mean, I understand that you're still reading in here, but I don't think we can understate the significance of this moment.
Oh, it's huge, and you have to know that this was a decision that went all the way up to the Attorney General to charge the mayor of New York City, and this investigation has been going on for about 3 years, and we kept hearing sort of drips and drabs about this phone being seized and that phone being seized, and about his connections to Turkey, but to actually pull the plug. And also, I mean, to have this morning to go on a raid in Gracie Mansion, the FBI was really sort of heavy-handed here, not only seizing but raiding the mayor's mansion in New York, the residence of the mayor. So, but when you look at what it is here, it's pretty easy to understand. It basically is that he took bribes from Turkish officials, Turkish entities, in order to get money for his campaign, and that he did it through straw donors a lot of the time, and he then needed different kinds of
Can we just
things for them.
understand what straw donations are? Can you explain that to us?
Well, basically faked. I mean,
yes,
you
that's
use
not even a
not
legal
real.
term. That's a political thing. I mean, you know, a donor, you're not giving, in other words, if I give a campaign donation to Eric Adams, my name will be there, right? And you'll see where it comes from. With a straw donor, you have not the real person.
You can use their names, and they
There,
don't
John
even
Tucker
know
knows.
So
about
it's like
it,
a fake.
essentially.
It's a fake donation.
It's a way
It
to
conceals
funnel
the-
money
it
and
conceals
call it a
the-
donation with somebody's name on it, even if they don't even know about it.
That's
That
not-
isn't
that's
the
not good.
allegation.
Okay,
at
sorry,
least.
I interrupted, but I thought it was worthy. It was
Oh, no,
worth
it
a
is.
moment to explain.
I don't know where I was, so.
Oh, the first one. So that's the first one in terms of the indictment and fake
Well, they're
donations
all-
and straw
I mean,
donations.
they're all basically related to that. It's you know, when you have an indictment, you can have the same facts, and there are different counts about it. And wire fraud, you know, electronic devices were used, so that's part of the wire fraud. And they also allege conspiracy, so that they list the overt acts. They have a lot of, it seems like they have a lot of information here because they have sort of some of the conversations that he had are actually set out in the indictment with a
June,
Turkish
I
official.
just wanted to ask you, does this all relate to the campaign? We were told, or at least I was led to believe, it goes back even farther than the campaign.
It does. It goes
What
back
is
about
that?
10 years, I think. To when I mean, he was Brooklyn Borough President. He's been in very high offices. And when he first came into office, I remember there was, you know, talk about the Turkish embassy, the Turkish government, and what had been done for the Turkish
Well, the
government.
Turkish consulate in New York City, they needed refurbishment, and they weren't getting the proper permits, so maybe they got some help.
So Turkish official, was Eric satisfied? Adam Staffer, it was great. Thank you for everything. Turkish official, it's okay if he's happy. Is Eric happy then? Adam Staffer, he's very happy. He's sending you his thanks. You got to know that when they have all these cell phones and, you know, computers, that the amount of information on there is, you know, for some people endless. There's the emails, there's the text messages, and who knows? I mean, I haven't gotten through enough of it to know if they had some kind of a wire on his phone or not.
Well, okay, June, we're going to let you go. We're going to let you go read it and look through it and get some of those more details, and we will come back to you, June Grasso. Thank you very much. We'll get more detail from her in just a moment. Again, New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges. We're looking at 9 various counts here that we were sort of talking through at this point. It's a seminal moment here in New York City and national politics, to be sure. This is a moment that I don't think we've ever experienced before. A serving mayor indicted on bribery and fraud charges. We want to get more here now with Miles Miller. He runs Bloomberg Editorial. He's U.S. managing editor here for Bloomberg Television, but his background is what we're really interested in. He was a legal reporter at WNBC TV until just this last August. He's also been deputy press secretary for the FDNY. He's also an Emmy Award-winning investigative reporter over at New York One. So his depth of knowledge in this space is quite vast. Miles, can you so let's pretend you're back at the FDNY. You get these headlines. You get the calls on your cell phone. What goes through your mind?
I think the first thing you start to question is, especially with the FDNY's involvement in this, is were folks at the FDNY, you know, run-of-the-mill agency folks who are civil servants, were they instructed to do things illegally because the mayor was requesting it or because the, at that time, Brooklyn Borough president was requesting it. You see a scheme here where the mayor was putting pressure on my former boss, the fire commissioner, Dan Nigro, to specifically take action about opening the Turkish consulate across from the United Nations. Now, it didn't pass fire inspection, but because of these, what the U.S. government is alleging are illegal straw donations, was there pressure from the Adams administration, from Adams himself, to get this done because he felt that he needed to help the Turkish government? So
now, two former fire department officials were indicted or charged. That raises the possibility to me that they're going to try to flip them.
Well, you know, they were charged in a scheme that was separate and apart from what happened here, right?
There's a lot going on.
Right. That scheme was separate and apart. That focused specifically on them getting bribes and kickbacks for their fire inspection work, and they were at the top of the fire inspection pyramid. So that's a separate scheme, and they have nothing to do with this Turkish government situation here.
And Alice, I should point out, they have a podium outside Gracie Mansion. We are expecting to hear, I guess, any moment, comments from Mayor Adams. Can I ask you, just in your experience in New York City, is this a city that can run with the mayor distracted like this, with any number of top officials in city government no longer in office?
It's hard to say, right? If you know Eric Adams, it's to know a person who has no quit, right? His motto is to get stuff done. And so I can't imagine that he actually will on his own want to step down. In fact, yesterday in his statement, videotape statement his lawyer sent us, he basically said that he wants to go to trial now. Now, that's not how the criminal justice system works, obviously. So can the city still run? We have a very capable first deputy mayor, of course, but there is a process in place. If the governor makes the decision that he should step down or that she should remove him from office, he, of course, gets to defend himself first, and then that could happen.
How long does that take, though?
So I spoke with an election law attorney last night, who basically gave me the rundown. It could be any time the governor feels that is necessary. If the governor doesn't make any decision on that, there's a council of people, including a deputy mayor, including the comptroller, the longest-serving borough president, who's the Queensborough president, who could step in with this inability committee, and they can make the decision that he's not able to continue doing his job. Yesterday, knowing that this kind of stuff was coming, the city council speaker, who was on that committee, said that Eric Adams still had her support. So it's unclear if that would happen. You need so it's 5 people. You need 4 people to vote, and one of those people would be a deputy mayor who was appointed by Eric Adams.
Again, we are looking for New York City Mayor Eric Adams to speak outside of Gracie Mansion. We will bring you all of those comments to you live as they happen. It does look like there is a group of people starting to mill about, so we will bring you those comments. Miles, what are your questions now? Go back to your investigative reporter days, the way you know New York City politics and how it functions. What are your questions now?
My questions are, who else? Who else is involved in this, right? They are naming Eric Adams today, but there are expected to be more people who are involved in the scheme. You saw them laid out here. Will those people also be charged in connection with what happened here? The people who are lining up outside of Gracie Mansion right now are a coalition of people who have been Eric Adams supporters for decades. That's Herb Daughtry, who is Eric Adams' number one. That's basically his mentor, and of course Hazel Dukes. So
let's listen into the
let me just
mayor
interrupt
right
you.
now.
Eric Adams, the mayor, speaking right now. I should point out that Mayor Eric Adams is set to speak right now. He is listening to the crowd currently, which is why you heard that pause in any sort of amplification. He looks to just be setting up technically before he speaks. This is the first time that we will have spoken since the indictment. The indictment was unsealed just about an hour ago. News breaking overnight that Eric Adams, New York City mayor, has been indicted against bribery and fraud charges. The list is quite long in terms of illegal campaign contributions as well as defrauding New York City Let's go ahead and listen in. Nope, we're not good. Not yet. Now we're going to go in and listen to Mayor Eric
the
Adams.
Supporters of all ethnic groups that I hear, particularly the men and women of the clergy that's here, that have joined me here today. And we are not surprised. We expected this. This is not surprising to us at all. The actions that have unfolded over the last 10 months, the leaks, the commentary, the demonizing, this did not surprise us that we reached this day. And I ask New Yorkers to wait to hear our defense before making any judgments. In about 30 minutes, you're going to hear a story of the case that is in front of us. This story will come from the federal prosecutors. And I ask to wait and hear our side to this narrative. From here, my attorneys will take care of the case so I can take care of the city. My day-to-day will not change. I will continue to do the job for 8.3 million New Yorkers that I was elected to do. And the 300,000 plus employees of our city government will continue to do their jobs, because this is what we do as New Yorkers. It's an insult to the hardworking people of the city that anyone would say that they won't do their jobs while this case proceeds in the background. They are dedicated public servants, and I have been one of them for many years, and they're going to continue to do their job, moving the city forward every day. It's an unfortunate day, and it's a painful day. But inside of all of that, it's a day when we will finally reveal why for 10 months I have gone through this. And I look forward.
All right, we are listening to Eric Adams addressing the press for the first time since the news of his indictment broke. We are experiencing some audio issues, however. We will bring that to you more live. He just finished speaking, and now it looks like some of his supporters behind him are also going to take the podium to speak as well. Just to remind everybody, New York City Mayor Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges, things like illegal campaign contributions, defrauding New York City, improper personal benefits, bribery and favorable treatment, concealment and false reporting, as well as foreign national contributions and pressure on the FDNY and false certifications. Still here with us in studio is Miles Miller. He is U.S. managing editor here at Bloomberg Television. Before that, though, he was deputy press secretary for the FDNY. He also was a legal reporter at WNBC TV and an Emmy Award-winning investigative reporter at New York One. Miles, it was hard to hear. I don't know if that was the rain or there were some audio issues, but can you walk us through what we did hear and who the supporters are with him now and what we expect to unfold?
Right. So, as I was saying before, that's Herb Daughtry. That is the mayor's mentor. He has known the mayor since the mayor was a kid in southeastern Queens. You've got Jackie Rowe Adams. Her son was killed by gun violence. Actually, all of her sons were killed by gun violence. And then you've got Hazel Dukes, who in her 90s is the head of the New York NAACP. These are his supporters. You know, he said, "I look forward to defending myself." He said, "I'll continue to do the job after the federal charges are after these federal charges are unsealed." What is important to note is this is the same posture he took last night. Right, his lawyers were at Gracie Mansion. They got notice that this was coming, and he was very, very adamant that he was going to defend himself. He said that these rumors had been spread for some time, and that none of this was true. But we're looking at an indictment in which the feds are alleging that Adams deleted messages with others involved in his misconduct, including in one instance assuring a co-conspirator in writing that he always deleted her messages, created fake paper trails, concealed the benefits he got for luxury travel. And if you know anything about Eric Adams, he's always traveling. And so this is all part of this. Yeah.
When we are looking forward now, what is going to be your TikTok?
Yeah, I mean, again, as I was saying before we started to take this press conference, I want to know who else is involved because there are plenty of people in City Hall who had their phones seized, and I want to know how many of those people who had their phones seized will also either be named as co-conspirators or if they will face charges. I've been talking with folks in federal law enforcement about this, and they say that this is just the beginning of a long-ranging sort of slate of charges against many people in this administration. I've got a lot of friends who work in this administration, and the phone calls did not stop coming last night. Just about what this means, just about they're just trying to do their jobs. They work at the fire department, they work at the police department. We'll be able to do our jobs, and city government will continue to run. Who runs it is the big question. Will he step down? Will the governor move in to make sure he steps down, or will she, like many people in politics, continue to say that he deserves his day in court and they'll make that decision afterwards?
The former controller, Scott Stringer, I believe he's on the line. Can you stick around for that?
Yeah.
And I want to ask both of you, Scott, as well, if you could weigh in on this. What is the sort of political balance, the delicacy that goes along with this, given the fact that Mayor Adams is only the second black mayor in the history of New York City, and we see his supporters there with him. But whoever wants to pick up that, Scott, could you weigh in on that?
Well, look, as somebody who supported David Dinkins to become the first black mayor of New York, this is not a day to dance in the streets and celebrate. This is a sad moment, and I do believe that Eric Adams has the right to defend himself. I'm glad he's out there talking about that. My overriding concern is how are we going to help all communities of color, the children of this city, how we're going to meet the needs of the people who are suffering in the streets. Can somebody do that work while building a defense? And that's going to be a very difficult challenge, I think.
Well, not even that, Scott, but even those that are still in charge of stuff, like how do they even know the direction of then how to run the local government and even how to execute a vision or their jobs?
Respectfully, I think this is going to be very tough. You have a lot of people in City Hall who are under federal investigation. Phones have been seized. It's very hard to run a government under this kind of scrutiny. And the indictment has laid out some very serious charges. The mayor has to obviously defend himself, and he must. But I also think that we have to start thinking about how we're going to move this government. We talk about, this is the center of the universe. New York City is the center of commerce. New York City is really leads the country in so many different ways. We need a government that is laser focused to keep the city afloat. And then we have people, the underbelly of the city. We have people suffering, living in the streets. People are homeless. Crime is up. Housing's not getting built. When I was exploring running for mayor back in January, it really wasn't about these investigations. It was about the city not doing what it needed to do governmentally to meet the needs of our people. That now becomes exasperated because we have nobody who can be laser focused on delivering for the people of the city and for the business community and for our children, our babies, who we are charged with the responsibility of raising as a village.
Scott, so you would have served, if you were still comptroller, you would have served on this inability committee. That's a job that will fall to Brad Lander, who is also running for mayor. Tell me what, you know a lot about the city charter. What do you know about how this works? The mayor, of course, gets to appoint somebody who will be on his behalf. Do you think that we'll see the mayor resign? And if not, do you think there'll be a push for him to step down either from the governor or from this inability committee?
Well, first of all, this inability committee was probably put together not thinking that it would be possibly used for this situation. I don't think this committee will ever convene. I think this will be resolved much earlier than that. I do think the mayor's going to have to make some decisions as to whether he can govern, and that'll become apparent in the next 48 hours or 72 hours, and we'll go from there. But I don't think that we're going to get to, a disability trial. I just don't think that's in the best interest of the city.
Just to be clear, Scott, you think Mayor Adams should resign immediately?
I think that with a indictment and possibly more coming, I think it's very hard for him to govern. I am not making a judgment on innocence or guilt, but I am making a judgment as to what's the best for the city. Mayor has to focus on the mayor, but government, elected officials have to focus on the city at large. And I think it's going to be very difficult. Look, I was controller for 8 years. I audited every city agency. I saw the best and the brightest in city government. It's a tough job to be mayor. And, I think that, for a couple of years, we sort of let the mayor and his staff, run amok without any accountability. If I was there, and it's always a big what if, but I remember when I did battle with Bill de Blasio, it was every day, 365 days a year. And it started almost at the beginning because mayors need a counterweight. I'm not sure that existed over the last couple of years. And maybe it's a lesson to everybody is accountable somewhat because these contracts were flowing. This was going on. And sometimes you just got to blow the whistle and say enough is enough before federal investigators get involved.
Let's just update everybody here. If you're just joining us, I'm Alex Steele alongside Jen Tucker, Billy Lipschultz, and Miles Miller. The latest news is that New York City Mayor Eric Adams is indicted on bribery and fraud charges. The indictment was unsealed about an hour ago. New York City Mayor has also been having a press conference outside of Gracie Mansion. Some of the headlines here, he said that my day-to-day will not change. He says he will continue to serve as mayor of New York City, and he looks forward to defending himself. He does say that we were expecting this and not surprised at all. He is backed by many of his supporters outside of Gracie Mansion. We'll continue to bring you all these headlines as they cross. We are currently in conversation with Scott Stringer, former New York City comptroller, joining us there. When you're looking at how far this spider web goes, Scott, if we're going right to Eric Adams now, after a lot of time being spent on working on this investigation, is that it? Like, does the buck stop here with him, or are there going to be more arrests or more accusations and more charges filed?
Look, I don't have a crystal ball, and there's a part of me that wants it sort of to end here so we can get back to meeting the needs of the people of the city. But it's very likely that this is going to continue, and these investigations in separate ways are going to continue to come forward. And so we have to see. And again, I mean, this is something. None of these allegations have been proven. The mayor has and should have the right to defend himself. We have to balance that with the needs of New Yorkers because this is a very complicated city, as we talked about. So I think we do have to have a wait and see, the balance between piling on and giving him space and time to absorb what's happening. So I think this will all play out the next couple of days. As Miles knows, the rough and tumble of New York City politics will certainly play a role here. But I do think there has to be some space and some respect shown as well.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think this puts your standing in your race for mayor? You've got a number of people, including yourself, who basically are alarmed by what's happened here. And we've heard from Jessica Ramos. We've heard from Zelnor Myrie. Where do you think this puts the race?
Look, I was considering still exploring a race for mayor before all of this because I'm not happy with city government. I'm not happy with the progress or that the city's making. The city of yes has long been a city of no. I ride the subways. My kids are in public school. I see this every day, and I felt that I couldn't sit on the sidelines and watch our city, plummet the way it did in the 70s and 80s. So I was in this race exploring it before any of this. But this is where we are. And it could very well be a special election. We could see Jumaane Williams as the mayor for 60 or 90 days, and there should be a campaign if it comes to that. And I would say I will be in it. I'm gonna have to talk to my kids when they come home from school today because this timeline may be upended, and we haven't had our final family meeting. But I look forward to playing a role in the campaign and weighing in on, issues and showcasing my unique experience of 30 years governing in the Assembly as borough president, 8 years as controller, and hope to make the case if that's where the family says I can go. So that's all to be determined in the next few days potentially.
All right, Scott. Well, we look forward to having you keep us updated. Thank you so much, Scott Stringer, former New York City comptroller, joining us there. We want to go back to New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He's speaking outside of Gracie Mansion.
Dedicated New York is, and they're going to continue to do that. I think that's what's going to surprise everyone. 10 months ago, when my phones were removed, like today it was about my phones. Same thing that happened 10 months ago. Today was about my phones. Let's get clear on that. When they removed my phones 10 months ago, people said that all of a sudden the city was going to collapse. It was not going to move forward. Look what has happened over 10 months. Over 10 months, more jobs in the city, more small businesses open, decrease in crime. You're seeing over and over again success.
All right, we are listening to a press conference from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Is getting quite contested. He is taking questions, and then we heard some vocal individuals by him there. So we're going to bring you the headlines. We're going to bring you part of the press conference as we can clearly understand and hear it. I'm Alex Steele alongside Billy Lipschultz, John Tucker, Miles Miller also here as well. He is U.S. managing editor. Laura Namias is a Bloomberg senior reporter. She covers New York City and state politics. She has had a very busy 24 hours, and she is joining us now. Laura, I know you've been listening in and out of the press conference that Eric Adams has given after the indictment was unsealed about an hour and a half ago. How is the defense here shaking out for Eric Adams?
Well, we're also expecting in a few moments a press conference at the Southern District where the charges will be laid out in more detail. But at this point, the way that the defense is shaking out is that Adams and his defense attorneys are maintaining his innocence and insinuating that he is being targeted for political reasons and potentially racially motivated reasons. That's something that he has suggested 24 hours.
When the Southern District, when those charges will be laid out in more detail, we do have the indictment already unsealed. What kind of details are we expecting? What more will you be looking for?
Still reading through the indictment. It's incredibly lengthy, 57 pages, and it's detailing a scheme that has taken place over the course of a decade, dating back to when Eric Adams was the Brooklyn Borough President, a position that he served in for 2 terms from 2014 as mayor in 2021. The indictment alleges that he took business class tickets and gifts from the Turkish government and people representing the Turkish government in exchange for providing access and favors, and that he accepted illegal campaign contributions from straw donors and essentially exploited the city's stringent campaign finance system, which is also unusually generous as a public campaign finance system.
All right, Laura, hang tight with us. Laura Namias is Bloomberg senior reporter covering New York City and state politics. We are going to take you back to the press conference with New York City Mayor Eric Adams, where he has said he looks forward to defending himself. He says, my day-to-day will continue, and he will continue to serve as mayor of New York City. Let's listen in to some of the questions being asked of Mayor Eric Adams.
I was elected by the people of the city, over 700,000 strong. And this is a city that is extremely resilient. This is a city that we have gone through some difficult and hard times, and we're going to continue to move forward as a city. And that's what that's shown. I think the narrative here that's missing, 2 months ago when my phones were removed, we have not gone backwards. We have not stood still. We showed how we operate during difficult times. And when you say who's the point person that's going to deal with business community, who's going to deal with the business of running the city, the point person is Eric Adams. I'm the mayor of the city of New York. competent team.
How dare you compare him to Donald Trump? You want to
You say this is retaliation for speaking out against the migrant crisis, but according to the indictment, it dates back to your 2021 campaign, the name of co-conspirator, who you said you deleted messages from. I mean, the allegations seem to go along with what we've been reporting for at least a year, almost a year. What do you say to that? I mean, you said you traveled to these countries, and you deny that you took any kickbacks from these countries, and you deny that you intervened on behalf of the Turkish government to try to get the skyscraper built.
What's your question? Yeah, that's elaborate.
I'm asking if he denies all the allegations in the 54-page indictment. Have you guys been
apparently he's fighting back.
Listen,
he's fighting back. That's your answer.
What's your name so I can put you in my story?
My legal team is going to peruse the entire indictment. We got it today when it was released. The news media received information before we did, as they have been receiving for the last 10 months. It appears as though the goal is to try this case publicly, not in the criminal justice system that's in place. And so we, based on what I read, it's clear that if it's campaign violations, I know I don't violate the campaign. That's right. If it's foreign donors, I know I don't take money from foreign donors. And I verbalize that to the team, both in writing and both in communication. And we will continue to do that. And we look forward for the legal team to handle this as I handle the city of New York and continue the success that we've witnessed in the last 2 years and 9 months as the mayor of the city of New York.
And just to set the scene there, Mayor Adams concluding what I guess we could call a news conference. It did take some questions outside of Gracie Mansion, Carl Schurz Park, the Upper East Side of Manhattan here in New York City. Responding to questions about the indictments today and the charges, the federal charges specifically. I'm John Tucker, along with Alex Steele and June Grasso, our resident lawyer, has been going over the indictment, trying to catch up on it.
And Miles, don't forget Miles.
And Miles is
Miller.
here as well.
Unless you need to go, which you understand, because you also are managing editor
shortly.
for U.S. He also was deputy press secretary for the FDNY. If we just go over, before Miles, let's go to Miles first, because Miles has to go in a second.
I have a quick question for you, and it's about the timing. If it does, in fact, some of these charges relate to his time as Brooklyn Borough president, I mean, the question is, why now?
You know, this would appear to be a investigation that has taken some time. One thing that's really interesting is reading through this indictment, how entrenched he was with Turkish Airlines. He would fly through Turkey just so that he could get the upgrades, and just because they had given him so much.
That's a serious love of business class right there.
Let me just this part here just really struck me. He was going to France, New York to France. Now, the most direct route is New York to France. He instead went through Istanbul, and he texted his partner, transferring here, first stop is always Istanbul. I was at the Istanbul airport. If I could just go straight to France, I'd go straight to France, because the Istanbul airport is very far. It has a great food court, but I mean, this really shows you the lengths he was willing to go through, according to prosecutors. So I'll leave you with that.
Thank you for that. Just before you go, really quickly, I know we could only listen to some of what Mayor Eric Adams said, but you could see him lined up with a lot of his supporters. And he said, defending myself, my day-to-day is not going to change. Did he do enough to convince anybody?
If you know Eric Adams, he loves the fight, and I think he will continue to do this job until it's apparent that he can't. And we saw that happen with Rob Menendez as well, who was also charged by the same prosecutor's office.
Okay. Miles, thank you so much for sitting in with us. We really appreciate it. Miles Miller, he is U.S. Managing Editor right here at Bloomberg Television. He also is Deputy Press Secretary of the FDNY and investigative journalist for many years as well, and covered New York politics. Here with us, as John Tucker was pointing out, June Grasso, host of Bloomberg Law Show, joining us. We're waiting for the Southern District of New York now, DA Damian Williams, to speak as well. That presser coming kind of any moment. June, what are you looking for?
At the presser, I'm looking to see if any other people are there. This is a conspiracy. Part of the charges are conspiracy. So who else in this in this indictment, they don't name, they say businessman 1, businessman 2, businessman 3, and Adam Staffer. And it would be interesting to see if we can glean who he's alleged to be conspiring with. And I'm assuming, this could be wrong, that somebody flipped here. And it would be interesting to see if we can figure out if there is someone who's cooperating, because this has been going on for so many years, and the pressure on someone like a staffer after all those years is going to be great. And perhaps one of them said, okay, I'll cooperate. An interesting thing about, this whole indictment is that they say that Adams also abused the matching funds program that New York has, and under that, because of these false donations, or we'll call them false, but donations that are illegal through straw donors, that he got some $10 million in campaign funds through the New York matching donor program. So there's a lot here, and you can see how this investigation was very, very thorough. They list all the, the airline flights. But one thing I noticed is that most of the text messages that are listed in the indictment are between an Adam Staffer and a Turkish official, an Adam Staffer and a businessman. There's very little of Eric Adams texted this. A few things, but they could also be kind of nebulous. So you can see that, as far as that's concerned, his attorneys have something to work with. And
and at the U.S. Attorney's Office in Lower Manhattan, on an easel, they've laid out a visual aid, and it is headlined, "The United States versus Eric Adams." Underneath that, Adams' undisclosed travel benefits, and they start in 2016. As some of the assistant U.S. attorneys come out ahead of the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District.
Damian Williams, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District, has learned from Preet Bharara, who was the U.S. Attorney.
And here he is.
And actually, here he is right now, the man himself, Damian Williams.
My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today we are announcing campaign finance, bribery, and conspiracy charges against Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City. As the indictment alleges, Mayor Adams engaged in a long-running conspiracy in which he solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions from foreign donors and corporations. As we allege, Mayor Adams took these contributions even though he knew they were illegal, and even though he knew these contributions were attempts by a Turkish government official and Turkish businessmen to buy influence with him. We also allege that the mayor sought and accepted well over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits from some of the same foreign actors who arranged many of the illegal campaign contributions. These benefits included free international business class flights and opulent hotel rooms in foreign cities. The mayor had a duty to disclose these gifts on his annual public disclosure forms so that the public could see who was giving him what. But as we allege, year after year after year, he kept the public in the dark. He told the public he received no gifts, even though he was secretly being showered with them. We allege that Adams accepted these benefits knowing that they were given to him because of his position. And in exchange for some of those improper benefits, he intervened in the New York City Fire Department's inspection process for a building owned and operated by the Turkish government, allowing it to open even though it had not passed the fire inspection. The corruption alleged in the indictment is, as I said, long-running. As we allege in the indictment, Adams' solicitation of illegal campaign contributions began in 2018. After he started raising funds for his 2021 mayoral campaign, he agreed to take contributions offered by multiple Turkish businessmen, several of whom he met in Turkey. Adams knew that these wealthy individuals could not legally donate in a U.S. election. Federal law clearly prohibits foreign donations. That's how we protect our elections from foreign influence. Yet Adams directed his staff to pursue this illegal money to support his campaign for mayor. And as we allege, Adams continued to pursue foreign money in secret well into 2021. And it didn't stop with his first campaign for mayor. As we allege, in 2023, the mayor rekindled these corrupt relationships, seeking more illegal campaign contributions from some of the same foreign sources to support his re-election campaign. Adams also took contributions that broke other laws. As we allege, he sought contributions from businessmen far in excess of what the law allowed. He also allegedly sought contributions from corporations, which are not allowed to contribute at all in New York City elections. Many of those illegal corporate contributions were organized by the same people who organized the illegal foreign contributions. And Adams allegedly disguised them all in the same way by accepting the money through so-called straw donors. A straw donor contributes someone else's money, hiding the money's illegal source, such as a foreign businessman, a corporation, or a wealthy New Yorker who has already contributed the maximum amount allowed. And as we allege, Adams circumvented all of these laws, taking contributions from exactly the sources the law prohibits, all to benefit his mayoral campaigns. Now, Adams also personally benefited from the illegal conduct alleged in the indictment. Adams solicited and accepted over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits for years from wealthy Turkish business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. Adams started accepting undisclosed luxury travel benefits at least as early as 2016. He took these benefits nearly every year through 2021. Here are some of the benefits that we uncovered during our investigation. In 2016, Adams flew to India through Turkey and received 2 free round-trip upgrades for business class seats. That's the highest class on Turkey's national airline. Those upgrades were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2017, Adams accepted free business class tickets for himself and his travel companions to France, Turkey, and China. And he was put up in the Bentley Suite in the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. All of that was worth more than $41,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. Also in 2017, he flew to China, again, through Turkey, and accepted 2 free business class tickets for himself and a companion. Those were worth more than $16,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2018, he flew to Hungary through Turkey and accepted free upgrades for business class seats. Those were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2019, he flew to Turkey and accepted a free upgrade to business class for his companion and a free stay in a lavish suite at the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. That was worth more than $9,000. And again, none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2021, Adams solicited business class tickets to Istanbul, stays at luxury hotels and resorts, yacht tours, and meals. As we allege, he asked to pay a nominal fee for all of this in order to disguise what we allege were in fact bribes. He canceled that trip at the very last minute, but the benefits that he solicited were worth more than $21,000. And later in 2021, Adams flew to Ghana, again through Turkey, and accepted free business class ticket upgrades and other gifts while he was on a layover in Istanbul. Those benefits were worth more than $12,000. And just like all the other benefits I've just run through, none of it was publicly disclosed. Now, I want to be clear. These upgrades and freebies were not part of some frequent flyer or loyalty program available to the general public. As we allege, this was a multi-year scheme to buy favor with a single New York City politician on the rise, Eric Adams. Now, this is a chart with all of the undisclosed travel benefits that we uncovered during the investigation. We just list it all out here. You see the year, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2 in 2021. The destination, India all the way to Ghana. The benefits, the free upgrades or free tickets altogether, the hotel stays, and the value. And if you just sum up all the dollar amounts here, you get to more than $100,000. And of course, as I said before, every single trip that we list here was undisclosed. As we allege in the indictment, in addition to not disclosing these benefits, Adams sometimes created fake paper trails to try to cover up the travel benefits he solicited and received. Let me give you one example. Adams wrote emails to his staff suggesting he paid for his 2017 business class flights on the Turkish airline when, as we allege, he did not. Those flights were worth a lot of money. Just one ticket alone cost more than $10,000. But months after taking the flights, Adams wrote an email to a staff member and told the staff member that he had left cash in her desk drawer and that she should send the money to the Turkish airline to pay for a trip he had already taken. As the indictment makes clear, that's just a clumsy cover-up. Now, just because Adams received benefits for free, that doesn't mean that there weren't strings attached. As we allege, a particular Turkish government official behind many of the benefits Adams sought and accepted gave Adams all these things to gain influence over him. We allege that Adams knew that and took the benefits anyway. We allege that when the Turkish government official needed him, Adams also took corrupt official action in exchange for some of the luxury travel benefits. In 2021, the Turkish government official was trying to open a brand new high-rise building in Manhattan that would house Turkey's consulate. There was significant time pressure because the Turkish official desperately needed the building to be open in time for a visit from Turkey's president. This building was important to the Turkish official, and it was important to Turkey. But the FDNY's fire safety professionals wouldn't let the building open because the building hadn't passed an inspection. And not just that. Some of the people at FDNY thought the building had so many issues and defects that the building was not safe to occupy. So the Turkish official sent word to Adams that it was, quote, his turn, unquote, to support Turkey. And as we allege, Adams delivered and pressured the fire department to let the building open. The FDNY professionals were convinced that they would lose their jobs if they didn't back down. And so they did. They got out of the way and let the building open. The Turkish official got what he wanted, and as we explained in the indictment, just 4 days after Adams held up his end of the bargain, he went right back to soliciting more travel benefits from the Turkish airline. Now, I want to make 3 things crystal clear. First, the conduct alleged in the indictment, the foreign money, the corporate money, the bribery, the years of concealment, is a grave breach of the public's trust. Public office is a privilege. We allege that Mayor Adams abused that privilege and broke the law. Laws that are designed to ensure that officials like him serve the people, not the highest bidder, not a foreign bidder, and certainly not a foreign power. These are bright red lines, and we allege that the mayor crossed them again and again for years. That is the only reason we are here today. Second, this investigation continues. We continue to dig, and we will hold more people accountable. And I encourage anyone with information to come forward and to do so before it is too late. And third, the Southern District of New York remains committed to rooting out corruption without fear or favor and without regard to partisan politics. We are not focused on the right or the left. We are focused only on right and wrong. That is our duty, and we will fulfill it. Now, today's charges are the product of a tremendous partnership. I want to thank our partners at FBI and the New York City Department of Investigation who have been with us every step of the way. And finally, I want to commend the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Celia Cohen, Andrew Rohrbach, Hagen Scotton, and Derek Wickstrom, and the chiefs of the Public Corruption Unit, Laura Pomerantz and Robert Sobelman. It's now my pleasure to turn the podium over to FBI Assistant Director in Charge, James Dennehy.
We have been listening to District Attorney Damian Williams of the Southern District of New York as he unveils all the allegations thrown against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He made it very clear that he crossed red lines for years. He says the investigation continues, and he says this is not partisan for that. June Grasso joining us, Bloomberg News legal reporter, as well as John Tucker joining me here in the radio studio. June, how strong is this case based on what you heard and what you've read?
So I think it's a very strong case. I mean, he had, and some of the thing he had there, that outlined the different kinds of travel, that comes right from the indictment. So, you know.
So just to be clear, this was a graphic that basically showed year by year how he used Turkish Airlines to get to different places across the world.
Yes. So those are the donations from, you might call it, the free trips, the freebies from Turkish Airline, which is really the heart of this indictment. And he really stressed that he didn't disclose these. Eric Adams didn't disclose them in his required disclosure forms. So there are a lot of different levels of this indictment, and some of them seem like, an easy path to conviction if you look at the information they have just on the foreign travel. And he also talked about, it's in the indictment as well. He referred to it a little bit, that Eric Adams created a paper trail so that it seemed as if he was paying or trying to pay for these various trips. And that shows, after the fact, that shows knowledge and intent that Adams knew what was going on. And if you look at the indictment, he says in different places, a quote from him, that we can accept money from foreign corporations. So there's a lot of that there. And I think that, for a jury, seeing a paper trail being created is very powerful evidence. So, and then you've got to believe there's a lot more that they have that we don't know or that hasn't been revealed yet. But there's a conspiracy, as I said before, and no one else has been charged. So wait and see. He said the investigation is continuing. Who else might be charged in this conspiracy? Mm-hmm. Adams staffers are mentioned not by name in the indictment, but as Adams staffers. And as I said, businessmen are mentioned not by name, but as businessman 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mm-hmm. So probably a lot more to come. And he didn't take questions. Maybe he will take questions, but usually in these kinds of press conferences, they don't. I mean, he didn't say much that wasn't in the indictment, mm-hmm. but they want to have, they're well aware, the U.S. attorneys.
I thought it was very interesting that the U.S. attorney also said he had a message, a very specific message for others who might be tied up in this. Come forward before it's too late. So clearly looking for more witnesses. Maybe to
I know, but I'm sure, I have to believe that they know who those people are. Mm-hmm. So, but doing this also would put pressure on those people to, turn. They're going to want to get some people who are in the administration, some of the businessmen who did this, who some of them wrote checks for $10,000. Mm-hmm. They're going to want to get them to testify as well. But this has been 3 years, is it? About 3 years of investigation. So, it's really kind of stunning that, the mayor of New York is being charged this way. So you have to believe that this is a very powerful case that they have against him, because they wouldn't do this unless mm-hmm. they had a really secure case against him. And probably, it definitely went up to the U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland for approval before the Southern District of New York would bring something like this. So.
All right, June, we're going to leave it there for now. June Grasso joining us, Bloomberg legal reporter. She heads all of our legal coverage here for Bloomberg Radio as well as television. Want to get more with Dr. Basil Smikle. He's professor of practice at Columbia University School of Professional Studies. He's also former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party. He's been a political strategist and policy advisor for almost 20 years with local, international, and national experience. This is quite a bombshell here, Doctor. What do you think this means? How does this unfold? Can Eric Adams keep his seat?
Well, to the point that June just made, I mean, this wouldn't have happened had it not gone to the highest levels of the Department of Justice. So this is serious. It's serious. As a lifelong New Yorker, this is serious for me, just as a voter and, with care and concern for my city. But if you saw his press conference earlier, he had a lot of supporters with him, and I think that's really what his future hinges on, not just the charges themselves, but politically, will his base stick with him? And we saw, some prominent Democratic leaders, particularly African-American leaders, standing behind him. So until we start to see more, if we ever see more prominent African Americans, particularly from some of the communities that he did very well in his election, if they start coming out and saying that he needs to step down, he's unable to fulfill his duties, then I think you'll see the hastening of that decision. But for now, it sounds like he's dug his heels in, and I to this point, I don't really see this sort of watershed moment that would get him to step down.
Doctor, what is the governor's role, Governor Hochul's role in all this? Can she essentially fire him? Would she, if it comes to that? I mean, you mentioned sort of the political delicacy of it all, given his support within the African community and elsewhere.
And I think it does come down to that. She does have a role. There is a scenario where the governor can take him out of his seat. There's another sort of opportunity for that to happen by a separate committee, should that get formed. There's a long explanation about that. But yes, the governor can step in and take him out of office at some point. But given the fact that, the governor has always had, has had a tricky election just a couple of years ago where it was a lot closer than people expected. She relies heavily on the same base that Eric Adams has in New York City. And I don't know that she would make a decision to a very drastic decision like that without really checking with a lot of the key leaders in those communities across the city. Because if she were to do that sort of unilaterally, I think the blowback would be really significant, and she would feel it when she's up for re-election.
When you take a look at the indictment, what we heard from District Attorney Damian Williams, and then, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams, when we also heard from New York City Mayor Eric Adams as well, his defense, what stacks up for you? Like, if you were with Eric Adams, like, what would you be saying? Like, how does the defense work? Like, we're going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to keep my day job. This isn't true. They're just kind of stalking me. Like, all of that. Does that hold real water?
Yeah, this is, so the short answer for me is no, because, for him to say that he's being targeted by the Justice Department, I would remind him that the president's own son, Hunter Biden's been indicted. So I don't think that holds a lot of water. Number one, he's also said that this is a retribution for his challenging of the Biden administration on his handling of migrants. And I would also say that I don't think that, given everything that's happening in our national politics right now, I don't think that the Biden administration nor the Democrats nationally have the kind of time to specifically be targeting him in this way. They've just got a lot of other things to do. He's also said that, this is that the ways in which he's been targeted are similar to what David Dinkins, the first African-American mayor of the city of New York, similar to what he went through. And that bothers me a bit too, because number one, David Dinkins is not indicted. And number two, he also had an antagonist in Rudy Giuliani for the entire 4 years that he was mayor. And there was a tremendous racial undertone and overtone to that tension, which is not present here. But I will say that it is true that for a lot of African-American voters, there is a significant amount of apprehension and concern around the ways that the community has been treated by the media and by law enforcement. That is something that has been well documented over the years. But I'm also very mindful, as an African-American myself, I'm also mindful of how that is used and how that's leveraged in situations like this. So I would suggest that he stay away from those kinds of those defensive tactics and that narrative, and kind of just focus on saying that he still can run the city and he's still in charge, and this is the future and vision he has for the upcoming weeks. So I would stick to that.
Can a city as complex as New York City continue to operate with a mayor who's distracted by this, and with any number of other department leaders in New York City who just aren't there?
Well, I mean, that's one of the key concerns, because if you think about the biggest agencies, the most prominent agencies in New York, fire, police, Department of Health and Education, and, for full disclosure, the former schools chancellor who said he's resigning at the end of the year, I've known for 25 years. And he's wanted that job for pretty much his entire career. So for him to take that step, fairly significant. The rating of the current police commissioner's house, who himself is acting because the previous one stepped down because of the investigation. All of these challenges to running the city will be on the minds of voters in the next couple of weeks. My guess, however, is that there's going to be so much focus on the presidential that it'll be mitigated by that. But just after, and unless, of course, if something happens tragically, and I hope that doesn't happen, there will be more attention on his leadership. But what he has to wonder right now and hope for is that a lot of voters are going to be focused on more on the presidential than on him. But once that happens, all eyes quickly turn back to him because the mayoral primary is in June. So it's really right upon us. And just very quickly, there is a succession plan, and I think everybody should understand that the state and the state constitution, the city charter have a succession plan built in. If he were to step down, the New York City public advocate becomes the acting mayor.
All right, Doctor, we really appreciate it. That was extraordinarily helpful. Dr. Basil Smikle, a professor of practice in Columbia University School of Professional Studies, also former executive director of the New York State Democratic Party, revisiting the ramifications of New York City Mayor Eric Adams indicted on bribery and fraud charges. We had his press conference where he denied the allegations and the indictment and said that he would continue to fight and do his day job. And then we had the U.S. Southern District District Attorney Damian Williams also speaking and laying out their case against Mayor Eric Adams. That does it here for Bloomberg Intelligence. For myself and John Tucker, now we're going to hand it off to Kaylee Lyons, host of Bloomberg Balance of Power, for continuing coverage of Eric Adams' indictment. Kaylee.
All right, Alex, thank you so much. This is Balance of Power. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington, but clearly all eyes are on New York today. As Alex was just outlining, we have, for the first time ever, a sitting mayor of New York City who is now under criminal indictment charged on federal bribery and fraud charges. He, of course, maintains that he will be defending himself and not stepping down as mayor. In his press conference earlier today, Mayor Adams said his day-to-day will not change. He looks forward to continuing to serve as mayor of New York City and to defending himself. But we just heard from the prosecutors who have brought these charges against him, including the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, Damian Williams, outlining the receipts that they say prove that the mayor committed these crimes. So we're going to have the latest details for you, run through the political implications as well, especially as this is all happening in New York, a state that could prove critical when considering the balance of power in Congress come January of next year. So we have a lot ahead. We'll get into it with former Watergate prosecutor Nick Ackerman, get the latest from Bloomberg Law's June Grasso, and run through the politics of it all with our political panel, Rick Davis and Caitlin Legacki today. First, though, as always, let's get a quick check on the markets. Charlie Pellet has a look at that for us. Hey,
Thank
Charlie.
you very much indeed. Keep it locked into Bloomberg Radio for the very latest number of fast-moving developments, fast-moving themes, right to the markets, because we have got traders weighing a variety of catalysts today, including that strong forecast out of Micron. Micron ripping higher now by 13.9%. On the economy, we had data highlighting a resilient economy and also China's pledge of fiscal stimulus. S&P up 21 right now, up 0.4%. Yes, record there. We have got the Dow up 260 now, up 0.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 0.5%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares, the outperformer, up now by 1%. 10-year at 3.80%. The 2-year 3.61%. Spot gold up $14 the ounce, up by about 0.5%. And also right now we have got West Texas Intermediate crude slumping, down now by just about 2.2%. Keep it locked in to Bloomberg Radio for the very latest on the Mayor Adams indictment. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. As promised, we are bringing you the latest on the indictment of sitting New York City Mayor Eric Adams, who has been indicted on a number of federal charges, including wire fraud, bribery, and solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. All of this is in this 57-page federal indictment that was unsealed today after first being reported last evening. And as we've mentioned, Eric Adams is not intending at this point to resign. He says he will continue with his day-to-day work serving as mayor of New York City and is looking forward to defending himself against these charges. But we want to dig into what exactly these charges entail now and turn to June Grasso, who is the host of Bloomberg Law. This indictment is certainly something to behold, June. There's a number of allegations listed in here related to things like air travel, for example, on Turkish Airlines. According to this indictment, an Adams staffer actually texting with an airline official about the price of a ticket. The airline manager asking how much should be charged after floating $50. The staffer says His every step is being watched right now, $1,000 or so. Let it be somewhat real. We don't want them to say he is flying for free. With that kind of detail, June, just how damning is this indictment?
Well, it is very damning, and I want to call it like a speaking indictment. So anyone could read this and see what the prosecution, what the U.S. Attorney's Office alleges happened. It's a very simple indictment to read. You don't need to be a lawyer to look into it. So, and it outlined all the different trips he took or upgrades he got from Turkish airlines and Turkish businessmen. I think what's interesting about the quote that you just read, there are a lot of quotes of texts between Adams' staffers and Turkish officials, unnamed Turkish officials, or businessmen. But there are very few of Adams himself. There are some references to Adams saying something like, I'll handle that, but that stood out to me, because if the U.S. Attorney's Office had those texts of Adams himself, I think they'd be in this indictment front and center. So that may be something that the Adams defense can work with. But, I mean, there's a lot of sort of what you'd consider undeniable evidence. And there's also not only that he took this, but that he created a straw map, sort of a fake map to try to make people think that he had paid for this. So he created a paper trail. Those are the two words I want. He created a paper trail, or tried to create a paper trail. So that is really something that a jury could, latch on to and say, well, obviously he knew what was going on if he's trying to create a paper trail to cover it up. So there's a lot of evidence here, and what also stands out is that he abused the New York Matching Funds Program, and I think they said to the extent of $10 million, where New York will match the donations you get. I believe it's $3 to $1, so that equal very quick. And what comes out is this was, the travel is one thing, and that goes back a decade. But this was about getting money for him to run for office in New York. I mean, you don't see a lot of, he got a gold watch from someone, or, personal, except for the travel, sort of personal benefits. It's about him trying to become mayor of New York and the cost of that, and what he needed to do. So it's very, and I just want to say he has hired a celebrity entertainment, very, very good attorney, Alex Spiro. He represented different points. Jay-Z, Elon Musk. He's one of Elon Musk's favorite attorney. Alec Baldwin. So he's got already the top of criminal defense lawyers, who's already put out statements about how this was a setup, and it was a dog and pony show at Gracie Mansion this morning. I mean, why did they have to raid Gracie Mansion? They already had his phones and texts, and the mayor said he would turn over whatever they wanted. So a lot there.
Well, it is a lot, and I wonder what kind of collective penalty, if he's actually found guilty of these crimes, he'd be looking at here, June.
I don't know what the crimes would, what the penalties would be. I mean, you've got to believe it's decades. But of course, this is something that, we always talk about. They're facing 100 years in prison, and no one gets that. It's the judge will look at. He has no prior convictions. Obviously, he's the mayor of a large city, and the judge would look at that and compare it. I mean, I can't believe. But we're really jumping the gun here, because we have to go through. I mean, he hasn't even been arraigned yet. And that was another thing that his campaign brought out, that, how they learned about this. And they complained about leaks from the U.S. Attorney's Office of grand jury information. The mayor mentioned that, as well as his attorney mentioned that in a statement. So it's a long way from conviction. But this is the same office that just won conviction against former Senator Bob Menendez. So public corruption is something that they do rather well here.
Yep, bribery charges, of course, in play in that case as well. June Grosso, host of Bloomberg Law, will be staying on top of this story for us all day here on Bloomberg Radio. We appreciate it very much, and we want to add another voice to this conversation now. I'm pleased to say joining me is Nick Ackerman, former Watergate prosecutor, founder of the law office of Nick Ackerman, and former assistant U.S. attorney. Nick, always great to see you. I almost struggle with where to begin in this, as we've been discussing extended indictment. I guess the question is, given the stature of this defendant in particular, a sitting mayor of the largest city in the country, how rock solid would the prosecution have needed to feel this case was in order to bring these charges forward?
Well, considering who the defendant is, they would have to feel extremely comfortable on the evidence. And it's pretty obvious from reading this indictment that they do. They lay it out in such detail. This is not a one-shot deal. This goes over a period of time, starting when he was involved in politics, a number of years ago in 2014, when he was the Brooklyn Bureau president. I mean, this goes way back. You've got very detailed evidence. You can pick out who the witnesses are. You can pick out where the emails are. You can pick out exactly who's testifying. This is absolutely, looks like on the surface, an overwhelming case for conviction.
Well, I wonder how long it would take to actually get to that point, though, Nick. And I would just point out, we have a headline crossing the terminal now that Adams is entitled to the presumption of innocence. This is according to the Democratic leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, of course, a member from the state of New York. He says the indictment of a sitting mayor is a serious and sober moment for New York City. Like every other New Yorker and American, Eric Adams is entitled to that presumption of innocence. That principle is central to the administration of justice in the United States of America. He goes on to say, in the meantime, I pray for the well-being of our great city. So with that kind of political consideration in mind here, Nick, it is worth pointing out that we're talking about a sitting mayor of New York who has been indicted. We are also talking about a Republican presidential candidate, the nominee, who has not just been indicted, but in fact convicted in the state of New York and indicted on a number of other crimes. What does this say about the political moment we are in when we're dealing with leaders at the highest levels who are so entangled in legal battles?
Well, I'm not sure there's something general you can take out of this. I mean, this has been going on for years. I used to be an assistant U.S. attorney in the Southern District of New York. Public officials were indicted back then. I was involved in the Watergate prosecution. We would have indicted the president, but for his pardon, all of his aides were indicted and spent time in jail. This has been going on for a long time, despite the fact that the Department of Justice and local DAs have been vigilant in going after public corruption. I think even though Mayor Adams does have the presumption of innocence here, the political problem posed by this indictment is overwhelming in the sense that it doesn't just allege general violations of the law. It gives very specific dates, times, places, benefits that he received in terms of travel, certain actions he did in return for those benefits that related to the New York City Fire Department, the New York City Buildings Department. It is so detailed. It is hard to imagine under these circumstances that he can continue as mayor.
Well, he, though, says that he will and that his day-to-day won't change. I guess you might take issue with that notion when you're fighting a legal battle like this one a bit, but it goes back to the original question I wanted to ask you about timing. How long would you expect this process to play out, considering, as June pointed out to us, he has not yet been arraigned, no arrest has taken place or anything like that? How long will it take for this to reach conclusion, would you estimate?
Oh, I think it's going to take at least 6 months, possibly a year. First of all, he's got to be arraigned. He's going to plead not guilty, I presume, based on his statements. There's then going to be pretrial motions. There's going to be discovery. That takes a long time. My sense is from reading this indictment, there's lots of witnesses. There's lots of documents. He has the right to have all of that material beforehand. Then after he gets all those documents, there'll be a time period for motions to be made. And then ultimately, the judge will have to decide on those motions. That takes time. This is not an uncomplicated case. In some ways, it's pretty straightforward and simple, but it's got a lot of witnesses, a lot of documents. I'm not sure there's too many legal issues here. Just looking at this indictment, this is going to be a hard one to get dismissed based on the face of the indictment. But they're going to try. And all of this does take time. And it just seems to me, based on the granularity of the allegations here and what's been identified, I think it's going to be very hard for him to continue acting as mayor, despite what he's saying now. He can say whatever he wants, but I think that once the reporters and the press start digging into the granularity of what is in here and identifying who the people are, the incidents that relate, for example, to the Turkish government building that he gave preference to with the fire department. All of these things can be verified by the press. And I think the more of this that comes out, the harder it is for him to be governing as mayor of New York.
Well, of course, he doesn't govern alone either. There is a whole city government to consider here as well. And we have seen, Nick, the resignations of some city officials, others who have had, who are close to Adams, who have had their homes raided. For example, as a prosecutor, how important should we be considering those other individuals into the ultimate case the prosecution will make here? This idea that people could maybe roll on him, is that what you would be trying to achieve if you were the Southern District of New York right now?
Oh, no question that's what they're trying to do. And it doesn't sound like this just relates to campaign contributions. It sounds like this is much broader than campaign contributions, that some of these other people who have resigned have done other things. The question is, what is the evidence on Mayor Adams? What will they say about Mayor Adams if they make a deal with the government? There's just so many people involved. So many people have resigned over the last couple months. We don't really know the complete scope and breadth of what's out there, but I think we're going to learn that as it goes along. But yes, I think he's in a whole world of hurt here because there's just too much. There's too many people that can come forward and testify against him.
And if this goes to jury trial, which I'm assuming is what the action will take us here, how complicated is it to try to seat a jury in the city of New York when it's the mayor of New York in question? These are his constituents. Some of them may be people who voted for him. How complicated is this likely to get, Nick?
Well, I don't think it's going to be complicated. Look, they were able to get a jury for Donald Trump, who was the former president of the United States, and it didn't take more than a couple of days to do that. It's all done in the questioning of the jurors, which is known as the voir dire, to determine whether anybody has any preconceived notions or prejudices. This can all be done pretty quickly. You'd be surprised how many people have not focused on this, don't know anything about it, and are going to be clueless as to the facts of the case, and will be able to serve as good jurors on this case. So I don't see that being any kind of major obstacle in terms of delay, mainly because Donald Trump, they were able to get a jury on him in less than 2 days. I mean, this shouldn't be any different.
Well, fair enough. And of course, Donald Trump was convicted on 34 felony charges in New York earlier this year. This is still an indictment. He does carry the presumption of innocence. Finally, Nick, before we let you go here, would you expect that, because we've had this conversation in the Donald Trump case as well, if Eric Adams were to be found guilty of any or all of these crimes, could he serve time in prison?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it all depends on the federal sentencing guidelines. You'd have to look at the guidelines for each of these violations. You've got wire fraud, fraud on the city of New York for being able to get matching funds from the city. You've got bribery and other violations here that it all depends on the federal sentencing guidelines and what they what amounts of money involved, the seriousness of the crime, etc. So there's no way to know what that will be at this point, but it's serious.
All right, Nick Ackerman, former Watergate prosecutor, thank you so much, as always, for joining us on this historic day as a sitting mayor of New York City is indicted on federal charges. We'll have much more still ahead here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg.
We do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ pushing higher after a brief wobble in tech shares earlier in the session. S&P right now up 14. We're looking at records 57.35, up by about 0.2%. The Dow advancing as well, up 266, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 52. That is a gain of 0.3%. 10-year at 3.80%. The 2-year 3.61%. Gold up $9 the ounce, 26.66, up by about 0.3%. Silver closing in on 32 again, up 0.5%. Bitcoin up 2.9%, 65,335 on Bitcoin. Under retreat though for West Texas, intermediate crude down 2.4%, 68.01 a barrel. Southwest Airlines has authorized a new $2.5 billion stock buyback program and detailed plans to revamp customer-facing policies as the carrier tries to fend off an activist investor seeking to overhaul operations. Southwest shares, they're up 6%, a major rally among airline stocks today. American up 6.9%, United up 7.3%, Delta up 6%, JetBlue surging by 10%. New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation, calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. Our coverage will continue here on Bloomberg Radio. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington, and once again, Balance of Power host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Charlie, absolutely right. As we are focusing today on news out of New York City, Eric Adams, the mayor, becoming the first ever sitting mayor of the city to be indicted on federal charges. And there are a number of federal crimes with which he's charged in this 57-page federal indictment that was unsealed today, including wire fraud, bribery, and solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. Now, we've heard from the prosecutor, the U.S. Attorney in Manhattan, Damian Williams, who held a press conference just within the last hour or so. Eric Adams also held one of his own earlier today, in which he says he is not expecting his day-to-day to change. He looks forward to continuing to serve as mayor of New York City, despite some calls for his resignation. And he says he looks forward to defending himself. Here he was earlier.
It's an unfortunate day, and it's a painful day. But inside of all of that, it's a day where we will finally reveal why for 10 months I have gone through this. And I look forward to defending myself and defending the people of this city as I've done throughout my entire professional career.
The question, of course, is the future of that professional career, depending on the outcome of this case in which he is now a criminal defendant. So we want to get the latest now from New York. David Gura is joining me. He is Bloomberg correspondent and host of the Big Take podcast. David, especially in the face of what it appears to be Adams' insistence that he is not going to be resigning of mayor of New York City, is there any other way in which we could see him removed from office while this process plays out? What is the role of Governor Hochul, for example, here?
Yeah, there is a quirk here in New York that the governor does have the power to suspend the mayor first for a period of 30 days and then has the option as well to remove the mayor if she wanted to do that. Now, I haven't heard any serious conversations about that yet, but that is certainly an option that she has available to her. So to your question about sort of the broader political fallout from this, ahead of the announcement of this indictment, the reporting of this announcement yesterday, we did hear from Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez suggesting the mayor should resign.
Yeah.
Others have followed suit since. I should say the mayor is running for re-election, and it's a contested primary. The current comptroller, the former comptroller, are in that race. They both called for him to step aside. So I think that, what I'll be watching for, and maybe you can lend an ear to as well in Washington, is just the degree to which the Democratic establishment, going beyond just sort of city politicians, begin to acknowledge this, make their opinions on this. Knowing we got a short statement from the governor about what's happened here. We haven't heard from Hakeem Jeffries, for instance, who's from Brooklyn and knows Eric Adams well. I think a statement from him could sway this pretty significantly.
We actually did just have a statement from Leader Jeffries Hitt, David. I'll read it out loud for our audience here on Bloomberg Radio. He says the indictment of a sitting mayor is a serious and sober moment for New York City. Like every other New Yorker and American, Eric Adams is entitled to the presumption of innocence. That principle is central to the administration of justice in the United States of America. He ends his statement with, I pray for the well-being of our great city. That does kind of raise this question of the political implications here, David, not just for Eric Adams, but for other members of Congress from New York, some of whom find themselves in very competitive districts as this election is just around the corner. Do we have an idea of what kind of influence a scandal like this one surrounding the mayor of New York City could have on members of his own party, what ammunition it could give for members of the opposing one?
I think we have a very limited sense of that, and something else that I'm kind of chewing over and eager to learn more about is just sort of, you look at the allegations here in the indictment and sort of what Turkey was doing allegedly. I'm very curious of what Turkey was going to get out of this beyond having its consulate opened earlier on time for President Erdogan's visit, for instance. So I think that in the coming days, we may learn more of the contours of sort of the broader conspiracy that's been alleged here by prosecutors in New York. And one thing I'll note about Mayor Adams is he won election in 2021 by assembling a very broad coalition of support across the city and its 5 boroughs. And I would say in contrast to his immediate predecessor was somebody who spent a lot of time out mixing and mingling with a lot of people and a lot of different constituents. So he is, I think, a political figure who has more connection with the kinds of politicians that you're talking about with other lawmakers, both at the city, state, and national level.
All right, David Gura, Bloomberg correspondent and host of the Big Take podcast. Thank you so much for joining me with the latest. This, of course, is a story we will continue to keep you up to date on here on Bloomberg Radio. Again, Mayor Adams has been indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges, something that does have the power to shake up the political landscape in the state of New York, which, of course, could be critical in terms of the congressional balance in this election cycle. But we're keeping an eye on not just those down ballot campaigns, the presidential campaign as well, as this has been, I think we could call it economy week for the presidential candidates, both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris giving speeches in key battleground states this week outlining their different policy proposals, some of them specifically targeted, for example, at manufacturing. Harris spoke in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania yesterday, and after doing so, sat down for an interview on MSNBC where she faced more questions around these proposals and some questions around the proposals of her opponent, Donald Trump. Here's one thing she said to Stephanie Ruhle yesterday.
Part of it is you don't just throw around the idea of just tariffs across the board, and that's part of the problem with Donald Trump. Frankly, I'm going to, and I say this in all sincerity, he's just not very serious about how he thinks about some of these issues. And one must be serious and have a plan, and a real plan that's not just about some talking point ending in an exclamation at a political rally, but actually putting the thought into what will be the return on the investment and what will be the economic impact on everyday people.
So we want to get more into those questions now and turn to Rohit Kumar, who is principal and co-leader of Washington's National Tax Services at PwC and former domestic policy director and deputy chief of staff to Senate Leader Mitch McConnell, here with me in our Washington, D.C. studio. It's good to see you as always, Rohit. She suggested that some of the ideas put forward by Trump, including around blanket tariff policy, she called them not serious policies. Would you agree with that characterization?
No, I think they are serious policies, and I think people dismiss them at their own peril. Congress, over the last almost 100 years, has actually delegated quite a bit of authority to the executive. Those authorities have never been tested in the way that former President Trump is talking about testing them. So one assumes that if he actually does the things that he's saying he's going to do, that ends up in litigation, and the courts will ultimately adjudicate the question. But I think one thing that is lost in this conversation, so, there's a criticism of the tariff policy, which is that, well, this is a cost that's ultimately borne by regular consumers,
Harris
by the middle class.
Harris is calling it a sales tax.
A sales tax, right, which is actually not too different than the way most of Western Europe funds its government, but that's maybe a separate question. I think what's lost in this conversation is there is a little bit of intentional fiction being engaged, which is these tariffs borne by middle class consumers, et cetera, but like the corporate tax increases that Vice President Harris is proposing, embracing many of the Biden proposals, that those somehow come out of out of a money tree that sits in a corporate boardroom or something like that. But the truth is, and there's a ton of academic research on this question, corporate tax increases, corporations at some level don't actually have their own money. They have other people's money, right? They have the money of their workers, their customers, and their shareholders. And so when you raise corporate taxes, it comes from some combination of workers, customers, and shareholders. And the academic data sort of varies what's the distribution of the burden, but it's roughly half, some would say it's half customers, some would say half labor. No one thinks it's all shareholders. And even if it were all shareholders, 61% of the public owns shares. So all of these proposals that are being kicked around, the cost of it is ultimately borne to the extent that we actually pursue any of these policies. That's a separate question for Congress ultimately perhaps to adjudicate. The cost is borne by largely the same population of individuals. It just shows up in slightly different ways.
Okay, so I guess it raises the question of what is the more responsible policy to fill the Treasury's coffers if you're looking at tax cuts or credits for certain portions of the population, which they both are. Do tariffs work as that offset, or does it have to be higher taxes of some form, corporate or otherwise?
Tariffs would work.
What's the economic consequence of that?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question because the tariff play is a little more complicated because it's not just one bounce of the ball. You raise tariffs, and some other sort of third-party estimators have suggested that the tariffs at sort of the low end of what former President Trump is talking about could raise $300 billion a year or $3 trillion over the ensuing decade. Just as a reminder, the tax cuts that expire at the end of 2025, to fill that hole completely, if you wanted to extend all that tax relief, that would cost about $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years. This is real money even for the U.S. government. So tariffs could, hypothetically fill a substantial piece, if not the entirety of that hole. So it is real. It is certainly there. And likewise on President Harris, or Vice President Harris, potentially President Harris's side of the ledger, you raise the corporate tax rate to 28%. That's worth at least $1 trillion or so of additional revenue. It could be more depending on, where you draw the line. Again, though, these are campaign proposals.
Right. And as you pointed out, you need Congress to implement
you need
lot
Congress
of this.
on corporate or any tax policy changes. That requires Congress's kind of blessing. The tariff play, potentially, right? And again, these authorities have not been tested in the way that former President Trump is talking about testing them, but potentially tariffs could be done by executive authority. They could certainly be done by Congress, but separate question about whether you'd have the votes in Congress to do this.
Well, and with that question, what are you telling clients right now at PwC about what you think is realistic, knowing that there could be divided government? Are there areas of tax policy you do expect will change regardless of who is in ultimate control?
I do, yeah. So, on the sort of good news side, for lack of a better term, both parties have agreed that no one making less than $400,000 should experience this automatic tax increase that happens at the end of 2025. So that is now like table stakes in a divided government or even in unified control. No matter which party had unified control, both parties say no one less than $400,000 should experience this automatic tax increase. That's about 95% of all income tax payers in the country. There will be a negotiation in divided government of the more than $400,000 crowd. There'll be a negotiation over the pass-through deduction, the estate tax exemption, all the other, the child tax credit, which gets cut in half at the end of 2025. Although there's general consensus that letting that cut in half is not preferred policy. And look, I don't know who the next president's going to be, but if former President Trump becomes President Trump again, then you have to take this tariff question quite seriously and start looking at, well, do we import product? Where do we import it from? Is there a domestic alternative? And the like. So these are the kind of scenario planning questions we're going through.
Well, and as we continue to do so, please come back and talk to us more about it. Wish we had more time today. Rohit Kumar is principal and co-leader of Washington National Tax Services at PwC, and of course, former Deputy Chief of McConnell, Senate. Always great to have you. We're going to have much more ahead here on Balance of Power, including the latest on the indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams. So stick with us on Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing. Russell 2000 as well. It is up by 0.8%. To put that in context, S&P right now higher by 0.2%, up 11. The Dow up 252, up 0.6%. The NASDAQ Composite Index right now is advancing 48 points, up by about 0.3%. 10-year 3.80%, with the 2-year 3.61%. Traders weighing a variety of catalysts, including that strong forecast out of Micron. Micron up 13.4%, along with data highlighting a resilient U.S. economy and China's pledge of fiscal stimulus. Again, the 10-year 3.80%. Gold up 0.4%, 26.67 the ounce. Silver up 0.7%, 32.02 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 2.9%, 67.70 right now on WTI. Citigroup and Apollo Global Management are teaming up in the fast-growing private credit market, agreeing to work together on $25 billion worth of deals over the next 5 years. Citigroup out by 2%, Apollo up by 0.1%. New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on bribery and fraud charges following a federal corruption investigation calling into question the political future of the man in charge of running the biggest American city. Our coverage of the indictment will continue on Balance of Power. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here she is, Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. And we want to get more on that story. Charlie was just talking about the indictment of New York City Mayor Eric Adams on bribery and fraud charges. He, of course, in the face of those, is saying he looks forward to defending himself and will continue to serve as mayor of New York City, despite some calls from both Republicans and Democrats who represent New York in Congress for him to resign. Not an outright call for that, though, from the House Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who, of course, represents a district in New York City. He says the indictment of a sitting mayor is a serious and sober moment for New York City. Like every other New Yorker and American, Eric Adams is entitled to the presumption of innocence. So we want to get into this now with our political panel. Joining me today is Rick Davis, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Republican strategist, together with our Democratic strategist today, Caitlin Legacki. Caitlin, as the Democrat, I have to come to you first. What is the responsible way for Democrats to be responding to this? Frankly, one Democrat in particular, Eric Adams, should he resign?
Yes. I mean, if you read even the first page of his indictment, it's pretty alarming stuff. I expect that Leader Jeffries is working the phones pretty aggressively to help move Adams to the right decision. I think we would all get a lot of short-term satisfaction from Jeffries coming out immediately and calling on him to step aside. But what I have seen previously is that it's just typically a lot more effective to work behind the scenes and get these people to step aside than to call on them publicly. So, I fully expect that's what he's doing. And the indictment is so bad that I can't imagine that it lasts longer than a few days.
Well, Caitlin, just to follow up, if he does not do it, though, if he cannot be convinced to resign, what do you expect the consequences will be for other Democrats who represent New York and its surrounding areas, some of whom might find themselves in tough races this cycle?
Yeah, I hope that Eric Adams, for once does the right thing and he steps aside. There are a handful of congressional seats in suburban New York City that are clear toss-ups. And if Eric Adams' goal is to help Republicans hold those seats, then yes, he should stay in office. But I think he's going to be in self-preservation mode. I wouldn't be surprised if he starts aligning himself with some characters who are unsavory, but who also argue that they are persecuted by the government. But I don't think it has a huge impact on individual races, but it's just a distraction that cuts away from the narrative that these candidates want to be driving in their own races. And it undermines confidence in government, which I think is bad for everyone.
Well, and Rick, on that point, I would love to bring you in on that. We're talking about the sitting mayor of New York City, who is now under federal criminal indictment. At the same time, we have a Republican presidential nominee who is under multiple indictments, in fact, has been convicted on charges in the state of New York already. What kind of moment in politics are we in right now?
A very litigious moment in politics. It seems to me most of the election year has been defined by indictments. Don't forget, senator from New Jersey. Also on that.
Yes.
So, I mean, it just goes on and on. And I would say this is an era that we are suffering through. Maybe there's a level of corruption and misbehavior that the era is going to be known for, but it's not positive. And I think Caitlin's right. I think that, I come from an era, maybe a bygone era, where a politician like Eric Adams would look at this and say, you know what, I can't do my job effectively for the people of New York. I want to live to fight another day, clear my name. So I'm going to step down, and clear my name and then come back hard. And there are examples where that has worked. And of course, he's not going to do that, not without a massive campaign with people like, the House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, who is a colleague from New York, who didn't take the opportunity to make that suggestion today. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes to get him to that point, because it is a massive political distraction in what is otherwise a intensely watched campaign around the country. And a day we're talking about Eric Adams is a day we're not talking about congressional candidates who have got tight races in New York or the presidential race. So it is legitimately a distraction of the people in New York.
Well, and I wonder about how it plays more broadly as well. Caitlin, just quickly here, Kamala Harris is running in part as a prosecutor. What should she be saying in response to this? Does she have a role to play?
I think she has a role to play in terms of fighting for the rule of law. I think that's where you'll see her draw a clear contrast, is that she believes that we live in a country where everyone is equally accountable to the law, whereas Donald Trump does not. I don't think she's going to want to weigh in on the individual allegations, just because she understands as a prosecutor that you don't want to get in the middle of an ongoing legal process. But I do think that, she is a prosecutor. She has a strong record on this. And it gives her another opportunity to remind voters, some of whom possibly still don't know that Donald Trump has been indicted, that there is a clear distinction there, and that she's going to continue to make that argument.
All right, Caitlin Legacki and Rick Davis, our political panel today. Thank you so much. We'll have much more with them in our next hour of Balance of Power. But we want to turn now to a representative in Congress from the state of New York. Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis is with me now. She represents New York's 11th congressional district. Her constituency covers Staten Island and southern Brooklyn, so areas of New York that are very much affected by this news. Congresswoman, thank you so much for joining us here on Balance of Power. You already have called today for either the resignation of Eric Adams or his removal by Governor Hochul. Why exactly does he need to resign when not being found yet guilty of these crimes, when Donald Trump is still running for president, having been found guilty of crimes and indicted on many others?
Well, first of all, we have a city right now that is in peril. And I think that this is a major distraction for the mayor. I think the mayor needs to focus on these serious charges. You have to remember that there are multiple people within his cabinet that have resigned. So I think this is really the tip of the iceberg. But it has made this city really failing. It's failing. And people are suffering as a result. We have so many problems right now. Skyrocketing crime. We have this mass illegal migration. We have our hotels have been taken over with these lucrative contracts to be operated as migrant shelters, and the people in them are committing crimes. And they are wreaking havoc in our city, rapes, shooting at police officers. We have an education system that is failing, and a chancellor that just said he was going to resign at the end of the year. We have a police commissioner recently resigned when we have serious public safety issues. So the city is becoming completely mismanaged, and the mayor is distracted. And the best thing for him to do is to step aside to deal with these issues. And that is, I think, the best thing for the city, although I am concerned that we may end up with somebody worse than Mayor Adams. But I think it's the right thing to do if we are going to have any hope of restoring some sanity to this city, to make it governable again, and to really give New Yorkers the government that it deserves.
Well, of course, if he does choose to resign, which at this point he maintains he will not, acting mayor would be put into place. Then a special election would be held to choose a replacement. Congresswoman, would you be interested in the role should it be vacated?
Look, I ran in 2017. People have made it clear they don't necessarily want a Republican being the mayor of New York City. I think that we have to, though, collectively find a candidate that is palatable across the political spectrum, somebody that could have like a business background, somebody who can really take the problems that we're facing as a city and bring some management. One of the biggest problems facing our city right now is the fact that they're contracting hundreds of billions of dollars out to like nonprofit organizations. This is work that should be doing, number one, within the city government. And the government has just gotten so big and so broad, they're outsourcing so much of its responsibility in areas where the city shouldn't even be focusing. So we need to get the city budget under control. We need to make sure that we're actually using taxpayer money wisely for the things that we need in this city: transportation, infrastructure, public safety, a good education for our children. Those should be the top focuses, not providing billions of dollars in taxpayer funds to citizens of other countries who came into the country legally and are even committing crimes. So I think that I would like to see somebody like a Mike Bloomberg run again, somebody who has a business background, knows how to manage a large organization, and somebody who would be more of a centrist that Republicans and Democrats and independents can embrace, because this city has gone way too far to the left, and we're paying for the policies of Bill de Blasio and Eric Adams. But remember, the reason why this is a sanctuary city, not deporting people committing crimes in our city, is because of Bill de Blasio and the far left council. So we need somebody who's going to bring it more to the center.
At this point, Congresswoman, I will disclose that Michael Bloomberg is the founder and majority owner of Bloomberg LP, which owns Bloomberg Media and this radio network. But we appreciate your thoughts as always. I do wonder about your thoughts as well on what this does. We know that New York's congressional districts are very much battleground zones in this election. Some of your colleagues are in tough races. Do you think whatever detrimental effect this may have on New York City, there is some benefit for your colleagues in this news? Does it make it easier for Republicans to keep the House?
Well, look, I think that the fact that there's been quite a few Democrats that have had to resign in disgrace at the city and state level over the past few years may bring some benefit to Republicans. I think maybe people see that, we need some type of balance and common sense in our government and elect honorable people, not just by party label, but people that are actually going to do the job and do it right and do it honestly. But certainly I see no joy in seeing my city being torn apart right now, and the issues that we're facing that need desperate leadership and management, real management. And I'm very concerned about the future of our city. I've been concerned for quite some time. Over the last 8 years, it has taken a real downward turn, and we need to put somebody in the helm that is going to correct this ship, or else we're going to have real fiscal problems for forever. And I don't know that New York City can return if we don't fix it now.
Congresswoman, I have less than a minute left here, but one of your Republican colleagues has also faced some allegations within the last week about corruption and more specifically actually paying those close to him to serve in his office with taxpayer dollars. Anthony D'Esposito, should he resign as well?
Well, what we've done in the past, we refer it to ethics committee to do an investigation. Based on what I've seen so far, there has been nothing that's been that violated any laws taking place. But should we find out more information, then we should handle that accordingly when the time is appropriate. As you know, I've had no problem calling for George Santos to resign. I voted to expel him.
I do remember.
So I have no problem calling on those of my party when it's proven that they've done something illegal and wrong.
All right, Congresswoman, really appreciate you hopping on with us as we deal with this historic news in New York. That is Republican Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis of New York. Appreciate your time joining us on a day in which, as we've been telling you here on Bloomberg Radio, Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted on federal bribery and fraud charges. We will continue to follow this story as we turn in just a moment to the second hour of Balance of Power. So stick right with us here on Bloomberg.
जब जिंदगी शुरू होगी। लोग मुझे एक आलिम और अदीब समझते हैं, मगर दर हकीकत मेरे पास किसी अदीब का कलम है और ना किसी आलिम का दिमाग। मेरा कुल सरमाया बस एक दर्द दिल है। ये दर्द जब बहुत बढ़ा तो इस नॉवेल के कालिब में ढल गया। इस नाजुक मैदान में उतरने के लिए यही मेरा वाहिद उज़्र है। ये उज़्र बारगाह इलाही में मकबूल हो सकता है अगर मैं कुल आलम के निगहबान को उसकी खोई हुई भेड़ें लौटाने में कामयाब हो जाऊं। आज के दौर में लोग गैब की किसी पुकार को सुनने का वक्त रखते हैं, ना दिलचस्पी, मगर शायद ये फिक्शन ही उन्हें अपने रब की बात सुनने के लिए आमादा कर दे। शायद इसी तरह खुदा को उसका कोई बंदा या बंदी मिल जाए। शायद जहन्नुम की तरफ बढ़ते हुए किसी के कदम वापस लौट आए। शायद जन्नत की दुनिया में एक बासी और पड़ जाए। ऐसा हुआ तो ये मेरी मेहनत का हासिल होगा। अबू याहिया।
जमीन की सीने पर एक सिलवट भी बाकी नहीं रही थी। दरिया और पहाड़, खाई और टीले, समंदर और जंगल, गर्ज धरती का हर नशेब मिट चुका और हर फराज खत्म हो चुका था। दूर तक बस एक चटियल मैदान था और ऊपर आग उगलता आसमान। मगर आज इस आसमान का रंग नीला न था, लाल अंगारा था। ये लाली सूरज की दहकती आग के बजाय जहन्नुम के उन भड़कते शोलों का एक असर थी जो किसी अस्तहे के मानंद मुंह खोले वक्फे वक्फे से आसमान की तरफ लपकते और सूरज को अपनी गिरफ्त में लेने की कोशिश करते। जहन्नुमी शोलों की लपक का ये खौफनाक मंजर और भड़कती आग के दहकने की आवाज दिलों को लरसा रही थी। लरसते हुए ये दिल मुजरिमों के दिल थे। ये गाफिलों, मुतकब्बिरों, जालिमों, कातिलों और सरकशों के दिल थे। ये जमीन के फिरौनों और जब्बारों के दिल थे। ये अपने दौर के खुदाओं और जमाने के ना खुदाओं के दिल थे। ये दिल उन लोगों के थे जो गुजरी हुई दुनिया में ऐसे जिए जैसे इन्हें मरना न था, मगर जब मरे तो ऐसे हो गए गोया कभी धरती पर बसे ही ना थे। ये खुदा की बादशाही में खुदा को नजरअंदाज करके जीने वालों के दिल थे। ये मखलूक के खुदा पर अपनी खुदाई कायम करने वालों के दिल थे। ये इंसानों के दर्द और खुदा की याद से खाली दिल थे। सो आज वो दिन शुरू हो गया जब इन गाफिल दिलों को जहन्नुम के भड़कते शोलों और खत्म ना होने वाले अजाबों की ग़िज़ा बन जाना था। वो अजाब जो अपनी भूख मिटाने के लिए पत्थरों और इन पत्थर दिलों के मुंतज़िर थे। आज इन अजाबों का यौमुल ईद था कि इनकी अज़ली भूख मिटने वाली थी। इन अजाबों के खौफ से खुदा के ये मुजरिम किसी पनाह की तलाश में भागते फिर रहे थे। मगर इस मैदान हशर में कैसी पनाह और कौन सी आफियत। हर जगह आफत, मुसीबत और सख्ती थी और इन पत्थर दिल मुजरिमों की खत्म ना होने वाली बदबख्ती थी। खबर नहीं इस हाल में कितने बरस, कितनी सदियां गुजर चुकी हैं। ये हशर का मैदान और क़यामत का दिन है। नई जिंदगी शुरू हो चुकी है, कभी खत्म ना होने के लिए। मैं भी हशर के इस मैदान में गुमसुम खड़ा खाली आंखों से सब कुछ देख रहा हूँ। मेरे सामने अनगिनत लोग भागते दौड़ते गिरते पड़ते चले जा रहे हैं। फिजा में शोलों के भड़कने की आवाज के साथ लोगों के चीखने चिल्लाने, रोने पीटने और आहुसारी की आवाजें गूंज रही हैं। लोग एक दूसरे को बुरा भला कह रहे हैं, गालियां दे रहे हैं, लड़ झगड़ रहे हैं, इल्जाम तराशी कर रहे हैं, आपस में गुत्थम गुत्था है। कोई सर पकड़े बैठा है, कोई मुंह पर खाक डाल रहा है, कोई चेहरा छुपा रहा है, कोई शर्मिंदगी उठा रहा है, कोई पत्थरों से सर टकरा रहा है, कोई सीना को भी कर रहा है, कोई खुद को कोस रहा है, कोई अपने माँ बाप, बीवी बच्चों, दोस्तों और लीडरों को अपनी इस तबाही का जिम्मेदार ठहराकर उन पर बरस रहा है। इन सब का मसला एक ही है, कयामत का दिन आ गया है और इनके पास इस दिन की कोई तैयारी नहीं। अब ये किसी दूसरे को इल्जाम दें या खुद को बुरा भला कहें, मातम करें या सब्र का दामन थामें, अब कुछ नहीं बदल सकता। अब तो सिर्फ इंतजार है कायनात के मालिक के ज़हूर का, जिसके बाद हिसाब किताब शुरू होगा और अदल के साथ हर शख्स की किस्मत का फैसला हो जाएगा। यकायक एक आदमी मेरे बिल्कुल करीब चिल्लाया, इससे तो मौत अच्छी थी, इससे तो कब्र का गढ़ा अच्छा था। मैं इर्द गिर्द की दुनिया से बिल्कुल कट चुका था कि ये चीखनुमा आवाज मुझे सोच की वादियों से हकीकत के उस मैदान में ले आई जहां मैं बहुत देर से गुमसुम खड़ा था। लम्हा भर में मेरे जहन में इब्तिदा से इंतहा तक सब कुछ ताज़ा हो गया। अपनी कहानी, दुनिया की कहानी, जिंदगी की कहानी सब फिल्म की रील की तरह मेरे दिमाग में घूमने लगी। इस भयानक दिन के आगाज पर मैं अपने घर में था। इस घर का महल वकू खारजी दुनिया के किसी शख्स को समझाया नहीं जा सकता। एक जाहिर भी नजर के लिए ये घर कब्र का एक तारीख गढ़ा, मगर दरअसल ये आखिरत की दुनिया का पहला दरवाजा था, वो दरवाजा जिसे अंदर से नहीं खोला जा सकता। मुझे इस दरवाजे को खोलने में कोई दिलचस्पी थी भी नहीं, क्योंकि मैं इस दरवाजे से गुजरकर बरज़ख की उस दुनिया में दाखिल हो चुका था जिसमें मेरे लिए खत्म ना होने वाली राहत थी। उस रोज मुझसे मेरा हमदम देरीना और मेरा महबूब दोस्त सालेह मिलने आया हुआ था। सालेह वो फरिश्ता था जो दुनिया की जिंदगी में मेरे दाएं हाथ पर रहा। उसकी गुर्बत मौत के बाद की जिंदगी में मेरे लिए हमेशा बाइस तमानियत रही थी, और आज भी हमेशा की तरह हमारी पुरलुत्फ गुफ्तगू जारी थी। दौरानी गुफ्तगू मैंने उससे पूछा, यार ये बताओ तुम्हारी ड्यूटी मेरे साथ क्यों लगाई गई है? बात यह है अब्दुल्ला कि मैं और मेरा साथी दुनिया में तुम्हारे साथ ड्यूटी किया करते थे। वो तुम्हारी बुराइयां और मैं नेकियां लिखता था। तुम मुझे 2 मिनट फारिग नहीं रहने देते थे। कभी अल्लाह का जिक्र, कभी उसकी याद में आंसू, कभी इंसानों के लिए दुआ, कभी नमाज, कभी अल्लाह की राह में खर्च, कभी खिदमत खल्क। कुछ और नहीं तो तुम्हारे चेहरे पर हमा वक्त दूसरों के लिए मुस्कुराहट रहती थी। इसलिए मैं हर वक्त कुछ न कुछ लिखता ही रहता था। तुमने मुझे थकाकर मार ही डाला था, लेकिन हम फरिश्ते तुम इंसानों की तरह तो होते नहीं कि बुराई का बदला बुराई से दें। इसलिए तुम्हारी इस बुराई के जवाब में भी देख लो, मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूं और तुम्हारा ख्याल रखता हूं। साले ने इंतहाई संजीदगी से मेरी बात का जवाब दिया। मैंने उसकी बात के जवाब में उसी संजीदगी के साथ कहा, तुमसे ज्यादा बुराई मैंने उल्टे हाथ वाले के साथ की थी। वो मेरा गुनाह लिखता, मगर मैं उसके बाद फौरन तौबा कर लेता। फिर वो बेचारा अपने सारे लिखे लिखाए को बैठकर मिटाता और मुझे बुरा भला कहता कि तुमने मिटवाना ही था तो लिखवाया क्यों था। आखिरकार उसने तंग आकर अल्लाह ताला से दुआ की कि इस शख्स से मेरी जान छुड़ाएं। इसलिए मौत के बाद से अब तुम ही मेरे साथ रहते हो। ये सुनकर साले हंसने लगा और बोला, फिक्र ना करो, हिसाब किताब के वक्त वो फिर आ जाएगा। कानून के तहत हम दोनों मिलकर ही तुम्हें अल्लाह ताला के सामने पेश करेंगे। ये बात कहते कहते उसके चेहरे पर गहरी संजीदगी के आसार नमूदार हो गए। वो बोलते बोलते चुप हुआ और सर झुकाकर एक गहरी खामोशी में डूब गया। मैंने उसका ये अंदाज आज तक न देखा था। चंद लम्हों बाद उसने सर उठाया तो उसके चेहरे से हमेशा रहने वाली शुगुफ्तगी और मुस्कुराहट रुखसत हो चुकी थी, और उसकी जगह खौफ और हुस्न के सायों ने ले ली थी। मुझे देखकर वो मुस्कुराने की नाकाम कोशिश करते हुए बोला, अब्दुल्ला, इसराफील को हुक्म मिल चुका है। खुदा का वादा पूरा होने का वक्त आ गया है। अहले जमीन की मोहलत खत्म हो गई है। तुम कुछ अरसा मजीद बरज़ख के इस मैदान में खुदा की रहमतों के साए में रहोगे, मगर मैं अब रुखसत हो रहा हूँ। अब मैं तुमसे उस वक्त मिलूंगा जब जिंदगी शुरू होगी। तुम्हारी आंख खुलेगी तो कयामत का दिन शुरू हो चुका होगा। मैं उस रोज तुमसे दोबारा मिलूंगा। जिंदगी के हंगामे जारी थे। बाजारों में वही चहल पहल और गहमा गहमी थी। न्यूयॉर्क, लॉस एंजलिस, लंदन, पेरिस, कराची, लाहौर, हर जगह रौनक मेले लगे हुए थे। रात को दिन कर देने वाली सैलाबी रोशनियों में 2020 क्रिकेट मैच और फुटबॉल वर्ल्ड कप के मुकाबले। इनको देखते और तालियां बजाते तमाशाई, पब और बार में शराब पीते और क्लबों में स्ट्रिपटीज देखते बदमस्त लोग। हॉलीवुड और बॉलीवुड की एक्शन और थ्रिल फिल्मों में अदाकारों के जलवे और इन जलवों के शौकीन तमाशबीन। फिल्मों, ड्रामों, स्टेज टीवी, पहले डांस और फैशन शोज में थरकती मटकती अपने जिसकी नुमाइश करती मॉडल्स और अदाकाराएं, और इस नुमाइश से अपनी तिजोरियां भरते सरमायादार, नए दौर के नए फातिहीन आलम, मल्टीनेशनल कंपनियों के मालिकान और इनको अपना इल्म और हुनर बेचकर अपने मुस्तकबिल के ख्वाब बुनने वाले बासलाहियत नौजवान। मीडिया की चमक दमक, सहाफत के मिर्च मसाले और बाजारी सियासत के मांद न पड़ने वाले मुकर फरेब के हंगामे। बाजारों में घूमते और खरीदारी करते मर्द खवातीन और उनको बुलाती रिझाती दुकानें और दुकानदार। उम्रा के इशरत कदों में गूंजते साजो आवाज, गुरबा के झोपड़ों में फख्र व अफलास, शादी की तकरीबात में खुशी के नगमे, जनाजों और अस्पतालों में गम व अलम के साए, खुदा के नाम पर अपने मफादात का तहफ़्फ़ुज़ करते अहले मजहब, गरीबों और उनके मसाइल से हमेशा की तरह बेनियाज अहले सरवत, करप्शन की नापाक कमाई से अपनी जेबें भरते सरकारी मुलाजिम। اور ملاوٹ و ذخیرہ اندوزی سے اپنی تجوریاں بھرتے حرام خور تاجر، عوام کا استحصال کرتے اہل اقتدار، اور دنیا پر اپنا غلبہ قائم رکھنے کے منصوبے بناتی سپر پاورز، سب اپنے اپنے مشغلوں اور کاموں میں مگن تھے۔ اہل زمین جو ہمیشہ سے کرتے آئے تھے وہی کر رہے تھے۔ ظلم و فساد کی داستانیں، دھوکہ و فریب کی کہانیاں، حرص و ہوس کی دوڑ، غفلت اور سرکشی کے رویے، خدا اور آخرت فراموشی، سیاسی ہنگامے، معاشی جد و جہد، مذہبی جھگڑے، طبقاتی کشمکش، ہر چیز ہمیشہ کی طرح جاری تھی۔ پیغمبر تو صدیوں پہلے آنے بند ہو گئے تھے۔ ایگریکلچرل ایج انڈسٹریل ایج سے بدلی، اور انڈسٹریل ایج انفارمیشن ایج سے، مگر انسانی رویے نہیں بدلے، ان کے غم بھی نہیں بدلے۔ وہی کاروبار اور روزگار کی پریشانیاں، وہی عشق و محبت کی ناکامیاں، وہی موت اور بیماری کے مسائل۔ اس وقت بھی انسانوں کے ہاں ہر غم تھا سوائے غم آخرت کے، ہر خوف تھا سوائے خوف خدا کے۔ آسمان کی آنکھ یہ دیکھ رہی تھی کہ خدا کی زمین کو ظلم و فساد سے بھر دینے والا انسان اب دھرتی کا ناقابل برداشت بوجھ بن گیا ہے، تو انسان کو بار بار ہلایا گیا۔ نبی و آخر زمان کی پیش گوئیاں پوری ہونے لگی۔ ننگے پاؤں بکریاں چرانے والے عربوں نے دنیا کی بلند ترین عمارتیں بنا لی، مگر انسانیت ہوش میں نہیں آئی۔ نوح کے تیسرے بیٹے یافس کی اولاد یعنی یاجوج و ماجوج کی نسل دنیا کے پھاٹکوں کی مالک بن گئی۔ عظمت کی ہر بلندی سے یہی یاجوج و ماجوج ساکنان دنیا پر یلغار کرنے لگے۔ برطانیہ، روس، امریکہ اور چین ایک کے بعد ایک دنیا کے اقتدار کی مسند پر فائز ہوتے گئے۔ آسمانی صحیفوں کی تمام پیشگوئیاں پوری ہو گئیں، مگر انسانیت پھر بھی ہوش میں نہ آئی۔ سونامی آئے، سیلاب آئے، زلزلے آئے، مگر انسانیت غفلت سے نہ نکلی۔ خدا نے انفارمیشن ایج پیدا کر دی، اس کے اجمی بندوں نے نبی عربی کے پیغام کو اٹھایا اور انسانیت پر حجت تمام کر دی، مگر انسانیت پھر بھی نہ سنبھلی۔ قیامت سے قبل قیامت کی منظر کشی آخری درجے میں کر کے انسانیت کو جھنجھوڑ دیا گیا، مگر لوگوں کے رویے میں کوئی تبدیلی نہ آئی۔ سو جسے آخر کار آنا تھا وہ آ گئی۔ اسرافیل نے خدا کا حکم سنا اور سور ہاتھ میں اٹھا لیا۔ دیکھتے ہی دیکھتے قیامت آ گئی، سورج کی بساط لپیٹ دی گئی، تارے بے نور ہونے لگے، ہمالیہ جیسے پہاڑ ہوا میں روئی کی مانند اڑنے لگے، کوہسار ریگزار بن گئے، سمندروں نے پہاڑ جتنی اونچی لہریں اٹھانا شروع کر دیں، میدان سمندر بن گئے، زمین نے اپنے آتش فشاں باہر اکھل دیے، وادیوں میں آگ کے دریا بہنے لگے، دھرتی نے اپنے سارے زلزلے باہر نکال پھینکے، زمین الٹ پلٹ ہو گئی، شہر کھنڈروں میں بدلنے لگے، عمارتیں خاک ہونے لگیں، آبادیاں قبرستانوں کا منظر پیش کرنے لگی۔ کمزور انسان کی بھلا حیثیت ہی کیا تھی؟ وہ جو کچھ دیر قبل نئے گھر کی تعمیر کے منصوبے بنا رہے تھے، نئی دکان اور نئے کاروبار کی منصوبہ بندی کر رہے تھے، شادی اور نکاح کی امیدیں باندھ رہے تھے، نئی کار اور نئے کپڑوں کی خریداری کر رہے تھے، اولاد کے مستقبل کی پلاننگ میں مصروف تھے، اپنے تمام ارادے اور سارے عزائم بھول گئے، مائیں دودھ پیتے بچوں کو چھوڑ کر بھاگی، حاملہ عورتوں کے حمل گر گئے، طاقتور کمزوروں کو کچلتے اور نوجوان بوڑھوں کو چھوڑتے بھاگنے لگے، سونا چاندی سرے راہ پڑے ہیں، نوٹ ہوا میں اڑ رہے ہیں، قیمتی سامان بکھرا ہوا ہے، مگر کوئی لینے والا سمیٹنے والا نہیں، گھر، کاروبار، رشتہ دار، ناتا و اسباب سب غیر اہم ہو چکے ہیں، ہر نفس صرف اپنی فکر میں ہے۔ آج انسان سب کو بھول گیا ہے، صرف ایک خدا کو پکار رہا ہے، مگر کوئی جواب نہیں آتا۔ دہریے اور ملحد بھی نام خدائی کی دہائی دے رہے ہیں، مگر کوئی جائے عافیت نظر نہیں آتی۔ بربادی کے سائے پیچھا نہیں چھوڑ رہے، موت ہر جگہ تعاقب کر رہی ہے، مصیبت نے ہر طرف خرکار، زندگی موت سے شکست کھا گئی، زندگی ختم ہو گئی، مگر اس لیے اس زندگی کو اب شروع ہونا تھا۔ ہوا کی تیز سرسراہٹ کی آواز میرے کانوں میں آنے لگی، بارش کی کچھ بوندیں میرے چہرے پر گری، مجھے ہوش آنے لگا۔ میں بہت دیر تک اٹھنے کی کوشش کرتا رہا، مگر میرے حواس مکمل طور پر بیدار نہ ہو سکے۔ کافی دیر میں اسی حال میں رہا، اچانک میرے کانوں میں ایک مانوس آواز آئی، عبداللہ اٹھو، جلدی کرو۔ یہ میرے ہمدم دیرینہ، میرے یار غار صالح کی آواز تھی۔ اس کی آواز نے مجھ پر جادو کر دیا اور میں ایک دم سے اٹھ کھڑا ہوا۔ میں کہاں ہوں؟ یہ میرا پہلا اور بے ساختہ سوال تھا۔ تم بھول گئے میں نے تم سے کیا کہا تھا؟ قیامت کا دن شروع ہو گیا ہے، اسرافیل دوسرا سور پھونک رہے ہیں، اس وقت اس کی صدا بہت ہلکی ہے، ابھی اس کی آواز سے صرف وہ لوگ اٹھ رہے ہیں जो पिछली जिंदगी में खुदा के फर्मा बरदारों में से थे। उसने मेरा कंधा थपकते हुए कहा, और बाकी लोग? मैंने उसकी बात काट कर कहा। थोड़ी ही देर में इसराफील की आवाज बुलंद होती चली जाएगी और उसमें सख्ती आ जाएगी। फिर ये आवाज एक धमाके में बदल जाएगी। उस वक्त बाकी सब लोग भी उठ जाएंगे, मगर वो उठना बहुत मुसीबत और तकलीफ का उठना होगा। हमें उससे पहले यहां से चले जाना है, उसने तेजी से जवाब दिया। मगर कहां? ये सवाल मेरी आंखों से झलका ही था कि साले ने उसे पढ़ लिया। तुम खुश नसीब हो अब्दुल्ला, हम अर्श की तरफ जा रहे हैं, वो तेजी से कदम उठाता हुआ बोला। फिर मजीद तफसील बताते हुए उसने कहा, इस वक्त सिर्फ अंबिया, सिद्दीकीन, शोहदा और सालिहीन ही अपनी कब्रों से बाहर निकले हैं। ये वो लोग हैं जिनकी कामयाबी का फैसला दुनिया ही में हो गया था। ये वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने खुदा को बिन देखे मान लिया था, उसे छुए बगैर पा लिया था, और उसकी सदा उस वक्त सुन ली जब कान उसकी आवाज सुनने से कासिर थे। ये लोग उसके रसूलों पर ईमान लाए और उनकी नुसरत और अताअत का हक अदा कर दिया। इनकी वफादारी अपनी मजहबी शख्सियात, अपने लीडरों, अपने फिरके के अकाबरीन और अपने बाप दादा के अकायद और तासुबात से न थी, बल्कि सिर्फ और सिर्फ खुदा और उसके रसूलों से थी। उन्होंने खुदा परस्ती के लिए हर दुख झेला, हर ताना सुना, हर सख्ती बर्दाश्त की, आला इखलाक और बुलंद किरदार को अपनी जिंदगी बनाया, खुदा से मोहब्बत और मखलूक पर शफकत के साथ जिंदगी गुजारी। अब्दुल्ला, आज इन लोगों के बदले का वक्त है और ये है इनके बदले का आगाज। साले की बातें सुनते हुए मेरे चेहरे से हैरत और उसके चेहरे से खुशी टपक रही थी। मगर मैं तो जन्नत में था। और साले ने हंसते हुए मेरी बात काटकर कहा, मेरे दोस्त, वो बरज़ख का जमाना था, ख्वाब की जिंदगी थी। असल जिंदगी तो अब शुरू हुई है, जन्नत तो अब मिलेगी। वैसे वो भी हकीकत ही थी। देख लो, तुम्हारी और मेरी दोस्ती वहीं पर ही हुई थी। मैं अपना सर झटक कर उसे देखने लगा। कुछ कुछ मेरी समझ में आ रहा था और बहुत कुछ समझना भी बाकी था, मगर उस लम्हे मैंने अपने आप को साले के हवाले करना ज्यादा बेहतर महसूस किया। साले से मेरी दोस्ती उस वक्त हुई थी जब मैंने मौत के बाद, या ज्यादा दुरुस्त अल्फाज में, फानी दुनिया के धोखे से निकलकर हकीकत की दुनिया में कदम रखा था। लोग मौत से बहुत डरते हैं, मगर मेरे लिए मौत एक इंतहाई खुशगवार तजर्बा थी। मलिकुल मौत इजराइल का नाम दुनिया में दहशत की एक अलामत है, मगर मेरे सामने वो एक इंतहाई खूबसूरत शक्ल में आए थे। उन्होंने बहुत मोहब्बत और शफकत से मेरी शख्सियत, यानी मेरी रूह को मेरे जिस्म से जुदा किया। मेरा जिस्मानी वजूद साबिका दुनिया में रह गया और मेरी असल शख्सियत को उन्होंने इस नई दुनिया में, जिसका नाम आलम बरज़ख था, मुंतकिल कर दिया। बरज़ख का मतलब पर्दा होता है। मलिकुल मौत के जाहिर होते ही मेरे और पिछली दुनिया के दरमियान एक पर्दा हायल हो गया, जिसकी बिना पर उस दुनिया से मेरा राब्ता खत्म हो गया था। मैं नहीं जानता कि मेरी जुदाई के गम में मेरे अहले खाना पर क्या गुजर रही थी, लेकिन मुझे यकीन था कि मेरी तरबियत की बिना पर वो खुदा की रजा पर साबिर और शाकिर होंगे। मैं अपनी असल शख्सियत समेत अब एक नई दुनिया में था। ये बरज़ख की दुनिया थी। इस नई दुनिया में मलिकुल मौत इजराइल ने मुझे जिस शख्स के हवाले किया वो यही सालेह था। इसके साथ बहुत से खुश शक्ल, खुश लिबास, खुश गुफ्तार फरिश्ते मौजूद थे। इन सब के हाथों में गुलदस्ते, जबान पर मुबारकबादियां और सलामती की दुआएं थीं। मुबारक सलामत के इस माहौल में वो सब मिलकर मुझे यकीन दिला रहे थे कि आजमाइश के दिन खत्म और जन्नत की अजीम कामयाबी के दिन शुरू हो गए हैं। उस वक्त साले ने मुझे ये खुशखबरी दी कि बरज़खी जिंदगी के आगाज पर मेरे लिए पहला इनाम परवरदिगार अर्ज़ समावात के हुजूर पेशी है। उसने मुझे बताया कि ये एजाज हर शख्स को नहीं मिलता। मेरे लिए ये खुशखबरी जन्नत की खुशखबरी से भी ज्यादा कीमती थी। उन सब की मैयत में मेरा सफर शुरू हुआ। ये नई दुनिया थी जहां फासले, मकामात, ज़मा और मकान यानी टाइम और स्पेस के माने इस तरह बदल गए थे कि वो अल्फाज के किसी जामे में बयान नहीं हो सकते। मैं मस्ती व सरशारी के आलम में ये सफर तय कर रहा था कि एक जगह हम रोक दिए गए। ऐलान हुआ कि जमीन के फरिश्तों की हद आ गई है, सब यहां रुक जाएं। सिर्फ साले को मेरे साथ आगे बढ़ने की इजाजत मिली। आलम समावात का सफर शुरू हुआ। जल्द ही हम एक और जगह पहुंच कर रुक गए। यहाँ जिब्रील अमीन खास तौर पर मेरे इस्तकबाल के लिए आए थे। मुझे देखकर वो कहने लगे, अब्दुल्ला, तुम मुझसे पहली दफा मिल रहे हो, मगर मैं तुमसे पहले भी कई दफा मिल चुका हूँ। फिर होले से मेरा कंधा थपथपाते हुए बोले, आका के हुक्म पर कई दफा मैंने तुम्हारी मदद की थी, मगर जाहिर है तुम उस वक्त ये नहीं जानते थे। आका के लफ्ज से मेरे चेहरे पर एक रोशनी फूटी, जिसे जिब्रील के नूरानी वजूद ने अल्फाज में ढलने से कबल ही पढ़ लिया और कहा, आओ चलो मैं तुम्हें तुम्हारे अन्नदाता से मिलाता हूँ। نبیوں کے علاوہ یہ احساس بہت کم انسانوں کو حاصل ہوتا ہے کہ وہ اس طرح بارگاہ اہدیت میں پیش کیے جائیں. تم واقعی بہت خوش نصیب ہو. ہم آگے بڑھے تو میرے ذہن میں ایک سوال پیدا ہوا جس کا پوچھ لینا ہی مناسب خیال کرتے ہوئے میں نے جبریل علیہ السلام سے عرض کیا, کیا ہم سدرۃ المنتہا کی طرف جا رہے ہیں؟ نہیں, جبریل امین نے جواب دیا. پھر مزید وضاحت کرتے ہوئے کہا, تمہارے ذہن میں غالباً معراج والی بات ہے. وہ انبیاء کا راستہ ہے. انبیاء کی حضوری کے مقامات بہت اعلیٰ ہوتے ہیں, پھر انہیں مشاہدات بھی کرائے جاتے ہیں. تمہارا راستہ بالکل الگ ہے. تمہیں صرف بارگاہ الوحیت میں سجدے کا احساس بخشنے کے لیے بلایا گیا ہے, اور غالباً تمہاری وجہ سے صالح کو بھی یہاں تک آنے کی اجازت ملی ہے. اس لمحے میں نے صالح کو دیکھا جس کا چہرہ خوشی سے دمک رہا تھا. جبریل امین نے گفتگو کا سلسلہ جاری رکھتے ہوئے کہا, خدا کی ہستی لامحدود ہے, اس کے مقامات بھی لامحدود ہیں. تمہاری دنیا میں ان مقامات کا کوئی اندازہ نہیں کیا جا سکتا. جو کچھ تم دنیا میں جانتے تھے وہ بہت محدود اور کم تھا. آج مرنے کے بعد تمہاری آنکھیں کھلی ہیں. اب تم وہ دنیا دیکھ رہے ہو جس کے کمالات کی کوئی حد نہیں. میں جو کچھ دیکھ رہا تھا وہ واقعی جبریل امین کی سچائی کا ثبوت تھا. میں نے دل میں سوچا کہ اللہ کا شکر ہے کہ میں کفر و نافرمانی کے حال میں نہیں مرا, مگر نہ آنکھیں تو اس وقت بھی کھلتی, مگر جو کچھ دیکھنے کو ملتا وہ بہت زیادہ برا اور بھیانک ہوتا. جبریل امین کی معیت میں ہم مختلف مراحل طے کرتے ہوئے حاملین عرش کے قریب پہنچے. یہاں نور, رنگ اور روشنی کا ایک ایسا حسین اور لطیف امتزاج چھایا ہوا تھا جو بیان کی گرفت سے باہر تھا. حاملین عرش کے سر جھکے ہوئے تھے, چہرے پر خشیت کا اثر اور تمانیت کا نور پھیلا ہوا تھا. جبریل امین نے بتایا, پروردگار کی بارگاہ کا ہر حکم انہی فرشتوں کی وساطت سے نیچے جاتا, اور نیچے والوں کا ہر فعل انہی کے ذریعے سے عالم کے پروردگار کے حضور پیش کیا جاتا ہے. میں قرب الہی کے اس مقام کو رشک بھری نظروں سے دیکھ رہا تھا. انہوں نے بھی نظر اٹھا کر مجھے دیکھا, اور لمحہ بھر کے لیے ان کے چہروں پر مسکراہٹ آئی. میرا حوصلہ بڑھا. میرے روئیں روئیں سے اس ہستی کی حمد و ثنا بلند ہونے لگی جس سے ملنے کی خواہش میں ساری زندگی گزار دی تھی. پھر چلتے چلتے مجھ پر نہ جانے کیوں لرزہ طاری ہونے لگا. خدا سے ملنے کی شدید ترین خواہش پر اس کی عظمت کا احساس غالب آ گیا. اس لمحے مجھ پر اتنا شدید روب طاری ہوا کہ میں گھبرا کر واپس پیچھے ہٹنے لگا. اگرچہ عرش ابھی بہت دور تھا, مگر صاحب عرش کی عظمت کے احساس سے میری ہمت ٹوٹ گئی. مجھے لگا کہ اس لمحے میرا وجود کرچی کرچی ہو کر فضا میں بکھر جائے گا. شاید یہی ہوتا, مگر ایسے میں میرے کانوں میں جبریل امین کی آواز آئی, یہیں سجدے میں گر جاؤ. اس مقام سے آگے صرف انبیاء کرام جاتے ہیں. میں اور صالح دونوں سجدے میں چلے گئے. جسے بن دیکھے سجدہ کیا تھا, آج پہلی دفعہ اسے دیکھ کر سجدہ کیا تھا. دیکھا تو خیر کیا تھا, بس آثار دیکھ لیے تھے. یہ سجدہ کتنا طویل اور کتنا لذیذ تھا مجھے نہیں یاد, جس نے سورج کو روشنی کی رتا اور چاند کو نور کی قبا پہنائی, پھولوں کو مہک اور تتلیوں کو رنگ کا لباس پہنایا, تاروں کو چمک کا لہجہ اور کلیوں کو چٹک کی آواز عطا کی, آسمان کو رفت کا تاج اور سمندروں کو وسعت کا تخت بخشا, اور دریاؤں کو بہاؤ کا حسن عطا کیا, اور جس نے انسان کو بیان کا وصف اور نزول قرآن کا شرف بخشا. اس کے قدموں میں گزرا ہوا ایک ایک لمحہ ہفتے اقلیم کی بادشاہی سے بڑھ کر تھا, مگر اس لمحے کو تمام ہونا ہی تھا. حاملین عرش کی دلکش صدا بلند ہوئی, هو اللہ لا الہ الا ہو. یہ اعلان تھا کہ صاحب عرش کلام کر رہا ہے. آواز آئی, میں اللہ ہوں, میرے سوا کوئی معبود نہیں. ہر سر سے لذیذ تر اس صدا میں وہ سحر تھا کہ میرا وجود سراپا گوش ہو گیا. میرا پورا جسم اور اس کی ہر قوت کانوں اور سماعت میں سمٹ آئی. میں مزید کچھ سننے کا منتظر تھا, مگر گفتگو میں ایک وقفہ آ گیا تھا. مجھے احساس ہوا کہ شاید اب مجھے کچھ کہنا چاہیے. جو پہلی بات میری زبان پر آئی وہ یہ تھی, مالک, زندگی میں یہی ایک حقیقت تو جانی ہے. میری یہ بات میرے اپنے کان بمشکل سن سکے تھے, مگر حاضر و غائب کے جاننے والے اور دلوں کے بھید پا لینے والے تک وہ بات پہنچ گئی تھی. جواب ملا, مگر یہ بات جاننے والا ہر شخص یہاں تک نہیں آتا. جانتے ہو عبداللہ تم یہاں تک کیسے آ گئے؟ اس دفعہ میرے شہنشاہ کے لہجے کے جاہو جلال میں اپنائیت کا رنگ جھلک رہا تھا. اس لیے کہ تمہاری زندگی کا مقصد لوگوں کو میرے بارے میں بتانا تھا, میری ملاقات سے خبردار کرنا تھا. तुमने मेरी याद को, मेरे काम को अपनी जिंदगी बना लिया। ये उसका बदला है। आसमान और जमीन के मालिक की गुफ्तगू और आवाज सुनते रहना मेरी जिंदगी की शदीद तरीन ख्वाहिश बन चुकी थी, मगर एक दफा फिर मालिकुल मुल्क अपनी बात कहने के बाद ठहर गए। मुझे महसूस हुआ कि मेरा रब मुझे बोलने का मौका दे रहा है। मैंने अर्ज किया, क्या मैं आपके पास यहां रुक सकता हूं? मुझसे कोई दूर नहीं होता, न मैं किसी से दूर होता हूं। मेरा हर बंदा और मेरी हर बंदी जो मेरी याद में जिए वो मेरे पास रहता है। और कुछ आखिरी बात से मुझे अंदाजा हुआ कि मुलाकात का वक्त खत्म हो रहा है। मैंने अर्ज किया, मेरे लिए क्या हुक्म है? हुक्म का वक्त गुजर गया, अब तो तुम्हें हुक्मरान बनाने का वक्त आ रहा है। फिलहाल तुम वापस जाओ, जिंदगी अभी शुरू नहीं हुई। मैंने चलते चलते अर्ज की, आप क़यामत के दिन मुझे भूलेंगे तो नहीं? मैंने उस दिन की वहशत और आपकी नाराजगी का बहुत जिक्र सुन रखा है। फजा में एक हसीन तबस्सुम बिखर गया। खनकते हुए लहजे में सदा आई, भूलने का आर्जा तुम इंसानों को होता है। बादशाहों का बादशाह, तुम्हारा मालिक, तुम्हारा रब कुछ नहीं भूलता। रहा मेरा गुस्सा तो वो मेरी रहमत पर कभी गालिब नहीं आता। तुमने तो जिंदगी भर मुझे उम्मीद और खौफ के साथ याद रखा है। मैं भी तुम्हें दरगुजर और रहमत के साथ याद रखूंगा। लेकिन एक लम्हे के शाहाना तवक्कुफ के बाद इरशाद हुआ, तुम्हारी तसल्ली के लिए मैं सालेह को तुम्हारे साथ कर रहा हूं। ये हर जरूरत के मौके पर तुम्हारा ख्याल रखेगा। ये थी मेरी और सालेह की पहली मुलाकात की रुदात और उसके साथ मेरे रहने की असल वजह। आलम बरज़ख में मेरी जिंदगी जिस्म के बगैर थी। उसमें मेरे एहसासात, जज्बात, तजुर्बात और मुशाहिदात की कैफियत वैसी ही थी जैसी ख्वाब में होती है, यानी गैर मादी मगर शऊर से भरपूर जिंदगी, जिसमें मुझे इन नेमतों का मुकम्मल एहसास रहता जो जन्नत में मुझे मिलने वाली थी। सालेह मेरी ख्वाहिश पर वक्फे वक्फे से मुझसे मिलने आता रहा। हर दफा वो मुझे नित नई चीजों के बारे में बताता रहता और मेरे हर सवाल का जवाब देता। आहिस्ता आहिस्ता हमारी दोस्ती बढ़ती गई। फिर आखिरी मुलाकात में उसने मुझे बताया था कि जिंदगी शुरू होने जा रही है और अब मैं उसके साथ मैदान हशर को तेजी के साथ अबूर करता हुआ अर्श की तरफ बढ़ रहा था। चलते चलते मैंने इर्द गिर्द देखा तो ताहद नजर एक हमवार मैदान नजर आया। माहौल कुछ ऐसा हो रहा था जैसे फजर की नमाज के बाद और सूरज निकलने से कबल का होता है, यानी हल्का हल्का उजाला हर तरफ फैला हुआ था। उस वक्त इस मैदान में कम ही लोग नजर आ रहे थे, मगर जो थे उन सब की मंजिल एक ही थी। मेरे दिल में सवाल पैदा हुआ कि इनमें से कोई नबी या रसूल भी है। मैंने सालेह को देखा, उसे मालूम था मैं क्या पूछ रहा हूं। कहने लगा, वो सब के सब पहले ही उठ चुके हैं, हम उन्हीं के पास जा रहे हैं, क्या उनसे मुलाकात का मौका मिलेगा? मैंने बच्चों की तरह इश्तियाक से पूछा। वो चलते चलते रुका और धीरे से बोला, अब उन्हीं के साथ जिंदगी गुजरेगी। अब्दुल्ला, तुम अभी तक नहीं समझ पाए कि क्या हो रहा है। आजमाइश खत्म हो चुकी है, धोखा खत्म हो गया है। अब जिंदगी शुरू हो रही है जिसमें अच्छे लोग अच्छे लोगों के साथ रहेंगे और बुरे लोग हमेशा बुरे लोगों के साथ रहेंगे। असल में बात यह थी कि मैं अभी तक शौक से नहीं निकल सका था। दरअसल अभी तक नई दुनिया का सारा तारुफ आलम बरज़ख में हुआ था। वो एक नौयत की रूहानी दुनिया थी, मगर यहाँ हशर में तो सब कुछ मादी दुनिया जैसा था। मेरे हाथ पांव, एहसासात, जमीन आसमान, हर चीज वही थी जिसका मैं पिछली दुनिया में आदी था। वहां मेरा घर था, घर वाले थे, मेरा मोहल्ला, मेरा इलाका, मेरी कौम। ये सब सोचते सोचते मेरे जहन में एक धमाका हुआ। मैंने रुककर सालेह को दोनों हाथों से पकड़ लिया। मेरे घर वाले कहाँ हैं? मेरे रिश्तेदार, अहबाब सब कहाँ हैं? उनके साथ क्या होगा? वो नजर क्यों नहीं आ रहे? सालेह ने मुझसे नजरें चुराकर कहा, जिन सवालों का जवाब मुझे नहीं मालूम वो मुझसे मत पूछो। आज हर शख्स तन्हा है, कोई किसी के काम नहीं आ सकता। अगर उनके अमाल अच्छे हैं तो यकीन रखो वो तुमसे आ मिलेंगे, उनके साथ कोई ज्यादती नहीं होगी। और अगर ऐसा ना हुआ तो सालेह जुमला नामुकम्मल छोड़कर खामोश हो गया। उसकी बात सुनकर मेरा चेहरा भी बुझ गया। उसने मेरे कंधे पर हाथ रखकर मेरा हौसला बढ़ाया और कहा, अल्लाह पर भरोसा रखो। तुम खुदा के लश्कर में लड़ने वाले एक सिपाही थे, इसलिए पहले उठ गए हो। बाकी लोग अभी उठ रहे हैं। इंशाअल्लाह वो लोग भी खैर के साथ तुमसे मिल जाएंगे। अभी तो तुम आगे चलो। उसकी तसल्ली से मुझे कुछ हौसला हुआ और मैं सुबह रफ्तारी से उसके साथ चलने लगा। हम हवा के नर्म और तेज झोंकों की मानंद आगे बढ़ रहे थे। इस चलने में कोई मुशक्कत न थी, बल्कि लुत्फ आ रहा था। न जाने हमने कितना फासला तय किया था कि सालेह कहने लगा, अर्श इलाही के साए में मामून इलाका शुरू होने वाला है। वो देखो, आगे फरिश्तों का एक हुजूम नजर आ रहा है। उनके पीछे एक बुलंद दरवाजा है, यही अंदर दाखिले का दरवाजा है। मैंने साले के कहने पर सामने गौर से देखा तो वाकई फरिश्ते और उनके पीछे एक दरवाजा नजर आया, मगर ये अजीब दरवाजा था जो किसी दीवार के बगैर कायम था, या शायद दीवार गैर मरई थी, क्योंकि दरवाजे के साथ पीछे की सिमत कुछ नजर नहीं आ रहा था। गोया एक नजर ना आने वाला पर्दा था जिसने दरवाजे के पीछे के हर मंजर को ढांप रखा था। ताहम उसकी बात सुनते ही मेरे कदम तेज हो गए और फासला तेजी से घटने लगा। दरवाजा अभी दूर ही था मगर फरिश्ते वाज़ेह तौर पर नजर आने लगे थे। ये इंतहाई सख्त गिर और बुलंद कामत फरिश्ते थे जिनके हाथ में आग के कोड़े देखकर मैं घबरा गया। मैंने साले का हाथ मजबूती से पकड़कर उसे रोकते हुए कहा, तुम गालिबन गलत सिमत जा रहे हो, ये तो अजाब के फरिश्ते लगते हैं। चलते रहो, उसने रुके बगैर जवाब दिया। नाचार मुझे भी उसके पीछे जाना पड़ा। ताहम मैंने इतना एहतमाम कर लिया कि उससे 2 कदम पीछे रहकर चलने लगा, ताकि अगर पलटकर भागने की नौबत आए तो मैं उससे आगे ही रहूं। साले को मेरे एहसासात का अंदाजा हो चुका था। उसने वजाहत करनी जरूरी समझी। ये बेशक अजाब ही के फरिश्ते हैं। मैंने उसकी बात दरमियान से उचक कर कहा, और यहां इसलिए खड़े हैं कि आगे जाने से कबल मेरी पिटाई करके मेरे गुनाह झाड़ें। वो मेरी बात सुनकर बेइख्तियार हंसने लगा और बोला, देखो, अगर पिटाई होनी है तो तुम्हारा भागना मुफीद साबित नहीं होगा। कोई शख्स इन फरिश्तों की रफ्तार और ताकत का मुकाबला नहीं कर सकता। वैसे तुम्हारी इत्तला के लिए अर्ज है कि ये तुम्हारे लिए यहां नहीं खड़े हैं, बल्कि ये इसलिए खड़े हैं कि खुदा का कोई मुजरिम अगर इस सिमत आने की कोशिश करे तो उसे इतना मारे कि वो दोबारा इस तरफ आने की हिम्मत ना करे। हमारे करीब पहुंचने से कबल ही उन्होंने 2 हिस्सों में बंटकर हमारे लिए एक रास्ता बना दिया। अज़राह इनायत उन्होंने ये एहतमाम भी कर दिया कि कोड़ों को अपने पीछे कर लिया। मेरा ख्याल था कि वो हमें देखकर मुस्कुराएंगे और इजहार मुसर्रत करेंगे, मगर कोशिश के बावजूद उनके चेहरों पर कोई मुस्कुराहट तलाश न कर सका। सालेह कहने लगा, इनकी मौजूदगी का एक मकसद तुम्हें अल्लाह की इस नेमत का एहसास दिलाना है कि किस किस्म के फरिश्तों से तुम्हें बचा लिया गया। बेइख्तियार मेरी जबान से कलमा शुक्र व हम्द अदा हो गया। उनके बीच से गुजरकर हम दरवाजे के करीब पहुंचे तो वो खुद ब खुद खुल गया। उसके खुलते ही मेरी नजरों के सामने एक पुरफजा मकाम आ गया। यहां से वो इलाका शुरू हो रहा था जहां अर्श इलाही की रहमतें साया फिगन थी। रूह तक उतर जाने वाली ठंडी हवाएं और मैसूर कुन खुशबू मुझे छूने लगी थी। हम दरवाजे से अंदर दाखिल हुए तो देखा कि दूर तक फरिश्ते कतार तर कतार खड़े थे। उनके चेहरे बेहद दिलकश थे और उससे कहीं ज्यादा खूबसूरत मुस्कुराहट उनके चेहरों पर मौजूद थी। ये हाथ बांधे मुअद्दब अंदाज में खड़े थे। हम जैसे ही उनके बीच से गुजरे, दुआ व सलाम और खुशामदीद के अल्फाज से हमारा खैर मकदम शुरू हो गया। उनके रवैये और अल्फाज की तासीर मेरी रूह की गहराइयों में उतर रही थी और उनके वजूद से उठने वाली खुशबुएं मेरे एहसास को सरशार कर रही थी। यहां दाखिल होते ही मुझे ये महसूस हुआ कि मेरे अंदर कोई गैर मामूली तब्दीली आई है, लेकिन उस वक्त मेरी सारी तवज्जो फरिश्तों और यहाँ के दिलकश माहौल की तरफ थी, इसलिए मैं ज्यादा तवज्जो नहीं दे सका कि मेरे साथ क्या हुआ है। मैं इस कैफियत को बस यहाँ के माहौल का एक असर समझा। चलते चलते मुझे कुछ ख्याल आया तो मैंने साले के कान में सरगोशी की, यार ये तो ठीक है कि ये लोग मुझे कोई निजात याफ्ता शख्स मानकर मेरा इस्तकबाल कर रहे हैं, लेकिन यहाँ मेरी जाती वाकियत तो कोई नहीं है। क्या यहाँ तुम्हारा कोई वाकिफ है? मेरी बात सुनकर साले हंसते हुए बोला, अब्दुल्ला, आज हर शख्स अपनी पेशानी से पहचाना जाएगा कि वो कौन है। तुम्हें इल्म नहीं, मगर तुम्हारा पूरा पूरा तारुफ तुम्हारी पेशानी पर दर्ज है। तुम देखते जाओ आगे क्या होता है। कतार के इख्तिताम पर खड़ा एक वजीह फरिश्ता जो अपने अंदाज से उन सब का सरदार मालूम होता था, मेरे पास आया और मेरा नाम लेकर उसने मुझे सलाम किया। मैंने सलाम का जवाब दिया। फिर वो बहुत नरमी और मोहब्बत से बोला, हमेशा बाकी रहने वाली कामयाबी मुबारक हो। मैंने जवाब में शुक्र अदा ही किया था कि वो दोबारा बोला, क्या आप आईना देखना पसंद करेंगे? मेरी समझ में नहीं आया कि उसने ये बात मजाक में कही थी या संजीदगी से, क्योंकि इस वक्त आईना देखने की कोई माकूल वजह मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रही थी। ताहम उसने मेरे जवाब का इंतजार नहीं किया। एक फरिश्ते को इशारा किया और अगले ही लम्हे मेरे सामने एक कद्दे आदम आईना था। मैंने इस आईने को देखा और मुझे यकीन हो गया कि उसने मेरे साथ मजाक किया था,
क्योंकि ये आईना नहीं बल्कि एक इंतहाई खूबसूरत और जिंदगी से भरपूर पेंटिंग थी, जिसमें एक खूबसूरत नौजवान बल्कि शहजादा शाहाना लिबास ज़ेबतन किए खड़ा था। ये तस्वीर किसी भी एतबार से तस्वीर नहीं लग रही थी, बल्कि यूं महसूस हो रहा था कि जैसे आईने के सामने कोई जिंदा इंसान खड़ा हुआ है। मैंने उस फरिश्ते की तरफ देखा और मुस्कुराकर कहा, आप अच्छा मजाक करते हैं, मगर पेंटिंग उससे ज्यादा अच्छी करते हैं। मुसव्विर तो आप ही मालूम होते हैं, लेकिन इसमें मॉडल कौन है? फरिश्ते ने इंतहाई संजीदगी से मेरी बात का जवाब दिया, पेंटर तो अल मुसव्विर यानी मालिक जुल जलाल है, अलबत्ता मॉडल आप हैं। उसके बाद उसने सालेह को इशारा किया। वो मेरे करीब आया और मेरा सर घुमाकर दोबारा पेंटिंग की तरफ कर दिया। इस दफा पेंटिंग में उस नौजवान के साथ सालेह भी नजर आ रहा था। मैं हैरत से कभी सालेह को देखता और कभी इस आईने में खड़े दूसरे शख्स को, जिसके बारे में इन दोनों की मुत्तफिका राय ये थी ये मैं ही था। मगर ये मैं तो नहीं, मैंने बुलंद आवाज से कहा। जवाब में सालेह ने यह मिसरा पढ़ दिया, ए जाने जहां, ये कोई तुमसा है कि तुम हो। लेकिन ये कैसे मुमकिन है? मैं तो एक बूढ़ा शख्स था और जवानी में भी कम से कम ऐसा तो नहीं था। इस दफा मेरी बात का जवाब फरिश्ते ने दिया। आप नामुमकिनात की दुनिया से मुमकिनात की दुनिया में आ गए हैं। आप इंसानों की दुनिया से खुदा की दुनिया में आ गए हैं। आज हर शख्स वैसा नहीं दिखाई देगा जैसे वो दुनिया में दूसरे इंसानों को नजर आता था, बल्कि आज हर शख्स वैसा नजर आएगा जैसा वो अपने मालिक को नजर आता था। और मालिक की नजर में इंसानों की सूरत गरी उनके गोश पोश पर नहीं, बल्कि उनके ईमान और इखलाक और अमाल की बुनियाद पर होती थी। आप उसे दुनिया में जैसे लगते थे वैसे ही आज उसने आपको बना दिया है। वैसे ये आर्जी इंतजाम है। आपकी फैसला कुन शख्सियत उस वक्त सामने आएगी जब जन्नत में आपके दर्जात का फैसला हतमी तौर पर होगा। सरे दस्त तो आप आगे जाएं, बहुत से दूसरे लोग आपका इंतजार कर रहे हैं। हम आगे की सिमत बढ़ रहे थे। मुझे अंदाजा हो चुका था कि अंदर दाखिल होते ही मुझे जिस तब्दीली का एहसास हुआ था वो क्या थी। मेरी चाल में बहुत एतमाद था। शायद ये आईने का असर था कि अब मुझे यकीन आने लगा था कि रब काबा ने मुझे सरफराज करके मेरे बख्त को हमेशा के लिए जगा दिया है। मेरी जिंदगी के शब रोज और उसमें पेश आने वाले मसाइल अब मेरे लिए ख्वाब और ख्याल हो चुके थे। पिछली दुनिया की महरूमियां, सब्र और मेहनतें कभी इस तरह भी रंग लाएंगी, मुझे इसका कतन अंदाजा नहीं था। कुरान करीम और अहादीस में अगली दुनिया का बहुत कुछ तारुफ पड़ा था, मगर आंख जो कुछ देख सकती है, कान सुनते और हवास महसूस कर सकते हैं, वो अल्फाज से शऊर तक बहुत कम मुंतकिल होता है। आज जब ये सब हकायक सामने हैं तो यकीन नहीं आता कि मुझे ये अंदाजा तो जिंदगी ही में हो चुका था कि आखिरत की बाजी में जीत जाऊंगा, मगर इस जीत का मतलब इतना शानदार होगा, इसका मुझे बिल्कुल भी अंदाजा नहीं था। तुम्हें अभी पूरा अंदाजा नहीं हुआ है। साले पता नहीं किस तरह मेरे ख्यालात पढ़ रहा था। उसके जुमले ने मुझे चौंका दिया। उसने अपनी बात जारी रखी, असल जिंदगी तो अभी शुरू ही नहीं हुई। अभी तो तुम हश्र के आरजी मरहले में हो। असल जिंदगी तो दर हकीकत जन्नत में शुरू होगी। उस वक्त खुदा का बदला देखना, उस वक्त खुदा को दाद देना। सरे दस्त तो आगे देखो, हम कहाँ खड़े हैं। उसकी बात से मुझे एहसास हुआ कि मैं अपने माहौल से बिल्कुल लाताल्लुक होकर चल रहा था। मैंने नजर उठाकर देखा, हम उस वक्त एक वसी व अरीज और सर सब्ज शादाब मैदान में थे। आसमान पर सूरज चमक रहा था, उसमें रोशनी थी पर धूप न थी। आसमान पर कहीं बादल न थे, मगर जमीन पर हर जगह साया था। जमीन सब्ज थी। शायद इसी के असर से आसमान नीलगों के बजाय सब्जी माइल हो रहा था। मैदान के वस्त में एक फलक बोस पहाड़ था, मुहावरतन नहीं, हकीकतन फलक बोस, क्योंकि उसकी चोटी जहां से हम खड़े देख रहे थे आसमान में पेवस्त लग रही थी। फजा में हर तरफ भीनी भीनी खुशबू महक रही थी। यह खुशबू हर एतबार से बिल्कुल नहीं, मगर इंतहाई महसूर कुन थी। हमारी समात हमें उन नगमों का एहसास दिला रही थी जो कानों में रस खोलने वाली मौसीकी के साथ चार सू बिखरे हुए थे। मुझे ये लग रहा था कि ये खुशबू और ये मौसीकी मेरी नाक और कान के रास्ते से नहीं, बल्कि बराह रास्त मेरे आसाब तक पहुंच रही है। उसकी तासीर में महक व आंग और सुकून व सरूर के अनासिर इस खूबसूरत तनासुब से यकजा थे कि मुझे अपना वजूद तहलील होता महसूस हो रहा था। मैं एक जगह रुक कर खड़ा हो गया और आंखें बंद करके इस माहौल में गुम हो गया। साले ने मेरा इन्हिमाक देखकर कहा, इस पहाड़ का नाम आराफ है, आओ इसके गिर्द चक्कर लगाते हैं। मैं साथ साथ तुम्हें यहाँ की सारी तफसीलात से आगाह करता रहूंगा। मैं जवाब दिए बगैर सहर ज़दा अंदाज में साले के साथ हो लिया. हमने दाएं तरफ से अपना सफर शुरू किया. हम कुछ दूर ही चले थे